Okay, welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians of the lands in which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazia, I'm Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Moriarty and accompanying officials to this hearing today. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure of the portfolios of Agriculture, Regional New South Wales and Western New South Wales. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing the evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, I welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll begin with the first witness on my left.
Thanks, Chair. Acting Executive Director of Fisheries, Dr Thor Saunders, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Tara Black, Acting Deputy Secretary, Fisheries and Forestry. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Rachel Connell, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture and Biosecurity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Steve Orr, Secretary, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Rob Kelly, Acting Chief Executive Officer, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
James Bolton, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Delivery. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Anshul Chaudhry, CEO, Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Just checking there's no one in overflow that I need to call up. No? Good. Okay, today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, questions from the opposition crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. I note we have quite a few people in the gallery. I know we have people from East Oz Milk. Welcome. There is just a rule regarding being in the gallery. You can't heckle or cheer. Leave that to us up front. So you are most welcome. We will begin with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Thank
you
for attending today. Minister, I'd like to start asking some questions about shark nets. The nets ordinarily go back in the water each year on the 1st of September. Can you advise if they have gone back in this year?
Yes, good morning Ms Hurst, good morning everybody else. Perfectly reasonable question. Today being the 1st of September is the day that the nets are at the moment being put into beaches where they usually go at this time of the year. So as you would be aware, the shark management program in New South Wales is an over $21 million program, and part of it includes using technology, and part of it includes using nets at certain times of the year. Today is the day that nets do go in for the summer period. So that is occurring, as far as I'm aware, across beaches between Wollongong and Newcastle today.
And so all the nets have gone back in despite the discussions around removing some of those nets?
Yeah, so nets have gone in on all of the usual beaches today, or they will be. It's still in the morning, I'm not sure what time they're rolling out today, but happy to confirm with the committee later on. As far as I can tell, the weather's okay. It's all subject to those kinds of things, but they are scheduled to go in today.
My question is more about the trial removals of shark nets that were being discussed with various councils, and so can you confirm that? So you said that every single net's going back in at this point. Can you confirm that the trial removal of shark nets from one beach, from Waverley, Northern Beaches, and the Central Coast Council is still planning to go ahead at some point?
Yep, so fair enough. Reasonable question. As people may or may not be aware, the government has engaged with councils across New South Wales, in particular in recent times and over last summer, beach councils that have beaches that do have nets. So we have been engaging with those councils for some time, including consultation over last summer. That has been publicly available. I did say that we would be
I don't need to hear
consulting
about the
with
consultation.
councils about, well, I'm trying to answer the question.
No, but I don't need to hear about the consultations. The question was really quite specific. Can you confirm if the trial removal of shark nets from one beach, from Waverley, Northern Beaches and the Central Coast Council is still planning to go ahead?
And I am answering the question. The context for all of this is important because we have been consulting with
Minister,
councils.
I've already spoken to you a lot about context. I understand the desire to talk down the clock, but it's a very, very specific question. I mean, just a yes or no answer would be a sensible answer. So again, I'm going to put the question to you. Can you confirm the trial removal of shark net from one beach, from Waverley, Northern Beaches and the Central Coast Council is still planning to go ahead? And I don't need to hear the 10-minute background information because obviously we've been talking about this issue for a long time.
Well, respectfully, Ms Hurst, I'm going to answer the question. I'll continue to answer the question. The nets are going in today, as I've indicated, or they're supposed to be. If anything changes in relation to that, I'm happy to update the committee. We have been engaging with councils across New South Wales about the program. That has been going on for some time. That included over the last summer where a number of councils indicated that they didn't want nets to go back in, but they did want more technology. We've listened
will
to that
the trial
feedback.
removal go
Ms.
ahead
Hurst,
this year?
I'd like to answer the question.
I just want to know whether the trial will go ahead this year.
We have listened to those councils and heard that feedback over the summer. Based on that feedback, we reached out to 3 councils to ask them to participate in a trial for a nominated beach to have the nets removed from.
Minister, will the trial be happening?
Those councils have provided feedback to the government, including just a couple of days ago. I will continue to engage with those councils, and the government is considering doing that. I can't give specific information or details today because we'll continue to engage with those councils. We asked them to nominate a beach, they didn't, but we'll continue to work with those councils about what the program will look like.
So are you planning at this point in time to still run a trial with those 3 councils this year?
The government, we would like to run that trial. I've got to consider the feedback that's come through from those councils, and we'll do that.
Can you explain why this decision making is all happening so last minute? I mean, the councils that were earmarked for a trial were only contacted in mid-July. Now we've got a situation where the nets are going back in, but there's still discussion about a trial, which means that those nets could be removed in a few days, in a week or 2. This all seems to be a bit poorly managed. Why wasn't the consultation with those earmarked councils started earlier so we weren't in this bizarre situation where the nets are going in today, but they might be removed tomorrow?
Well, Ms Hurst, I'd refer you to my previous answer. That's why I've explained that the consultation has been occurring over some time. People are aware that the shark management program has been in place in various forms for decades. We've made adjustments to it since we've formed government, including putting lights on, taking nets out a month earlier. As I've indicated, the consultation in relation to the future of the program began late last year and over the summer. We listened to the feedback from councils. The nomination of 3 councils to trial and nominate beaches to trial no nets is a part of that. Councils have provided feedback in relation to that. We'll consider it. If we're going to be making changes, which the government is continuing to progress as we continue to trial this new technology, we'll be bringing the community with us.
Thank you. Minister, I have an image here which I might ask someone from the Secretariat to get to you. And I've got copies here for everybody else as well. So this is an image of the shark net at Bondi Beach. I'm sure you've probably seen this image before. Thank you. It's only 150 metres wide. So as you can, when you actually look at this image, you can see how much of the beach is not actually, and obviously sharks can swim either side of the net, they can swim under the net, they can swim over the net. We've had researchers from universities for a very long period of time tell us that this technology is not actually protecting human safety at all. We've heard that there are much better alternatives. Why isn't the government investing in alternatives that are genuinely going to protect human lives rather than spending millions of dollars in taxpayer money when you don't need to be an expert looking at this image to see that it's not going to do anything to actually protect swimmers or beachgoers?
Well, thank you for the question. We are investing in and trialling technology on beaches around New South Wales. That technology is very, very expensive. It's labour intensive. We're continuing to use it, including at the moment.
But
so
why are we still putting these nets in when experts at universities are telling us they do nothing to protect human life? We're hearing from environmentalists that they're killing a whole lot of native and threatened animals within our oceans. We've got councils that want to take the nets out, but you've come here today and told me that every single net has now gone back in. Why would we still be putting money into these programs when we know that they're doing nothing to protect human life, they're harming animals, and the councils want help to work with your department to actually get the nets out, and you're telling me you've had all these discussions, and yet today every single net has gone back in despite all of that evidence?
Well, as I've indicated, we are having those conversations. We are using a range of technologies on beaches across New South Wales, including smart drum lines, including drones.
So then why are we still using the nets?
Last summer. I mean, I'd like to answer the question. These are reasonable questions. I know there's a lot of
I'm not saying that we're not
interest.
using alternatives. I'm just asking very simply, why are we still using these nets despite all the evidence that they're not doing anything to protect human life? Why are we still putting money into shark nets when we could be putting that money into alternatives and working with these councils to transition away from this entirely and make sure our beaches are actually safe for people?
We're doing all of the above. So we'll continue to embrace technology. We're investing a significant amount of money, a $21 million program to use the technology. The nets are the cheapest part. I think I'll have to check the details of the drone program, but they're not very expensive. The technology is. We need to make sure that it is doing the job that we want it to do. We'll continue to engage with the community as we have been doing. We did invite councils to nominate beaches without nets didn't need to go into today. They didn't nominate beaches, but that doesn't mean the door's closed.
And so what's your plan now then, I guess, to
across New South
transition?
Wales, and particularly
Minister,
those that have nets.
what is your plan
about
now
what the future
then,
looks like.
Minister, what is your plan now then to transition away from using shark nets? What timeline are we looking at to get rid of this outdated technology that doesn't do anything and moving towards these alternatives and supporting councils to do so?
Well, we'll continue engaging with councils just as I've outlined we have done. We received feedback from 3 of them in relation to particular questions recently. I'll consider that feedback, the government will consider that feedback, and the government will make a decision about future shark management program options.
The Shark Meshing Program's annual report is usually released at the end of July or beginning of August. Why has it been delayed this year? Why has that not been released?
I'll take on notice about whether it's been released. I don't know. I'll check the details for that.
Thanks, Ms Hurst. Minister, are you able to provide an update on where you and your department are at with the virtual fencing regulations, whether you have a specific timeline that we'll see a regulation?
Yes, great question. I know there's also a lot of interest in this, particularly from farmers, dairy farmers, and others across the state. So we've indicated that we will be, we are drafting regulation to allow virtual fencing to be in operation here in New South Wales. This is something that the government has been considering since we were in fact in opposition. And so I'm pleased to have announced a couple of months ago in Orange that we will be legalising virtual fencing in New South Wales.
So when will we see that legalisation? I appreciate you've made that announcement, and it's obviously welcome by many farmers that want to see those, or want to take advantage of those productivity gains and animal welfare improvements, but just want to drill down, when will they be able to do that? When will there be a regulation in place? Do you have a timeline that you're working towards?
Yes, we'd like to have it done this year. We've been consulting. When I made the announcement, I said we needed to do some work to ensure that we could get it right, factoring in animal welfare considerations, factoring in biosecurity and other things. The department has been undertaking a range of consultation with interested stakeholders over the course of the last couple of months, I'd say. That consultation has concluded. I look forward to getting some advice on what's come through that. We wanted to hear from farmers and other stakeholders, suppliers, about the types of technology that could be used. The regulation will now be drafted, and I do want to have this in place in the next couple of months, so this year.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go to Bowden's Mine? Minister, are you aware that several peat agriculture bodies in the Mudgee region have called for a lead exploration and lead mining exclusion zone, including the Wine Association, some quite high-profile farmers like Mr. Inglis, the Olive Oil Association? Have you seen those concerns, or have you had those concerns raised with your office personally?
Look, I'm generally aware of issues that have been, or concerns that have been raised by people in that community. I'm also aware that there are views about the use of land and the competing uses for land, ag land, in New South Wales. I don't know that anything specific has been raised with me from farmers in that part of the world specifically about this, but I'll check.
I'm happy to provide you the
Sure.
correspondence. I believe some of it's just recent over the last couple of days. It's been also forwarded to me as well. So yeah, there's concerns from the Mudgee Wine Association, concerns from the Olive Oil Growers Association, concerns from just high-profile farmers within the region around exposure of lead, and I guess the accumulation of lead on their products and what that does to their certification as clean, organic produce. So I guess my question to you is, are you prepared to meet with these industry? Firstly, are you prepared to meet with these industry associations and understand their concerns and try and get an understanding of what clearly is a land use conflict issue here that probably falls squarely in your position as Minister and also the Ag Commissioner's position?
Yeah, a couple of things there. So thank you for the correspondence. I know this first letter's dated the 29th of August, so I haven't yet received it, although it's probably in the inbox. So I am happy to take feedback on board, or concerns on board, from people in the ag sector in that part of New South Wales, or any part of New South Wales. There's quite a lot of detailed correspondence here that you've just provided to me. I will undertake to go through it, of course.
Yeah. Have you received any advice from the Ag Commissioner on this?
Look, the Ag Commissioner is doing work engaging with people about ag land and doing the mapping program that we've begun, the mapping work that we've asked her to do. I'm also happy to talk to her about this and see if there's some things that she can do about it. In relation to the latter part of your question, will I meet with people? Of course. So again, I think this looks like it's come in on Friday. I'm very happy to give consideration to any concerns that have been raised. Happy to meet with anybody working in ag who does have those concerns to see.
Part of that correspondence includes a letter from Johnson Legal, which has a draft SEP amendment that would solve the issue in terms of putting in an exclusion zone. Are you prepared to take a look at that and get some advice as to whether something like that would be amenable to your government?
Look, again, I'll have to have a look at this correspondence. What you've just provided me is dated just in the last couple of days and quite lengthy. I'm very happy to undertake to go through all of this information and to work with anyone about concerns or suggestions that they may have, and also across government.
Does it concern you that the proponent of the mine has failed to actually cover the accumulation of lead and contaminated dust on agricultural produce as a potential risk in the EIS?
Look, I will get some advice on any of the specifics that people are raising. As I've said, I wasn't aware that people had raised it. These letters are dated pretty much the last 48 hours. I'm very happy to go through it, seek advice, and meet with people about any concerns that they might have.
Can you take on notice whether you've received any other correspondence earlier on than these ones that have just come through this week? Have you received any other correspondence or had any meetings? Just general advice as to whether you've known about this prior to these things coming through in the last couple of days.
I'm happy to check.
Thank you. Just going back to the EIS issue, if once you get your advice regarding the accumulation, are you prepared to write to the planning minister or discuss with the planning minister to have, that EIS amended to include that risk?
I'll need to go through all of this. I'll need to seek some advice on the circumstances, and I'll give consideration to it once I've done that.
Sure, thank you. Minister, I'll just quickly in the last couple of minutes, I'll just go to the Rural Assistance Authority. How many, in terms of recovery grants, how many farmers have actually been paid since June, and how many are still waiting to receive a payment?
Good question. I will take on notice the specific numbers. We'll see if we can come back to you ASAP about the details for that. There's been work happening over the weekend. Sorry, excuse me. I'm trying to answer the question. I don't really need heckling from the sidelines. Let's be respectful. This is an issue that I have intervened in. It is really important that we're getting money and financial support to farmers who have been impacted by floods and natural disasters.
If you don't have the data in front of you, can you also take on notice what's the oldest claim still sitting on someone's desk waiting to be processed?
Sure. What is important to say is that it has taken too long in some cases for people to get feedback from the department. I have intervened, and the department has now doubled the resources to make sure that we can get on top of the situation, get money out the door to people. I appreciate that people have now been doing that. Everyone, as far as I'm aware, who does have a claim has been contacted, including over the weekend. We had department officials working over the weekend to get this matter dealt with.
So you said you doubled staff. What was the original number?
Well, we've now got 50 people in total dealing with claims. The breakdown for who's doing what in relation to that, I will take on notice unless, of course, the Secretary wants to provide specifics. But it is important for people to understand that we have put additional resources into this. I don't want this to be taking a long time for people to be getting money, so we have put additional resources into this just in the last week to make sure that we can clear the applications through. That has been occurring, including over the weekend, because we need to make sure that people are getting their money in a more timely way.
So perhaps you'll have to take this on notice as well, but how many people have actually got money in their accounts, not just approved on paper?
Oh, we can get you that. I can get you that information.
And just what's the average payout? Is it 5,000 or are people seeing the full 75,000 grants? I just like maybe an average, a medium, etc. If you did
happy to
data.
provide. I'll see what I can get for you in terms of the information. Happy to be as transparent as possible.
And just if there's an average wait time, longest wait, how many people are getting knocked back? Potential reasons why they might get knocked back. Don't need to identify the individual people, but just some general reasons that might help people sharpen up their applications in future.
Yeah, the other thing that we've done, which I think is important for people to know, is there is additional information required this time around. The Auditor General did do a review of previous grant allocations through disaster recovery, made recommendations about collecting further information so that we can make sure that money is going where it's supposed to go. So we have taken that on board. We are asking people to provide more information. I understand that it's new for people who might have been through this before, so we've also prepared a guide to assist people with what information we need in order to, again, speed up this process. I do want to make sure that people who've been through these very traumatic circumstances get money as soon as we can get it to them.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, how important is it for you to have good relationships with regional stakeholders, including mayors?
Very important. I engage with regional stakeholders and mayors on a very regular basis.
Okay. How's your relationship with the Mayor of Dubbo at the moment?
Look, I understand that I'm happy to engage with anyone on any community issues that they want to advocate for. I don't deal with people based on their politics. I deal with people based on the issues that need to be addressed in regional New South Wales. I would say that, generally speaking, people do engage with the government in a constructive, respectful way. There are exceptions to the rule.
Interesting. So it was reported on Channel 10 News last week that you actually cropped the Mayor of Dubbo out of one of your photos on Facebook. Why did you do that?
I didn't.
Well, he's not in the picture and he was at that meeting, so why was he not included on your Facebook post?
I think you're referring to a meeting that I had with mayors through the Regional Cities organisation. So that's mayors who are part of a group called Regional Cities.
Yeah,
they come
but Minister,
to...
with respect, we've all seen the larger photo where he's in it, and then on your Facebook page he's conveniently cropped out. My understanding is that you've also blocked him on social media.
I have.
So why have you blocked a regional mayor? You're also Minister for Western New South Wales, arguably the biggest regional city in Western New South Wales. Why did you block the local mayor?
Look, I have really great relationships and constructive relationships with people across Western New South Wales. I've got great and constructive relationships with mayors
and I'm asking
of every
about
persuasion.
One in particular.
I'm answering the question. Of every persuasion across New South Wales. Again, I think people tend to approach working with government in a constructive way to get outcomes for their community. And I certainly want to provide assistance to regional communities for the services that they need. I don't cop harassment. I don't cop bullying. I haven't cropped anyone out of any photos. I'm not really interested in...
Sorry, are you accusing the Dubbo Mayor of bullying and harassment?
I'm not interested in who does what on Facebook. It doesn't matter.
To be honest,
I am interested in delivering for regional communities. I'm focused on making sure that regional New South Wales gets its fair share out of this government.
Thank you.
I'll work with anyone of any persuasion
you've said that.
in a constructive manner
I just wanted to pick up on
achieve
something
those
you just
outcomes.
said there. You said you don't work with people and you talked about bullying and harassment. Are you accusing the Dubbo Mayor of bullying and harassing you?
I think people should work, and I try to work with people in a constructive way to get outcomes.
So that particular mayor has called you the anti-minister for regional New South Wales, the anti-minister for Western New South Wales. You talk about wanting outcomes. The $33 million Dubbo Sports Hub, where you've ripped the money out of that, is that why you won't work with the Dubbo Mayor, because he sees what you've done to that community?
Got a great outcome coming for regional communities. That funding from a project that unfortunately didn't exist. 6-7 years, people
Minister,
failed to deliver it.
You pulled the money.
If the council
what do you
was
mean
so
there's
keen,
a great outcome coming? You've pulled the money.
Yeah, if the council was so keen to have delivered that project, they would have. Instead, they withdrew. I've dealt with that issue. What I will say is
how have you
that
dealt with that
$33 million
issue?
is now in the Regional Development Trust.
No,
I'm also
asking
really
about
pleased to
specific
say
funding for that project.
that I'm working
You've pulled it because you don't
closely.
like the local mayor, haven't you? That's why.
I'd like to
This
be
is
able to
all
answer the
politics.
question.
It's all politics, isn't it,
I
Minister?
want to be able to answer the question. I think this is of interest to people across regional New South
people
Wales.
in Dubbo would like to know where the money is for their sports hub.
And
but
I'm
you've
trying to
pulled.
answer the question.
Well, there's no money
So
available.
are you just going to interrupt me?
I'll hear the
It's
point
nonsense.
of order.
I do it most reluctantly. Procedural fairness is a process we all observe and follow. the opportunity is to provide questions followed by answers. That's the way we operate.
At this point, I won't uphold the point of order because there was plenty of banter going back and forward between them. I would just ask both you, Minister, and you, Ms Mitchell, to allow each other a bit of time between question and answer, mainly for the benefit of hands up.
Sure. Just one more on the Mayor of Dubbo, Minister. Obviously, we've all seen the photo of his notes where he basically said you're a no-show to the meeting and that you've got to go. Was your office responsible for that photo being leaked to the media?
No, I don't. The first I found out about the photo was when I saw it in the media. The first I found out that there was some sort of bizarre investigation in the Parliament was when I saw a media story about it last Thursday night, I want to say, or maybe Wednesday night. I think we can be doing better things with our time.
Okay.
I, again, want to engage with regional leaders of every persuasion to get good outcomes for regional communities.
Just as
I
long
think
as
people
they're not the
posing
Mayor
in
of Dubbo,
lifts,
you don't want to engage with
trying to create stunts is not really a way of getting good outcomes for regional communities.
Minister, I want to move to the issues of staff salaries in your office. Can you advise why you had an increase in the last financial year for your staffing arrangements?
Well, I would imagine, I believe people might have gotten an increment, but I'll happily take on notice any specific details.
Did you put on any additional staff, or is it that everyone there got a pay rise?
Additional staff compared to what?
To the previous financial year. So there's an increase of about $125,000 in your staff salaries and costs, and I'm just wondering, was it a new position that was created, or how do you account for that increase in funding into your office?
Look, I'll have to take the specifics on notice. I think I've had roughly the same amount, the same sized team the whole time. But if there's an amendment to that or anything different over the course of this financial year compared to the last, I'm happy to provide any further information.
Okay, but there is more money going into your salaries, and at the same time, you've got hundreds of jobs being cut from your department. Can you understand how people would find that a little bit hard to take when you're paying staff more or putting on additional staff and you've got 165 people losing their jobs in your agency?
Well, there is just short of 5,000 people working in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I think we're at 4,800. I'll take the specific numbers on notice. There is a change management program underway in the department, which is being conducted inside of the department. I'm not interfering in that, nor should I. We've got to make sure, as I've said many times, that the resources that we've got are being spent in regional communities to support regional communities, and that we're doing it in a financially responsible way. That process is well underway. There's a consultation process underway with people across the department. That's got another little while to run. No final decisions have been made, but that may well be.
So let's just go back to that. Who made the decision to cut those jobs? You're talking about a change management process, which, with respect, Minister, is kind of waffle for people are going to lose their jobs. That's what's happening. So, did you make that decision? Was it because of the Premier's direction to have less public servants? Where has the genesis for this change management come from?
The matter, how the department is run and the day-to-day operations of the department, how resources are allocated, are a matter for the Secretary and for the department.
So you have no ministerial oversight, you've got no interest in where the jobs are being cut from, no direction from you at all. You just wipe your hands of it.
No, I didn't say anything of the sort.
Well, you've literally just said it's up to the agency. That's what you said.
No, what I've said is that the management and day-to-day resourcing and making sure that what needs to be implemented by the department on behalf of the government is done is a matter for the Secretary.
So if it's on behalf of the government, was it your direction to say we would like less jobs within this agency?
You've got to let me answer the question.
The same matter that you raised. I mean, questions are being asked. The Minister's seeking to answer them, and then is being spoken over.
We were doing reasonably well there for a little
Chair.
while, so let's try and get back to that point. Thank you.
So obviously the government makes decisions about our priorities and what we'd like to see delivered across regional New South Wales. the department implements those. I'm not determining. We've got nearly 200 officers as a department around regional New South Wales. I don't sit in my office and allocate who answers the phone or who does the research or who is in each office around regional New South Wales. That would be silly.
Because you've now just said, though, that the government makes its plans and directions and then you get the department to implement it. So it's the government's initiative that you cut jobs at your agency. That's what's happening now.
The government has an allocation of resources in this particular portfolio. The department,
and you're losing jobs.
Again,
that's what's happening.
I mean, you got to let me answer the questions. Like, I think there is interest in this. This is something that people are paying attention to.
There's a lot of interest from the nearly 200 people that are going to be unemployed, Minister. Let's talk about some of those specific ones. The Wollongbar Environmental Lab being shut down, 13 highly skilled jobs being lost. But they test soil, water for the department, farmers, general public, and they also support communities following emergencies like flooding and fires. Do you think they're frontline staff?
Wollongbar is going to continue to operate as a really important facility for the department, for the people of regional New South Wales in terms of research and for other work that goes on there.
But 13
There's well over 100
positions
people.
are going up there, Minister.
You have to let me answer the questions. You just got to let me answer.
I'll hear the point of order.
Cutting people's jobs.
Well, the minister's got to be provided with a reasonable opportunity to answer questions, not just be cut off with what is a rhetoric statement.
Yeah, I will uphold it this time. Can we just allow a few seconds to let the minister to start her answer before redirecting or changing tact?
I'll just be really simple then. How many frontline
I
staff
finished
are
the
losing
last
their
answer.
jobs?
That was what the point of order was for. So that particular facility on the North Coast has over 100 people working in it. Most of the functions will continue. There is a particular service that has been, as I understand it, a fee-for-service situation which hasn't been operating in the way that it needs to. No final decisions have been made, but that is part of the considerations that are underway for how the department will be providing services to regional communities going forward.
Right. Can you confirm that there are 64 roles being cut in the agriculture sector, including livestock and technical staff?
The specific details of that, I'm going to hand over to the Secretary. As I've said, the intricacies of who works in what section, in what office, around the 200 odd offices that we've got around regional New South Wales, people would appreciate. I'm not determining the specific numbers in each office and what the specific roles are in each office around the community.
Okay.
That would not be a good use of a minister's time.
But Minister, I think
the details of that can be answered by the Secretary.
Happy to talk to Mr. Orr
happy
about
to provide
that this
information.
Afternoon. Happy to have him. I just want to know, I guess, what your oversight is. I'll just pick another example, the Trangie Agricultural Research Centre. It's also in, obviously, Western New South Wales. You're Minister for Ag, Regional and Western. I would hope you would be across that particular centre. We're told that approximately 25% of staff there will lose their jobs. Is that correct?
Again, this is something that is being worked through. The details of what kind of services we need to be providing from where are being worked through the department. I'm confident that the work that the department needs to be doing to service ag and biosecurity and regional communities will continue. But specific questions of who's working out of what office and what station
who's losing their jobs is what I'm asking.
Is something that is currently being worked through. There is a process underway. No final decisions have been made. I'm very happy to hand over to the Secretary to provide the specifics of anything that you're looking for.
Minister, I just think it's quite astonishing that you don't know. You just said then you're confident there won't be an impact. So are you sitting here today telling the committee that the loss of 165 jobs and all of that important work that those employees are doing day in and day out will have no impact on research, biosecurity and emergency responses?
I think it's tough for people who are going through this situation, but I'm confident that the department will be able to provide the services that it needs to provide for people across regional New South Wales.
I think they might be famous last words, Minister. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Minister, you spoke earlier about the booster funding, the booster resources that you said you've allocated to, you've demanded out of the RAA as far as the flood recovery assistance. You've said you look at these stats every day. So for 3 months you've been looking at these stats and only now you've decided that maybe we need to ramp things up. How come it's taken so long?
I have been looking at these stats and we have done better. In some cases, it has taken too long to be getting money out the door, so I have intervened to make sure that, to tell the department that they needed to put extra resources into this. They have. They've doubled the staff allocation to deal with processing claims and making sure that we're engaging with people who have submitted claims on whether they need more information, where their claims are up to. It was taking too long. It is important that we are putting extra resources into that, as people would expect. We do need to do that during emergency situations, have an increase in workforce and then back to normal outside of it. We have boosted the resources into that area to get these claims dealt with, and that's very important.
Great. So last week you said you were doubling the resources. Does that? And you also said there was 50 people. So you were doubling 50.
No, that's what that's the number that is now.
Okay, so you announced last week you were doubling, but doubling from when?
This has happened over the course of the last week that we've put more resources. The department's put more resources, and the specifics of who's doing what particular role in the RAA can be dealt with by the secretary. I'm happy to provide more information through that channel, but ensuring that it has been too slow. So ensuring that we've put more resources into it to get money out the door more efficiently and to the people who need it more quickly is something that is now occurring, and it should be.
Minister, does it feel weird to you to say that you're intervening in something that's just your day-to-day job?
No, why would that be weird? There's been an issue where things were too slow. I've seen that. I've intervened and said we need to speed it up, and now we're speeding it up.
So, but earlier on you said that, specifically you said you don't allocate who answers the phone in different offices. Haven't you intervened to have more people answer the phone in specific offices?
No, as I've said, for the specifics of who's doing what role inside of the RAA, very happy to hand over to the Secretary to provide specifics about the actual detailed work that's been occurring. I have received feedback as the Minister, as the government, that claims processing was taking too long. My intervention is to say it shouldn't be taking too long. We need to get this money out the door faster. That's a conversation I've had with the department. Resources have been put into it, and now the processing is happening faster.
Minister, a lot of the feedback we're receiving, and this has been reported in the media as well, is that farmers have been made feel borderline, they've been interrogated throughout this application process. One oyster farmer said that he feels guilty until proven innocent. Is it fair that farmers who need help after this flood are being made feel like criminals?
Look, it's been a really tough time for people who have been through these flooding events and these natural disasters, particularly recently around the North Coast. I certainly don't want anyone to feel that way. We want to make sure that support that should be provided to people is being provided as soon as possible. As I have indicated, we are asking for more information this time around as people submit their claims. That is to make sure that we're getting money to the people who should be getting it. It is also based on a review done by the Auditor General on previous disaster funding rollouts, recommending that we collect further information in order to make sure that we're doing the right thing with taxpayer dollars. So there is more information that does need to be provided in some cases this time around. That is part of the process. We're assisting people and in touch with people about the details of each of their claims, what information needs to be provided, if things are missing, how to assist them to put the proper information through. We've also the department's prepared a guide to assist people in getting that new information or further information, which I believe is now on the department's website. So, for example, photos that people need to provide, the size that they should be, detailed advice on how to collect it, and what kind of further data is required in order to process things more quickly. In many cases, part of the reason that claims payments have been delayed is because we're having these conversations about the additional information. So we're doing everything we can to make it as clear and streamlined as possible for people, but we are requiring more information.
Sorry, Minister, can I just come back to, and I know the Chair asked you, but can you tell us right now how many applications have been received for the primary producer grant so far, and how many have been approved?
I did say that I would take that on notice.
But how do you not know?
I can give you a ballpark,
today.
but I'm trying to. I've said I'll give this, which I'm entitled to do. I want to give accurate, proper information.
Well, the Premier could give it to me a week ago, and you said you look at it every day. Isn't it the fact that we asked him in budget estimates, the Premier, and then suddenly after that, mysteriously, you're putting all these extra resources in. You sat on this for 100 days and did nothing to speed it up, and it was only when it was raised with the Premier that you actually decided to put some more effort into getting this money out the door for farmers. Isn't that what happened?
No, that's not true.
Well, then why can't you tell me the number of applications? The Premier could. Why can't you?
Well, I want to make sure that I'm providing specific details for you.
Okay, you said you could give me a ballpark. What's a ballpark then, if that's the best you can do?
Look, I've said that I'll find the information. I've also said I'd try and find it as we're going. I'll give you the information that I have. Applications for the $75,000 special disaster grants, 1,510. Applications for the $10,000 rural landholder grants, 265.
And how many for that first grant have been approved?
You've just made a really big deal of wanting
I've said
this
how
information.
many primary producer
Chair,
grants?
I'm literally providing the information and I'm still getting cut off.
Received
you got to let me
and
answer the
approved,
question.
Order.
You got to let me answer a question.
You want to answer it?
Yes. The figure for the $25,000 natural disaster grants is 596, the total being 2,371.
Do you have the total approved? They're the applications. How many have been approved?
I'll come back to you with those details.
Mr. Latham?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and to the witnesses. Minister, when did you first learn of proposals to legalise virtual fencing in New South Wales?
When did I first learn of them? I announced them.
No, but you said that you'd been working on them for a long while. When someone says, when did you first learn, it would be in the normal understanding of English, when did you first hear of these proposals?
I have been working on these proposals that have come from interested parties for some time. When we were in opposition, there was discussion about trialling virtual fencing, I think, through the roads portfolio, and making sure that we can have a look at it through that portfolio. In terms of ag, this is something that's been raised with me from farmers. It's also been raised by members of Parliament, including the member for Orange and the member for Bowen.
Right, so the answer to my question sounds like it's 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago in opposition?
No, I don't know the specific time in opposition. The opposition, when we were in opposition,
But
we
you were
looked at
involved in
this.
those discussions?
No, the opposition was...
You weren't involved, but you know about them?
Well, yes.
Right, so when did you first hear of proposals to legalise virtual fencing? It's not a hard question, is it?
But I've just answered the question.
No,
This
you
has been, people have raised this with me since I've been the minister.
Okay, so the day, soon after you became minister, you first heard about the proposals, that's the answer?
No, I'm pretty sure we made an election commitment in the roads portfolio, but I'll have to check the details of that.
Seriously, this is embarrassing, isn't it, that the minister
For you,
can't answer
perhaps.
this straightforward question? It's humiliating that someone supposedly
So I'm
with
just
above
not really,
average
I'm not
intelligence
interested.
can't answer the question
I'm just
like
not
that.
interested in
Okay.
being attacked by
It's
my
not being
platform this
attacked, you're
morning.
taking
I'm
us
not
to be
interested.
some sort of joke here where you can't
No,
answer
I'm
the
answering
question.
the
When
question.
did you first learn of proposals to legalise virtual fencing?
And I've answered the question.
Have you? Okay. How did you learn?
Well, as I've said, since I've been the minister, this has been something that's been raised with me. It's something that's been raised with me by members of Parliament. It's something that's been raised with me particularly by the member for Orange, particularly by the member for Barwon, who have raised this as something they've been seeking on behalf of constituents.
Okay. And when did you first discuss it with the Premier?
I don't know if I've had a specific conversation with the Premier about it. The government has considered it in broad terms. I don't think there's been a specific conversation.
How did the government come to consider it? By what process?
Some processes, particularly via Cabinet, I'm not at liberty to discuss in this forum.
So it went to Cabinet. Have you got a timeline on when it went to Cabinet?
I'm not discussing anything that may or may not have gone to Cabinet as you
But even just to
would
say when the
consider.
Cabinet meeting was, it's not giving away any Cabinet confidentiality, is it? Just to say the meeting was in the middle of 2023 or...
I'm not, I'm
No?
just not in a position to answer
You're
that.
saying it went through Cabinet, and obviously the Premier chairs that meeting. On the 21st of March 2024, the government in the LA opposed the member for Orange's private member's bill to legalise virtual fencing. What impact did you have to that decision and why did you make it?
It actually went to a parliamentary inquiry. So this is something that has been considered by this Parliament, I can't remember which committee, but I know people here have been involved in the parliamentary committee that gave consideration to it, and it made recommendations to the government in relation to virtual fencing. I am also undertaking work on delivering our election commitment to review the Proctor Act, which is where this matter will be dealt with. And there's work underway from that perspective as well.
You've mentioned the role of the member for Orange Minister in his second reading speech on his private member's bill for virtual fencing in the other place on the 8th of February 24. He said, as recently as last week, I visited Gallagher's animal management facility in Queensland to see their virtual fencing technology in operation. Gallagher is one of the very few manufacturers worldwide which produces virtual fencing technology. Why did you tell our House that you thought it was a competitive industry?
It is.
The person who has approached you and stimulated your interest says very few manufacturers worldwide produce this technology. How many are you aware of?
Well, both things can be true. There's more than one.
You think a duopoly is a competitive industry, do you?
There's more than one.
It's more than one. Okay, we'll take that back to Year 10 Commerce and see how it goes. If legalised, what market share do you expect Halter and Gallagher to have in this industry in New South Wales?
If and when we legalise it, which I am doing the work to do this year, as I've indicated, the people who are offering this as something for farmers to purchase will offer it. If we do legalise it, it's currently not legal in many places in Australia. I would imagine more people will be interested in offering this as a service for farmers.
But at the moment you can't say what market share you'd expect Halter, the market dominant player, to have.
I'm not really interested in the market share of anybody. Farmers have asked for this to be something that is made legal in New South Wales. I'm trying to facilitate more modern farming practices, embracing technology, working with farmers to do that across the board. This is an option in that space. The role for the government will be to amend the law, and that's what we're working to do. And as we do that, putting whatever rules we decide to put in place, which we currently or have been consulting with people about. If and when we do that, it'll be a matter for companies and farmers if they choose to use this kind of technology or not.
Right. Minister, was there any reason for the timing of your announcement in Orange on the 30th of April?
Yes, I was in Orange. I was there for a safety forum. I was looking, as people would expect, for an appropriate place to make an announcement such as this. I was there in that community for a number of reasons. In fact, I was continuing further out west on a trip. This is a topic that has been raised with me, as I've indicated many times, by the member for Orange on behalf of constituents. It seemed an appropriate place to make the announcement.
Right, and this followed a whole of government consideration that gave you the authority for the announcement?
I make announcements on behalf of the government through many channels.
Right, but there'd been a whole of government consideration that gave you the capacity to make that announcement on the 30th of April.
I make announcements on behalf of the government, and there are many mechanisms for enabling me to do that. I don't just wake up in the morning and make announcements.
Okay, and when you met with Holder on the 7th of May, who was in that meeting representing the company?
I'd have to check the details of the name of the CEO. It was a meeting that I did have with them after the announcement, sometime after the announcement. I've met with another company involved with this after the announcement also. I met with them here, the companies here in Parliament, to talk to them about the announcement and to hear from them about their ideas.
You mentioned the CEO. Was the Director of Strategic Relations part of the meeting too?
I'd have to check the details.
Well, you know Brent Thomas, don't you, from the Labor Party? He was your candidate in Hughes in 2010, and you've known him in other capacities. So was he part of the meeting?
Sure, yes.
He was, okay. And did he tell you that he just recently started the time at Halter?
Yes.
Coincidentally, he did. He said what in that regard?
I can't remember the specifics of what was said at the meeting. It was on a Wednesday, which is a complicated sitting day in this place. I remember them sitting in my office while I had to come down to vote on 2 or 3 divisions, so it wasn't a very productive meeting. But I did, that happens. I was surprised and to learn that he was working at the company post the time that I'd made the announcement. So what?
Well, you say so. What was the nature of your surprise?
I didn't know he worked there.
Right. And did you think, were you surprised for the fact that he'd left TikTok 7 months earlier and hadn't had a job, and this would be seen as quite a change in career direction, having worked at MasterCard, Airbnb and then TikTok, and then without having any employment listed on his LinkedIn, pretty well on the day you made the announcement, start with a cow zapping company in New Zealand?
I've absolutely no idea. I don't track the career history of people in the Labor Party.
But you said you've been surprised when you met with him that he was now working for this New Zealand outfit called Halter.
Yes.
And you were surprised only on the basis that he was with them, but knowing him as you did, wouldn't you be surprised that it was such a radical direction, a change in career direction?
I don't know what you mean by knowing him as I did. This is a person that I'm aware of. I made an announcement about, on behalf of the government, about a policy change that we were looking to implement. I then met with stakeholders in relation to that change, including companies who supply this product. It turns out I happen to know somebody who worked at one of the companies.
Yeah, how long had you known Mr Thomas from his Labor Party role?
I don't know. I don't think we know each other well. I just know of him
No,
as you do
I'm asking
around.
how well you know him. I'm asking when.
I really could not answer that question. I do not know.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, is the government establishing a peak body for recreational fishing in New South Wales, a new peak body?
Yes, we made an election commitment to do that. So work is underway to create that body. There is a budget allocation for it. I have asked...
Do you know how much that is?
Look, I'll take it on notice. I want to say $1 million.
That's right. It's $1,050,000.
Yeah. So we have. I've asked the advisory councils that I have to have a look at some suggestions on what a structure for that could look like. It is now available for consultation publicly with people across fishing. The commitment that we've made to establish this, it's not a government body, but we have, just like we have done in the commercial sector, we made election commitments to facilitate the setup of these bodies, and then it will be over to them.
So if it's not a government body, firstly, so why is the chair being paid as though it's an advisory body to government, a committee? So the chair's going to be paid $10,000, other members are going to be paid $5,000 per year.
Well, that's the proposal to help it establish itself. It's not a long-term proposal from government to fund this organisation. If it does come to fruition...
Why is government doing it?
We made an election commitment to...
Why did you make an election commitment? Is this another deal with the shooters?
I'm trying to answer the question. The Labor, us in opposition made we in opposition made commitments to assist with the establishment of a commercial peak body. That has been done. I'm sure there'll be questions on that today. But the work on that has been completed. We also made a commitment to assist with the establishment of a peak fishing body. There is a budget allocated to that. The role for government is assisting, as per our election commitment, to establish it. How it determines itself after that will be a matter for that body, but this is an election commitment.
So did the government write the objects? Who wrote the objects of this supposed body that you're helping to establish that will actually not be government at all?
Well, it's not established yet.
But the objects are here. The objects are here for people to consult on.
Yes.
So who wrote them?
I sought advice from there are advisory councils. I sent it to my advisory council to say, hey, give us some suggestions on what you think as people who are in this space this might look like. That's now out for, or some suggestions have been made. I didn't agree with all of the suggestions, but it doesn't matter. It's currently out for consultation. That consultation, I believe, is due to finish, someone will correct me, in October.
Why can't they?
And once that consultation is completed, that work will come through and the government will consider the feedback.
So what's it got? I'm confused in terms of what it's actually got to do with the government at all.
Because we said we would help establish these committees. It's very transparent. We made an election commitment. We made it. It will be. We did this in the commercial sector as well. So we took to the election. Yes, I understand that. We took to the election a number of commitments in fishing. Two of them were to assist and facilitate the creation of a peak body for commercial fishing. That work is done. The sector came together and did that. We provided assistance for its establishment. Now it has to stand on its own 2 feet. The same commitment, a commitment was made for providing assistance.
Who did you make the commitment to?
Well, I wasn't the Shadow Minister. It was made publicly. It was made to the people of New South Wales. A commitment, we made a number of commitments, as I've said, in relation to fishing. One of them was to assist with the establishment of a peak body for fishing.
Thank you.
You've said this. We're doing that.
Thank you. For example, you said you consulted with the advisory councils, I think, in terms of the objects of that. So given the last State of the Environment report has found that there's been a 9% decline in fish stocks in New South Wales, why weren't conservation objectives included in the objects?
Well, it's open for consultation now. If people want to provide that feedback, the feedback will come through to me at some point and to the government at some point in October, and we'll consider it. Again, this is a commitment that we made.
It's a commitment that you made before the election. Got it.
Yes, to establish, to assist with the establishment of this body, and work is underway to do that. It will then exist if we support the proposals that come through as part of this consultation.
And so you've
provide
$1 million given to this organisation. That's a fair bit of money given to a body to just establish itself that's going to be completely independent from government afterwards?
No, it hasn't been given any money. It doesn't exist at this point.
Well, it certainly says so on this document. You just told me earlier that
there is a budget allocation.
Given.
There is a budget allocation to deliver on our election commitments. There is a budget allocation for the election commitments that we made in fishing. There is a budget allocation for the establishment of this peak body to deliver the election commitment. That's very transparent. We took it to the election. We formed a government. I'm now delivering on that election commitment.
Okay, all right. Well, it's certainly interesting in terms of also, Minister, maybe just having a look at the submission page for the Have Your Say is almost like push polling. The Have Your Say, the very first thing in terms of purpose and benefits finishes with, and what benefits do you think this body could provide to the recreational fishing community? I mean, that's basically the first question. What would you like to see from an independent peak body, and what benefits would it provide? I mean, is that genuine consultation to get views one way or the other, do you think, or is that a bit push polling and let's just consult with this body about this body that we've already committed to establishing and giving $1 million to?
Well, we made an election commitment to assist with the establishment of this body. So we said to the people of New South Wales, as part of our promises to you in the fishing space, this is one of them. Yep. If we form a government, this is what we'll do. Our job is to deliver on the things that we told people we'd do. If there's any kind of issue with the questions that are on the feedback page, I'm very happy to take that on board. This is genuine consultation. This is a peak body for recreational fishing.
Thanks, Minister.
So those are the people that I would imagine will be the focus of the consultation, but always happy to take feedback on board.
With respect, given how little your government, you as Minister, is actually doing in the marine conservation side of things, it is of concern that this $1 million is being put towards these fish stocks that are declining. There's no attempt, no commitment by your government to conserve any more parks, any more marine areas for protection. And just on that, I did want to ask one more question, the time available to me, a few more questions about another issue. On the 19th of August, it was reported by media that 32 turtles had washed ashore dead on beaches around Port Stephens in the previous weeks. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And I know that the department, as well as National Parks and others, are looking into the reasons for this. Now, I have been told by some people that there is concern that the New South Wales Estuary General Meshing Fishery or the New South Wales Inshore Trawl Fishery could be responsible for the deaths of a number of turtles, because New South Wales is the only state that has not mandated the use of bycatch reduction devices, which assist turtles, if they're caught in nets, to be released quickly and not drown. Are you aware of that, firstly, that the commercial fishery operations could be responsible for some of these deaths?
That has not been put to me.
And why has New South Wales failed to legislate? Why is it the only state that has failed to legislate the use and make sure that these bycatch reduction devices are mandatory on commercial fishing operations?
Look, it's awful that turtles have, as I understand it, washed up on shore. I know that my department is doing some work with other agencies. I don't believe we're the lead agency on this, but I'll hand over to them to give perhaps an update on where that's up to. It has not been, the things that you're putting to me now have not been put to me as causes, but nor has an outcome of whatever work is being done to have a look at the situation there.
Okay.
It's something, of course, we would take seriously. I take seriously. I'm happy to see if fisheries
I'll come
have
back
any...
to the department. Thank you, Minister. Sure. Finally, regarding the 5 sanctuary zones in the Batemans Bay Marine Park, where the department permits recreational fishers to, despite the fact that they should be full sanctuary zones, this is under the amnesty. Under what head of power or what law are you, as Minister, allowing that fishing in those marine parks zones, knowing that those sanctuary zones are legally protected as sanctuary zones?
Well, this has been something that's been in place for a number of years. I know you're well aware of that. The government will be doing our review, as we are required to do at this point, in relation to the rules around these issues, and I'm sure these things will be considered as part of that.
Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, after the floods on the mid-north coast, you visited there with the Premier and met with oyster farmers a couple of times and promised a tailored package for oyster farmers as far as their response. Where's that up to?
Well, we've just covered the assistance that is being provided from disaster grants to
Sorry, Minister, a tailored response for oyster farmers as you promised us?
I'm going to answer the question. Who are entitled to those disaster grants. I know that there will be a number of people who, well, likely that we met with that day, but I don't know. I don't know the individual people who've applied for assistance will be doing that, and if they're entitled to it, they should be. The department has also been working with people in the oyster industry in relation to assistance to help them to get back on their feet and through these periods. That's a normal piece of work that we do following these kinds of events. I'm happy to hand over to see if there's more details that they might want to provide.
Minister, are you able to provide for us the details of the tailored package for oyster farmers that you promised when you visited that area after the floods?
Well, the Premier and I listened to those oyster farmers who were impacted that day, and that formed part of the reasoning for us submitting and working with the federal government to create the disaster assistance that is available now, that I encourage people, if they're in need, to apply for.
So there is support for oyster farmers within the broader package, but there is no tailored package for oyster farmers as you committed to the Premier?
There is this level of support was not available at that time, so meeting with farmers at that time following the floods formed part of the considerations that we gave to working with the Commonwealth on disaster assistance work.
One of the things they asked for, Minister, when you're up there, was a waiving of their lease fees and licensing fees. Has that happened?
There hasn't been a waiver of fees. I'm just going to double check if that's, but again, happy to work with people about any specifics, further assistance that they might need.
Minister, you've had 3 months to work with these people and you promised them the tailored package that they don't have. Minister, another promise was made at the Oyster Grower Conference in 2024 for a new aquaculture opportunity. What's happened with that?
Yes, there will be more to say about that soon. I'm not in a position to announce our new initiatives in that space just yet, but there is. But stay tuned.
Okay. Minister, the oyster farmers in particular have had a lot of difficulties applying for this $75,000 as part of the broader support that is offered. They're getting emails asking for more details, specifically around numbers of oysters, age, size, proof of payment. And time needed for maturity of replacement oysters. How is this fair, this level of red tape fair on farmers who have lost so much?
Look, as I've indicated, I certainly acknowledge that this has been a really difficult time for people across the community. We are getting the support, this disaster support out faster than we were before. But there is a requirement to provide further information this time around, and we are working directly with applicants in relation to that. We have asked for more information this time around based on advice, including from the Auditor General, about the need for that further information to ensure that we're getting taxpayer dollars to the people who need it, and to the people who need it, and not people who don't. I know that that's
Are there many
something
people out
that
there
is.
that don't need it, Minister?
I know that there. Well, we've got to make sure that we've got proper, robust processes in place for how we allocate taxpayer dollars. I think that's a reasonable proposition from anyone's perspective. I want to make sure that this support gets to people who need it and who are entitled to it. There is a requirement for more information. We are working with people to be able to assist them to provide that. But this is based on advice from previous programs that didn't have the proper processes in place. We've followed that advice, and we've now asking people to provide more information.
Minister, one of those oyster farmers is John, who does need help up there. He's really struggling. In his words, he said, "I've lost $1 million worth of oysters and I'm being held to ransom for the $75,000. Minister, what do you say to him, and do you understand the impact that this has on these people already going through so much stress?
Look, I'm sorry, I'd need more information about this particular person's circumstances in order to address him and his particular circumstances. He's welcome
That's
to
sentiment then, Minister.
reach out. I understand that. He's welcome to reach out if he has
Yeah.
particular circumstances for the department to provide assistance with. What I can say in general terms is what I have said. I understand this has been a really difficult time for people following these flooding events. It is a difficult and precarious sector to be working in, and I know that people who work in it do understand that. We do not want to make it more difficult for people, which is why we've put additional resources into it to assist people getting the support that they need and that they're entitled to. But where we have had to collect more information or seek further information from people, that is part of the process.
Some farmers, Minister, have been told that they can't apply for those $75,000 because they don't meet the 50% threshold. They've been directed, often we're told, to the small business grants, which of course specifically says in the guidelines that farmers can't be a farm enterprise. Will you remove that clause from the guidelines to allow these farmers to access those small business grants?
Look, it's not something that we're looking at, but what I will say is that we are having a look, and we do need to, as a community and as a government, have a look at how these programs will continue to operate into the future. We are seeing more of these disasters at an increasing scale on a more regular basis in New South Wales. amounts of money that have been allocated in recent times under this government compared to the previous government, which I'm not saying to indicate any kind of politics, but the amount of money that now has to go out the door for this kind of assistance is something that needs to be looked at. And what we need to move towards is assisting people with mitigation, assisting people with setting up their farms in ways that assist them when these kinds of disasters strike. Rather than waiting until after the fact and then going through these same processes. So we need to do some work on what that looks like going forward because, as everybody knows, they're happening far more frequently and far more extremely than they have at other points in history.
Minister, can I just clarify on that? You're adamant that there'll be no change to the small business grants to remove that clause to allow farm enterprises to be eligible? And if the answer is no, can I implore you to consider that?
As I've indicated, we're looking at how these things should be operating going forward. At the moment, I'm focused on making sure that we can get this money out the door as soon as possible. It's not something that I'm looking at now, but I'm very happy to take feedback and consideration on board from people who've been through this situation over the last couple of months so that we can look at what the structures should be in place for dealing with these things going forward. Again, it's more frequent, more difficult, and the state's not going to be in a position to continue dealing with things in these ways. I know this is something that farmers consider. They want to work with us on that as well, and I want to work with farmers about the kinds of things that we can support people with to prepare and be more ready for, rather than waiting until afterwards.
Okay, well, can you take this as feedback through the local members like Tanya Thompson and Michael Kemp that were asking you to seriously consider removing that clause? Minister, just as we sort of get to the end of this session, Josh Hack's an agronomist and a beef farmer up at Kempsey, and he was quoted in the media recently saying primary producers are telling him, and this is the quote, they feel like the state government just wants to make it so hard that we just give up. Minister, how can we have got to the situation where farmers are feeling that after one of the most traumatic experiences they've ever had?
Well, it has been a really traumatic experience for people, and I continue to acknowledge that. I've met with many farmers from this part of New South Wales who've been through this recent flooding event, people up further north who were impacted by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. This is a terrible experience for people to go through. How we can assist people to get back on their feet, what the role of government is in doing that in the long term is something that I'm very alive to. I make a point of getting out and about and talking to farmers directly to get this kind of feedback. It's a terrible situation that people have been through. We don't want to make things more onerous for people, but I do have to have proper, robust processes in place for the allocation of taxpayer dollars. As I've indicated, these more robust processes are based on recommendations from the Auditor General, and we'll continue to work with people about the best way to provide assistance, including, as I have done over the last week, to put additional resources or to ensure additional resources are put in to get money out the door faster.
Part of those additional resources has been so everyone gets some sort of contact. Minister, a generic email went out on Friday titled Update on Recovery Grant Applications to all customers with RAA. Is that what we're talking about, contact with applicants? And is that enough for people like Emma, from Hunter Turf Co, who's lost almost $1 million worth of stock, to receive nothing but that generic email from RAA?
No, there was emails have been sent out. 1,027 customer phone calls were made. Text messages have been sent out. Contact has been made in various ways if the team at RAA weren't able to get in touch with people specifically. We'll continue to engage with people about what is needed, where their claim is up. We're telling them where their claim is up to, what the status is, if more information is needed, if it is not going forward, the processing times, all of those kinds of things. That has ramped up. over the last week, as it should, and we'll continue to engage with people to get this money out the door.
Thanks. Minister, I just want to take you back to the small business grants and that change that has been asked for because some farmers aren't qualifying for the primary producer grants because you've got to have at least 50% of their income to be derived from the farming business. They've been told to apply for the small business grants instead, but then those criteria say that you can't be a farm enterprise. Our understanding is that some farmers have been told by the Reconstruction Authority that has been changed. That has been approved, that they can now apply. Are you aware of that?
I don't. The Reconstruction Agency is not one that is in my remit, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, but that's a ground under your purview as minister. So my point is that farmers are now being told that guideline has changed, that clause. Do you know if that is correct?
I'll have to take advice on that.
Does Mr. Orr, do you know?
As mentioned, my understanding is the small business grants administered by Service New South Wales. It's not administered by the Rural Assistance Authority.
Sure, but do you know whether that farm enterprise clause has changed?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. And just quickly, Minister, just back on the oyster farmers for a minute. You were saying before that obviously people need to go through processes to receive the funding. Are you aware of what some of the oyster farmers are being asked to provide in terms of their applications?
Happy to hear from you if there's specific feedback.
Do you know what that process looks like for an oyster farmer?
Well, they've got to provide the information that is required to be provided as part of the application. That'll include the breakdown. Some of it's just been given in questions today. That'll include details about the nature of their business.
Okay.
That's part of the process for the application.
So some of the oyster farmers are telling us that they're being asked to provide things like how many oysters died and what sizes they were, how many they had before the floods, full business plans for the next 2 years. Others have been asked to detail, as I said, specific number of oysters, age, size, proof of payment. You've got some farmers who are literally tipping out up to 10 wheelbarrows of oysters a day and being asked to measure and count each one. Do you think that's reasonable for people who have been through an incredibly tough time, that those sort of details are holding them up getting money that would help them to survive and stay afloat?
Look, people who are running these businesses would have an idea of the stock that they have, the details of what they have as part of their business. We're asking people to provide that information as part of an application. I think that's appropriate.
So you don't think that's unreasonable, asking them to go to that level of detail and that specificity? You're comfortable with that?
That people would provide detail of stock as
down
part of an application.
Measuring and counting each oyster in 10 wheelbarrows of oysters per day that they're tipping out, you think that's fine, that people are being asked to do that?
I think people who run these businesses have information about the nature of their business and their stock and their produce, and that is what's being asked for.
Okay. I'll move on now, Minister. Can you tell me how much of New South Wales is currently categorised as being in drought or drought affected?
Drought affected is around 44%. In drought is less than 1%. We'll just double check that. But so drought affected is around that 44% though. That has dropped over the last couple of weeks.
Are you able to tell me how many applications have been received through the Drought Ready and Resilient Fund?
Yes, I probably can. Let me see what I can find for you. I'm being, I look for the specifics. It's around 250, but I'm happy to provide specific details for you.
Can you tell me how many have been approved as well, if you've got that there, please?
Let me see what I can find. Happy to provide. I'll get the specific numbers for you.
So you're going to have to take that on notice as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't tell us how many people have applied for disaster funding or drought funding?
I have told you that, actually. I gave you the breakdown.
You took it all, most of it.
No, I provided the answer.
No, I asked for how many.
You kept cutting me off while I gave the answer, but I gave the answer.
Well, you didn't have it when it was asked by the chair. Can you tell me then how much of the 250 million has been allocated through the Drought Ready and Resilient Fund?
So it's around 8 or 9 million. Plus we had to complete, let me see, okay. So Number of applications received, 223. Applications approved, 49. Value approved is 8.97 million.
Right. So how many applications then? So of only 49 approved, have 200 been rejected, or are they still being processed?
I'll have to seek further information about that.
Okay. Do you know how many have been rejected and why?
I'd have to seek further information about that.
Are you,
but I'm happy to come
are
back.
you briefed on that by any chance? Because to me, if you've got $250 million sitting in that fund, you just said you've got close to half of the state who are drought affected. Not a lot of money's gone out the door, Minister, and I'm asking, why do you think that is?
Well, this isn't the only fund that was providing funding to people. There was a previous fund which gave out well over $100 million worth of funding. This is the fund that is now available. If there are, I don't get a specific briefing on the individual claims that are approved or rejected.
I appreciate
if that's
that,
what you're
but
asking.
surely, no, but you've got a $250 million fund. You've got half the state experiencing drought conditions. You've only had, what, $8 or $9 million go out the door. Is it because you're making it too hard for farmers to access this support? Is it because they've got to spend the money first and then claim it back? Is it because the interest rate on the program is too high? Like, people are needing support. You're only spending barely any of that money, or barely any of it's been allocated. I'm just curious as to how you don't know more about, why farmers might have been declined, what that process is. I'm just not sure how you don't know that.
No, if there's there is more than one channel for people to receive
but
support.
I'm asking about this one where people have been rejected for funding, and my question to you is, how have you been briefed as to why people have not been successful through this fund and the reasons for that?
No, but I know that the department are having a look at the structure of how that process is working.
Right.
If there are issues in relation to that, then I'll be looking forward to receiving that advice.
So what's being looked at?
We also, just last week, the Prime Minister, the Premier and I announced a $43 million fund to provide further support for people dealing with drought, business
I just want to concentrate
resilience
on this
planning.
drought ready and resilient
So there are a
fund.
number of channels for people to be receiving support.
Yeah, and I'm asking about this specific one. Can you tell me what the interest rate is that's applied to this program?
The interest rate, published rates are 4.6% and 5.3% for 5 and 10 year loans respectively.
Okay. So what has been put to us is that this program is actually designed to make it harder for farmers to get that assistance, and the perception is that farmers have been set up to fail with their applications. Do you agree with that?
That's certainly not the intention of the government. We want to make sure that people get the assistance that they need. So money is being provided. As I've said, there are additional channels. Just last week, the Prime Minister, the Premier and I announced an additional joint funding announcement of $43 million for continuation of the farm business program to assist people with drought. This particular fund is to assist with preparation and other things. The department's having a look at how those processes are working. We want we want support to be provided to people who are experiencing these dry conditions in order to get through. And so, those are the systems that I'm trying to ensure are in place.
Yeah, Ms Hurst for 2 minutes, and then back to opposition for 2.
Thank you. Minister, I understand that you recently received a letter from Naomi Rose, a leading marine mammal scientist, and she wrote to you about Coast Coast Wildlife Sanctuary. As you know, Ms Rose is an international expert. She raised serious concerns about the welfare of the dolphins at Coast Coast Wildlife Sanctuary, and she particularly had concerns that the facility is actually calling itself a sanctuary. And it's given that they're still allowing the public to actually interact with the dolphins. They're looking to really raise money and rather than actually function as a specific sanctuary. She described it as highly misleading, and she said it's not consistent with the international standards regarding what a sanctuary actually is. I know obviously you're looking at reviews around the animal welfare laws. Would you be willing to look at that definition of sanctuary and ensure that places who misuse this term in an attempt to mislead the public about the purposes of those facilities is looked at, and making sure that that term can only be used for genuine sanctuaries?
Look, I haven't seen the correspondence. I accept that if you're saying that this person has written to me, I'm sure that's the case. I am not familiar with that correspondence, but I will make sure to have a look out for it. This is a place that I know that you've raised with me before. I'm familiar with your concerns in relation to it. Happy to engage with people about how these places should be operating in New South Wales, but so long as at the moment they're operating lawfully.
Sorry, Minister, my question was about the use of the term sanctuary. So there's quite a few different facilities across New South Wales, such as roadside zoos, that use the term sanctuary, and that goes against the international standards regarding what is considered a sanctuary. And I'm asking if you would be willing to review the use of the term sanctuary within your broader animal welfare review to make sure that they're not misleading the public in regards to the actual operation of that facility.
Yeah, look, I understand the question. I don't know that anyone is misleading or not, but I accept the question that you're raising. Of course, happy to have a look at the use of titles, the use of words, and if that is the case and something that we need to address, very happy to give consideration to that.
Ms Mitchell?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, what's your understanding of the damage to the Manning Point seawall after the recent floods?
I haven't received any specific information about that, but I'm happy to get some information about it.
Okay, so residents of Manning Point and Harrington are really concerned that the seawall could break the next time that there are rough seas and ocean swells and potentially flooding in both localities. Are you aware of any work being done so far to that seawall?
I'm not aware of that, but if anyone else has some information, otherwise I'll take it on notice and I'll come back to you.
Okay, Mr. Raw, do you? No, okay. I'll just hand over to my colleague.
Minister, why doesn't Forestry Corp participate in aerial shooting programs?
There are aerial shooting programs that occur in forests, yes.
Yep, we do.
So in the recent inquiry we had into the hunting, the conservation hunting bill, Bryce Wild from the NRC stated that NRC does not, Forest Corp does not participate in aerial shooting programs organised and fully funded by local land services. This creates a significant risk to the overall program's efficacy. Was he incorrect in saying that?
Well, there are pest management programs. The aerial shooting program works with LLS. Those programs are in operation.
In Forest Corp?
Yes.
Yes.
We also learnt in that when we look at the sort of spending per hectare on invasive species control, LLS topped the chart with $8.64 per hectare, National Park $6.74, Forest Corp $1.79 per hectare. Are you able to direct, as you've done earlier, direct some more resources to Forest Corp to help manage some of the invasive species that are quite prevalent in those areas?
Well, part of the work that Forestry Corporation does in managing forests does relate to pest control and dealing with invasive species. We have a whole piece of work that I'm doing, that the government is doing, to look at how we are better using resources to deal with pest management in New South Wales across agencies, within agencies, across different pieces of land in New South Wales. That work is well underway. We need to do better, including with our, we've got the Good Neighbours program, which has been rolled out to look at how we can better deal with these things across different pieces of land in New South Wales. That is a really important piece of work, and it is well underway.
Okay, now go to the government for any questions.
Thank you, Chair. No, not this time.
Okay, we will now break for morning tea and return at 11:15.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back after that brief interlude. We start with questions from the crossbench minister. I might start. I'm going to hand up some documents I want to go through with you. It's regarding commercial fisherman and Geringa native owner Frank Connolly Jr. And just what's happened with his fishing entitlements. So he was set to inherit the entitlements from his father, Frank Connolly Sr., who was a commercial fisherman as well. His father passed, and unbeknownst to him, the shares were actually signed essentially illegally over to his mother, who was suffering from dementia at the time. So someone from DPI Fisheries has gone to her house, and there's an attached document there, and at the very last page, given a false signature. I can attest from Mr. Frank Connolly Jr. that that's not his mother's signature. They've used Frank Connolly Jr.'s ABN number rather than a different ABN number, and essentially significant shares in the Ocean Hall category have disappeared from Frank Connolly Jr.'s business in that transfer, or what is an illegal transfer, because I would put to you that Miss Connolly, Rhonda Connolly, was not in sound mind to actually sign anything at all, as she was suffering from dementia. The second set of attachments is the doctor's record showing that at the time that this transfer had occurred, she would not have been of sound mind to do so, and they were not hers to do so anyway. So I guess my first question is, does that concern you that someone from your department went to a person's house, signed over shares, or signed the sale of shares and transfer of shares to a second business that no one knows who that belongs to, and did so with a lady that was suffering from dementia?
Well, I am concerned to hear allegations of that nature. I appreciate the documents that you've just provided me, which I will take some time to go through outside of this hearing and have a look into it. So the proposition that you're putting to me...
So a duplicate business, in 2017, a duplicate business was created in Rhonda Connolly's name, and the missing Ocean Hall shares, we believe, disappeared from Frank Connolly Jr.'s business through the illegal transfer committed by getting Rhonda Connolly to sign over shares to be sold off in part. So it seems, well, the accusation is that, yeah, someone from your department went to Miss Connolly's home knowing that she was suffering from dementia, got these shares signed off that she wasn't entitled to in the first place, and sold them off Mr. Frank Connolly Jr.'s business. And he only found out about this when he ends up in court, because he's thinking he's fishing legally, and then he gets pulled up by Fisheries Compliance, and they say, you don't have those shares on your business, and he's like, well, yes, I do. And we now find out that they were transferred illegally.
And this is Frank Connolly?
This is Frank Connolly Jr.
Right.
He was set to inherit those shares. Well, he was thought he had inherited those shares from his father. We now find out that someone went and clearly coerced a fragile woman of the mind, to transfer these shares and sell them off to God knows who. They're quite lucrative shares, Ocean Hall, so particularly in that region. So
And you're not sure where they have gone to?
Well,
Again,
no
I
one
appreciate
knows.
that you've given me the information. I will absolutely
Well,
have a look.
can we find out where those shares went to? Who from the department actually went and did this and signed these shares off and signed the sale of these shares with a lady suffering from dementia? Where have they gone? What's the potential recompense to Frank Connolly Jr., who is now, he lost out. He didn't get $20,000 compensation for those shares that were illegally transferred. So where's the compensation for Frank Connolly Jr. on that?
And he's looked back from when
Yep.
So an incident's occurred where he's been, fisheries officers have penalised him.
Yes. He ended up court having to defend himself. He was successful, but that obviously opened the door to say, well, where have all those shares gone? And we find out someone from your department coerced a dying lady to sell them off when they weren't hers to sell.
So, look, I appreciate that you're putting these things to me. It's the first time I've heard of it. I will take all of this on board, of course, and take it very seriously. You've provided me with some correspondence, which I will go through and seek some further advice on. Some of the dates on this, which I appreciate there's some time ago, but this is 2016,
I know they predate.
2017.
A lot of the predates your time, Minister, but it's still, I guess, your department. So.
I will give you an undertaking that I'll go through all of this and see what I can find out in relation to the allegations that you've put today, of course.
Thank you. Just going back to the Mudgee mine situation, Minister, have you had any correspondence from the opposition, particularly the National Party, regarding concerns over this, given that the mine sits on and near to nationally held electorate seats? Have they raised concerns around the land use conflict between the mine and farmers?
Not directly with me, but that doesn't mean that there isn't correspondence. So
Sure.
let me check with my office to see, as I undertook to do this morning in relation to any correspondence on this issue. I know that you've provided me with some today, which I will go through and have a look at, but I'll have to check.
I've got some more too, Minister.
Okay.
I went, just provide you a copy. These are emails that have gone back and forward from your office with the Olive Oil Association going back till, I think, September last year.
Sure.
Just wondering whether you were advised of this correspondence, and if so, why didn't you act sooner in terms of instructing the Ag Commissioner to do this mapping work if it was known to your office in September 2024?
That there are concerns in relation to
the land use conflict between Bowden's mine and all these, high value agricultural products, olive oil, wine, cherries, all concerned about lead contamination. They've asked your office to jump on board and do this mapping sooner rather than later. I'm just wondering why the time lapse between September 24 and now, where you've only asked the Agriculture Minister to do the work.
Oh, sure. So, look, I'm happy to take, as I indicated this morning, I'll take all of these concerns from various parts of Ag on board and have a look into any of the specifics. That broader question of land use conflicts and different views about land use is a bigger piece of work that we are looking at, and I have tasked the Agriculture Commissioner with putting some maps together. That work is underway. I met with her last week to get an indication of how she's going and where she's up to with that.
What's the timeline for that work to be completed?
I don't know that there's a deadline, but I do need the...
You haven't set a deadline?
No, because it's quite a complicated piece of work, but it is something that it is part of the work that we've tasked her with doing. I'll provide updates as needed as she gets about doing that work.
You don't think a deadline might encourage her to get on with the job and get that task completed
Look,
a bit
it may
quicker?
well. I guess I don't. It's not a question of putting a deadline on it. It's a complex piece of work, so we need to get it right. We need the work to be done carefully and properly, so that these things can be properly considered. I understand there's a lot of interest in these issues, so I, again, have met with her last week to get an update on where that's up to. These kinds of issues are come across my desk in various forms and are things that the government has to work through in terms of multiple uses for land across New South Wales, and so getting that piece of work right is a really important thing to do. But I'll take all of this on board.
Thank you. Ms Boyd?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister. A couple of quick ones and then I'll pass to my colleague. In relation to second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, known as SGARs, given the growing concern of the deadly impact that they have, particularly on the environment and our native wildlife, will you commit to legislate to ban the retail sale of SGARs in New South Wales?
Look, I'll take advice. I do take advice on the use of these products that have to be used carefully, safely in general terms. If there are specific things that you want me to look at, always happy to do that. These things are regulated outside of my remit, but I'm happy to take any feedback on board.
Because at the moment, you can go into a Bunnings or a Coles or something and just buy these SGARs, and once they're out there in the environment, we are finding that they are really leading to deaths and poisoning of lots and lots of native wildlife, particularly endangered native wildlife. Back in 2022, the local government conference passed a resolution calling on the government, on yourself, to ban the retail sale of SGARs. What have you done since then to restrict the use of these SGARs?
It's actually not within my remit to restrict their use. These things are governed by the EPA. But I'm happy to take feedback on board to provide information to them or any other concerns that you might have. That's not within my area of responsibility.
So the regulation of SGARs is EPA's remit, but
Yes.
the actual decision to ban their use falls under the Minister for Agriculture's remit.
Well, they need to be used in an appropriate way. The regulation is done through them. We need people to be using these things where they are available in the appropriate way. I take the feedback on board. If there's particular concerns that that's not occurring, happy to.
So the ABVMA is due to deliver its final regulatory decision on its review of SGARs. In answer to supplementary questions in March, you said that the ABVMA consults states and territories before releasing preliminary decisions. Have you been consulted on their preliminary decision in relation to SGARs?
No. I am anticipating it is somewhat due. So I believe they are scheduled or planning to do something in relation to that soon. I'm happy to follow that up, but I haven't. It's not something that's. I haven't been advised of when they're looking to do that.
Okay. Can I turn to something different? And something I've raised with you before. There's been an alarming rise in incidents at New South Wales rodeo events involving horses and riders getting injured. Rodeo events are largely unregulated due to exemptions in the animal cruelty laws. Since we last spoke, have you done anything to investigate or tighten the regulations of rodeo events?
It is something that we're looking at. I have met with some of the organisations involved in rodeos in New South Wales. There are people who operate properly and within the rules. There are those that probably push the boundaries. It's some time since rodeo rules have been looked at. I'm also looking at the fact that things have the remit of rodeos has expanded to include machinery and the like at some shows. This is something that we're looking at. You would be aware that we made a commitment to review the POCTA Act. That work is well advanced. Whether we do work on rodeos as a part of that or as a separate piece of work is something that I'm still considering, but I have had discussions with people in the sector. I'll continue to do that. And again, any feedback, happy to take on board. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister. Thank you for being here. Just want to ask about forestry, obviously. 14.9 mil in hardwood losses just in the first part of the financial year of last year. Talaganda now 29 charges. Maximum penalties for those offences were somewhere in the order of 50 mil, who knows. The Great Koala National Park that's coming online. Are we at that time where you are ready to recommend that the hardwood division of forestry shuts down and we do the proper full transition out of hardwood logging in New South Wales?
So there's a lot in that question, and I know that there's a lot of interest in this area of policy. And this area of industry in New South Wales. I know you're aware that we made the commitment to establish the Great Koala National Park. Work is well advanced on that. I can't make any announcements or provide any details about that today, which I appreciate you'll be frustrated by, but I'm not in a position to do that. There will be, the government will have more to say about the creation of the park soon. As people would also be aware, we've taken some time to consult on what that should look like, engaging industry and other bodies for that. In addition to that, the government is doing work on a forestry industry action plan so that we can be clear about what a sustainable industry looks like into the future. That work is also well underway, and we've got a panel of experts doing that work.
When's that due to report back?
Soon. There'll be more to say about the future of the industry soon.
Will that come at the same time as the park announcement, the Great Koala National Park announcement, do you think?
Well, the government is committed to, of course, we're committed to establishing the Great Koala National Park, as people are aware, and that work's underway. We are also committed to a sustainable industry into the future.
Is the park the whole 170,000 hectares?
I'm not in a position to give any details about the park announcement today. Nice try. But there will be...
Leave a little. Is it the whole 176,000 hectares?
The government will have more to say about the creation of the park soon.
So what do you say, though, about the fact that anybody who is looking, anybody, and as you say, lots of people are, 14.9 million losses, is this financial year any better? Because that was double the predicted losses, which were pretty dramatic in and of themselves. Does this financial year this part of the financial year look better?
There's a lot of reasons for the industry and Forestry Corp being in the circumstances they're in, which is the reason that we're doing this work on a forestry industry action plan and looking at what a sustainable industry should look like into the future. Forestry Corp, of course, are tasked with managing our state forest estate in New South Wales. That includes dealing with the costs of managing forests.
Would it not be much easier for you?
Implications from
Minister,
protest activity,
would it be much
floods,
easier
fires.
for you? Would it be much easier for you if that money was being put into repair, regen, and recovery of the forest estate rather than losses, hemorrhaging, destroying it?
It's a complex set of circumstances. Which we are, as people would expect, dealing with all of the things that cause those issues for the financial bottom line of Forestry Corp. They have expenses for a range of reasons. There have been a number of impacts on forests over the last number of years, including fires, including natural disasters, including protests.
But Minister, the NRC recommended changing forestry management practices after the fire. Forestry didn't do that. They kept logging. It's just hemorrhaging, Minister. The Treasurer said in estimates just the other week he wished it wasn't like this, that it's a sector losing money. Will it be easier for you as the manager of forests and Crown Land forests if we weren't destroying them and hemorrhaging money?
Well, I guess I'd say I'm not wishing for that. I'm doing the work on it. So the government is doing the work.
So will there be, is there a financial savings, any recovery from the 14.9 million loss in the first part of the financial year?
We're doing work on what an industry can look like into the future, so that...
And does that include closing down the hardwood sector, if that's the advice?
We're looking at what an industry can look like into the future. I'm not in a position to give details.
We know it's in plantations. Everyone knows. Everyone knows that. When will you, as the minister, announce that? Like everybody else knows. For the workers' sake, for everyone's sake.
The government is working through all of these issues. Increasing our plantation state in New South Wales is a 10, 20, 30, 40-year proposition. It should have started 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
That's
it didn't.
not an excuse to continue hemorrhaging public money and destroying forests, Minister.
I'm not suggesting that's the case. What I'm saying is we're doing a lot of work on all of these issues together in a forestry industry action plan.
When did you first
so that we
become
can
aware?
give certainty to everybody involved in this sector, everybody who's got an interest in it, to what a sustainable industry looks like into the future.
Can I ask my last question? Just very quickly. Just a very quick one, and you can take it on notice. When did you first become aware of the shooters' recreational hunting bill?
I'm not sure when I first became aware of it. It's something that's been discussed.
Would you take on notice and give us a date? Could you take it on notice?
I will try. I don't know that I could give a specific date for when I became aware. I know there's been conversations about it, but I'm happy to try.
Roughly this year, last year?
No, she's taken on notice. We're now eating into everyone else's time.
Thank you.
Opposition?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, you recently, or your government recently announced a continuation of the Farm Business Resilience Program. What will that do to help primary producers who've already been impacted for the past 12 months?
This has been an incredibly successful program over a number of years. Thousands of people have been assisted in various ways and will continue to be. The work that this program does is assist farmers with preparation, with business planning.
It's workshops and things, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yeah, which a lot of farmers participate in. It's relevant, up-to-date information and advice about things that they can be doing to mitigate the impacts of dry conditions. Many thousands of people have been involved in this program, and so I'm very excited to have announced with the Prime Minister and the Premier and the Federal Minister last week a continuation of funding for that.
Sure. But you'd appreciate that a workshop doesn't help a farmer who's, pan feeding cattle at the moment. You would appreciate that, yes?
I think people participate in these workshops to get up-to-date information and advice on how to manage issues. The feedback that I've got from farmers is that people find it very useful, and that's why we are continuing the work of that fund.
Okay, but in the
with
past,
the federal government.
It's also been paired with, for instance, the Farm Innovation Fund, which has now been exhausted. My concern is that those sort of programs are meant to operate in conjunction with other funding. And as you said earlier, you've only had 49 applications approved under Drought Ready and Resilient. Do you accept that there is actually a disconnect between what you're offering and what farmers need on the ground?
No. There was also the drought. Well, you got to let me answer the question, Sarah. You ask questions and then you cut me. No. You got to let me answer. So the Drought Infrastructure Fund was also has been utilised. $141 million have been expended through that. We've now moved to the Drought Infrastructure Fund, Resilience and Infrastructure Fund, from which almost $9 million has gone out. So that's $150 million that's gone out supporting farmers with assistance to be able to prepare for, mitigate, get through these drier periods since we've been in government.
So just back on that Drought Ready and Resilient Fund, we're aware of farmers who've been denied application for funding through that program, yet they've gone to the bank and the bank has agreed to provide them with funding support and cover their costs. Why is it that your government is declining farmers while banks are approving them?
Look, you'd have to, if there are specific examples of particular cases that you would like me to have a look at, then I'm happy to have a look at it.
Do you
But
accept
this
though that in
fund-
the past there was almost $1 billion of drought funding relief, and under your government there's a lot less going out the door?
No, we've given we've allocated, as I've indicated, the remainder of the Drought Infrastructure Fund, $141 million.
But that was
out
leftover
to
money
farmers
from the previous government,
There's
wasn't
now a
it,
new
Minister?
fund which, well, it's not new now, but it is in existence, which has an expanded remit, including animal welfare and infrastructure and the like. Almost $9 million has gone out through that. So that is support that has gone out to farmers across New South Wales to assist with the circumstances they're in now. It's certainly tough, particularly
tough under your
in the
government and under you as
Riverina
Minister,
region
that's
where I
the
was
clear
last week,
part.
where it is dry. I am pleased that the drought-affected regions has dropped, but this is something that we'll keep working with communities on, keep working with the ag sector on to assist people to get through it. I know farmers are used to this. They have plans in place and we're assisting them with further information and assistance to get through this period.
So, Minister, what I'm seeing here is a bit of a consistent theme, to be frank, under your leadership as Minister, where money is not flowing to people who need it and that support is not reaching the ground. In terms of flood recovery, we know that under the previous government there were more than 10,000 applications received after the Lismore floods. Nearly 9,000 were approved. The approval rate was 85.5%.
You took twice as long as we're taking to get the money out the door. So I'm not interested in being lectured by the National Party.
You can't tell me how
about
many
getting grant funding
applications
out the
have
door.
been approved, Minister, in terms of flood recovery. We know that farmers are finding it harder to get support under your drought funds and are going to the banks instead. We've got emails from farmers who are literally saying that the Labor Party are no friend to farmers, and one could be excused for thinking that the RAA is tasked with exercising that hatred. That's pretty damning under your watch, isn't it, Minister?
I mean, that's a ridiculous proposition that you're putting.
Well, that's
we
not
are
me. That's
providing
farmers
support.
telling us that about you
We're providing
and what
support.
you're doing.
Is this a question?
Yeah.
Would you like me to answer the question?
I'd love an answer. I'm sure the farmers would too.
We are providing support to people through various means, through the Rural Assistance Authority, as we've covered today, and we have had the need to enhance and boost resources into that over the course of the last week to get money out faster.
After
We
the
have
Premier intervened.
provided
He needs to
support
intervene
through
in
the
everything
Drought
to get you to
Infrastructure
do your
Fund.
job, doesn't he?
We are providing funds through support through the Drought Ready and Resilience Fund. I did announce an additional $43 million for the continuation of the
I've already asked you about
business
that.
program last week.
Point of
We're
order.
working to support farmers in every way
wanna call
that
it
we
point of
can.
Only
In
if
some
the
cases,
interjections
there are
persist.
additional amounts of paperwork that are required for drought assistance. We've halved the time that your government put funds out, and I'm still not done. There's still more work to do to make sure that we can get funds out faster. We do have to collect further information because the systems under your government were not robust enough to protect taxpayer dollars whilst providing that support
thank you,
to
Minister.
farmers.
I think a lot of farmers listening to this would find it very interesting what you're saying in terms of that you think there's enough support going out, because that's, again, not what we're hearing. I just want to take you to one more issue. The Premier last week announced a new Rural Advisory Council to better understand the needs of regional New South Wales. Minister, isn't that your job, to talk to him about what regional New South Wales needs?
Oh, well, I'm delighted that you've seen the announcement. I was part of the announcement, so we will together have another forum to engage.
Another forum to
particularly
engage.
with
But
regional
isn't that
mayors.
your job?
Yeah, I'm doing it all the time, and it's great to have these kinds of formal
I persist
processes.
then with my point of order. I mean, please, these are important questions, important answers, and I would ask that the honourable member cease interjecting while the minister is seeking to answer.
Yeah, just like my previous ruling, can we allow some time between answer question, please, Ms Mitchell?
So I was part of that announcement. This will be a forum for mayors, the Country Women's Association, other agencies to come together and provide advice to the government. Groups of mayors come through this building, as you would well be aware.
You don't meet
on a
with them
regular
half the
basis.
time, that's the problem.
I do, and
Well,
this is another
that's not
forum
what they say.
for them to come together and provide advice to the Premier and to the government.
But
I
with
think
respect-
any opportunity to have a forum where regional community leaders leaders can come together to talk directly to government is a good thing. I know it's been welcomed by the people who've been invited to be a part of it.
The Mayor
I
of
certainly
Dubbo been invited to be
look
part of it?
forward to participating in those processes, as many forums as we can possibly have to get feedback from regional leaders. It can only be a good thing.
Okay, so, but the Premier has had to set up a separate Rural Advisory Council to bring all of those people together. So just to be clear...
Isn't that a good thing?
Isn't that your job?
It's a
Shouldn't
good
they
thing.
be coming through you? Why does the Premier need to intervene again and set up a new forum? Why aren't you just meeting with these people and doing your job?
I am, and we'll be doing it together. It's a
Right, so you
it's
need the Premier to
fantastic
hold your hand as
It's
you go.
how good to have yet another formal forum for regional leaders to come together and give advice and information from on the ground from their local communities directly to government. I think that's a positive thing. I'm not sure why
I
you
just don't
would
know why
think that
that's
it's a
not what you're-
negative
what you're doing
to
now.
invite leaders from
Once
regional
again, the
communities
Premier's got
to
to
come
come
and
in and
provide
value out,
advice
Minister,
to
once
government.
again.
I think
It's a common thread.
the more forums to have these conversations, the better. The more opportunity to get feedback from mayors and the Country Women's Association and other groups across the regions can only be a positive thing. I certainly get out and about and talk to people in regional communities as much as I possibly can. Having them come through the Parliament to give advice to us can only
when you
be
show
good
up
news.
for the meetings, it's helpful if you're there. I'll hand over to my colleague. We don't have much time left, Minister.
Minister, what do you think of the contrast between Queensland taking biosecurity seriously, putting on an additional 100 frontline workers at the same time that you are sacking frontline workers?
Well, we've put a significant investment into biosecurity in this year's budget, more than any other government before. That is a very important investment in how we're protecting the state's biosecurity, how we will be dealing with biosecurity issues across New South Wales, the existing ones, how we will have better structures in place for dealing with things that arise into the future. Putting resources into protecting the state's biosecurity is certainly a priority for this government. We've invested significantly more funds than your government did in dealing with things such as red imported fire ants and the like, but also making sure that we're setting up the structures that we need, both in the agency that I'm responsible for, but also across government, to deal with these issues and be prepared for them is a good thing.
Can we talk specifically about cattle tick, Minister? Can you guarantee that you're maintaining the eradication approach to cattle tick to keep New South Wales tick-free and not moving towards a management situation?
There isn't any change proposed at the moment. The cattle tick program is continuing. We've got a new biosecurity commissioner who I believe starts work today, actually, so she's very welcome. I've tasked her with having a look at the cattle tick program as one of the first pieces of work that she'll be doing. I certainly look forward to getting any information or advice that she might have in relation to the program. I will continue to engage people who use the program and will work through how it's working, what needs to be done to manage this and other issues into the future.
And there's no parameters that you've given the Biosecurity Commission about what to look into as far as considering zones as they have in Queensland?
I've asked her to have a look at the program and to give advice.
The Queensland program?
The New South Wales program and how that's working. I think that's an appropriate thing to do. Let's have a look at and get advice on what's working, what's not in relation to that particular program, which I know there's a lot of interest in, particularly in the north of the state.
The former Biosecurity Commissioner, Minister, completed a review into the governance of and pest and weed management. When did she hand that to you?
I have got that. We have a response to that. I will be releasing a biosecurity plan very soon. Not in a position to give a sneak peek today.
When did she give you that report?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but I can take the date on notice. I have it.
This month, last month?
I'd have to. I'm not sure, but I have it.
Same with the compliance enforcement report that she's done?
Yeah, government's considering those reports. In addition to all of the other pieces of work that we've commissioned in this space, and we've got a plan which I will be releasing shortly, based on some of those pieces of advice.
To the report specifically, Minister, do you not consider that you've had them for a reasonable amount of time to consider the report?
Well, as I've said, I have considered the report and I'll be releasing a plan soon. This isn't the only piece of
advice. Can I just ask just about the reports? Because the Biosecurity Commissioners Act talks about the fact that reports must be published on the Commissioner's website, complying with subsection C, which means that the Minister has reasonable time to consider the reports. I'm just wondering why we cannot see those reports.
You will be. They're required to be tabled in the Parliament, in fact, at the end of this month.
Okay.
So there's no secrecy about it. We're working through the details of those recommendations. We have put together a plan. I do have a plan. I will be releasing it shortly. I know there'll be interest in that. We've commissioned a whole range of work into how to better coordinate, better use the resources that we've got for how we're dealing with issues like biosecurity. The reports will be tabled, a response will be provided, and we've got a plan. I'm sorry that I'm not in a position to give you details about that today. I'll be releasing it shortly.
Minister, the New South Wales Invasive Species Plan talks about the State Weeds Committee being responsible for ensuring a coordinated and strategic approach to weeds management in New South Wales. Who's the chair of the State Weeds Committee?
Well, we've made changes in relation to, and will continue, as I've just talked about, a whole piece of work in relation to how these issues are being dealt with by government, how we're allocating resources to dealing with these issues. If I just go to that weeds funding issue.
No, so the Weeds Committee,
I
the State
understand.
Weeds Committee is what the question is about.
I understand. We're looking at how these things will be dealt with in a different way, but while we're doing that, 4 years worth of funding through this year's budget to give certainty to how we're dealing with our weeds action program for the next 4 years is a good thing for committees across and action plans across New South Wales.
So who's playing the role that the State Weeds Committee did play? I think it was legislated even. No, sorry, it's in the management plan.
Yeah, well, the department is doing, the government is doing work with the department on what these things should look like going forward. We still have local weeds authorities, local plans and decisions and priority weeds in place from a local perspective. One of the good things that we've done is provide through this budget certainty for how they operate. So I'm confident that work is continuing in that space in the way that it needs to.
Minister, since the start of this year, what communities have you visited to discuss the impacts of renewables on farming and regional communities?
Well, I'm constantly travelling around regional communities.
Which
that includes,
have you specifically met with?
That includes communities that are part of the opportunities that come from renewable energy
Can you give me an example, Minister?
Some months ago, I visited the Central West region, Arana, Mudgee and the like, with funding with the Environment Minister when funding was announced for those communities to take advantage of these programs that are being rolled out. I fully appreciate and understand that things are happening at a rapid pace. There is a lot of change happening in communities as we deliver our what was a bipartisan renewable energy future. We are working with those communities as we do this quickly to make sure that they can take advantage of the opportunities that come from this.
So
I am conscious that there are impacts on farms.
Apart from the announcement that you made, and I'm not sure if that was this year or last year, which community groups have you met with specifically to talk about the impacts of the RES and the rollout of renewables on farming land?
Community groups is a different
question. Or an individual farmer, maybe, if you can give me one example.
I'll give you an example around Dunedoo.
When was that?
I understand.
Because I have
I'm
looked
not
at your
sure.
diaries.
I'll have to take the dates.
It's not in your diary.
I'll have to, well, it wouldn't be in the recent diary, it was some time ago.
Last year.
I'll have to take the specifics. I travel a lot, so I couldn't give you a specific date of when I was in a particular region, because when I'm not in this place, I try to be out on the road as much as possible. Talking to people, I appreciate that there are that farmers are taking advantage, as they should, of these opportunities. I'm also aware that people have concerns and want to be heard in terms of their views, and the government's working through this. But whilst we are making sure that this infrastructure is in place so that we can deliver our energy future.
So, Minister, in your diaries, and I've had a look through it for this year, I can see you've met with Clubs New South Wales, AGL Energy, Energy Australia and the Bell Shakespeare Company, for example, but I can't see anywhere in there where you've met with farmers, individual or as groups, to talk about the rollout of renewable energies. Given the impacts this is having on our agriculture and our regional communities, for which you are both a minister, how do you justify not visiting and meeting with these people?
I'm out and about in regional communities, meeting with people all the time. You would also see there's regular meetings with New South Wales farmers in my diary. They are great advocates for the members that they represent. As we push through, there are a number of farmers who are also taking advantage of the opportunities that these changes present. Many of them, I know, will have income as a result of some of these changes. And for others, we've got to make sure that we're including everybody in the conversation about the changes that we're making, and I acknowledge at a very rapid rate. That is, again, something that was bipartisan, that was supported by this parliament, begun under the previous government. We've got to get this done quickly, but I want to make sure, and we are making sure, that people are heard.
Can I just say on that, Minister, you've said a couple of times now we need to push through and this needs to be done quickly. Can you understand why farmers, particularly in the Central West Arana area, are so angry and feel like they're not being listened to when you're not going to visit enough and you're actually not engaging with them about this issue on any real level?
Look, I understand that this is a significant and rapid change that needs to occur for New South Wales. Again, this was something that was done on a bipartisan basis through the parliament under the previous government. I will continue to listen to and be an advocate for farmers, many of whom are benefiting from the changes. Others have concerns and they're very validly raising those concerns, and I'll continue to work with them.
Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, I want to ask you about your progress implementing the Labor election commitment around battery cages. I'd like to give you a petition with 11,200 people calling on you to legislate the phase out of battery cages in New South Wales. In response to these over 11,200 individuals, thank you so much for that, can you provide an update on where we are up to in regarding that legislating an end to the use of battery cages in New South Wales?
Sure. New South Wales, as you're aware, but I know there's a lot of interest in this, has committed to being part of the national standards across the country. A number of supermarkets and the industry committed to making changes for the products that they sell this year. There has been shifts. We have, as a government, when we did the regulation, the POCTA regulation, which I know was done quickly over the summer, but that was because the Parliament asked us to do that quickly, made some changes in relation to moving forward with the standards in that regulation. We're continuing to work with industry, and what I can say is that the government is looking to set 2036 as a deadline, but I'll continue to work with industry on getting to that point.
Thank you. And will we see that legislation this term of Parliament?
How we go about it, I've just given an indication, an example of how we amended the POCTA regulation over the summer to.
But that didn't actually legislate a phase out. I'm just wondering when we'll see the legislation to actually make sure that that phase-out occurs by that date of 2036, which you've indicated.
How and when we go about that, I'm not in a position to give you further detail about today, but what I can indicate is that I'm looking at that 2036 year as the deadline.
And so is the plan at this stage to do that if Labor has a second term of Parliament? I'm just trying to understand, you've made the national commitment to phase out battery cages, which obviously has to be done by legislation. You've said that you're committed to the phase out by 2036. We've obviously seen many instances in the past where there's voluntary phase out and they don't work. We've had voluntary phases out of sow stalls, of mulesing, and obviously a lot of live lamb cutting is still going on. A lot of sow stalls are still being used. When will we actually see the legislation so that New South Wales can actually be part of that national process? I know other states have already committed to their legislation. Some have brought that earlier dates. The date that you've indicated with Labor is the 2036 date, which the national standards and guidelines have called for. When will we see that legislation so that we can really start moving forward on this?
I can't give you a timeline today. I understand the interest in it. Giving that date today is not something that we've done before, so that's what we're working towards, and I'll continue that work.
Thank you. Minister, in May this year, your department was provided with footage of Cowra meat processors that reportedly showed shocking conduct, including pigs drowning in vats of scalding water and sheep and goats having their throats cut while fully conscious. My understanding is that 3 months later, the investigation into Cowra meats is still ongoing and no criminal or civil action has been taken. Can you explain why your department is taking so long to take action on this really extreme animal cruelty?
I am aware of the allegations in relation to that facility. Those facilities have to operate in accordance with the law. Any specifics on work that might be being done in relation to them, I will seek information from the department. Otherwise, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll ask them this afternoon. Do you have, Minister, any assurances or evidence that this type of conduct is not ongoing at Cowra Meats?
They're obliged to operate within the law, so they have to be operating lawfully. No new allegations have been brought to my attention. They have to operate within the law.
Yeah, but clearly there's allegations that they haven't been, and so I guess I'm concerned that perhaps some of that cruelty is continuing. Minister, I've got a couple of questions about the hunting bill as well. How do you respond to concerns from the community and key stakeholders that this bill will actually relax gun laws and create safety risks for families seeking to enjoy public spaces? Does that concern you in relation to the bill?
Well, the bill is not a government bill. The bill has been introduced into the Parliament by the Shooters, Farmers and Fishers and Farmers Party. It is before the Parliament at the moment. In fact, it was referred from the Parliament to an inquiry. I think that inquiry, I know it had hearings. I'm not sure where the committee is at with its work or recommendations on that, but I look forward to seeing what the committee resolves in relation to that. The government has already indicated our support for the bill. We have some amendments, which I outlined on the public record when this was debated in the upper house. I am confident that there is no relaxation on gun laws proposed. Having an expanded allocation of land, if it is appropriate for hunting to occur on, is something that we can consider.
Minister, tomorrow Walter Millack is coming in along with the Australian Gun Safety Alliance. I know that they've reached out to you, they've tried to get a meeting with you to indicate some of their concerns, and their position has been very, very clear in regards to saying that the amendments that the government's agreed to support go nowhere near far enough to actually protect families and provide public safety. They talk about the fact that a right to hunt conflicts with the National Firearms Agreement, and that $7.9 million to set up essentially a gun lobby is going to have some very negative effects. Walter Milleck's been a very strong advocate in this space. His wife and children were murdered at Port Arthur, and he's lobbying very strongly against this bill. Will you agree to meet with them to hear about the significant concerns that they continue to have on this bill, despite the amendments that Labor's agreed to support?
Look, of course, I'm happy to meet with them. I can't commit to doing that tomorrow, I'm afraid, if that's when they're here, but it doesn't mean I'm not open to having a conversation with him. Obviously, I acknowledge his personal experience in this space, and people are entitled to raise issues with government, so no problem.
Can you commit to having
a
a conversation with them before the bill's debated?
Well, the bill has been debated to a point
yes, it has, yes.
In the upper house.
Will you commit to having a conversation with them prior to when the bill comes back to the House?
Yeah,
for
I'm sure we can
consideration?
coordinate. Yeah, sorry. I'm sure we can organise a time between, I'm not sure when it's next scheduled to be before the Parliament. But I am confident that the bill as proposed with the amendments that, I have indicated in the second read debate on behalf of the government amendments that we would be pursuing. I'm confident that the proposal with the amendments that we have won't weaken gun laws, allowing for additional pieces of land potentially for hunting
Minister,
to occur
I mean,
on
the
is
bill
what
as
is
it stands,
proposed.
the bill as it stands still enshrines a right to hunt. And legal experts are saying that we don't know what that means until it's challenged in court, but it conflicts with the National Firearms Agreement that was put into place when we needed these very strong gun laws, and this national agreement was put into place. We don't have a right to bear arms in Australia. We don't have a right to hunt. The National Firearms Agreement says that it is a privilege to have a gun, not a right. Now, obviously, this bill challenges that National Firearms Agreement by flipping the argument and saying that people have a right to hunt, and therefore there's a legal argument that people could put forward that they have a right to bear arms. So that is part of the argument, and obviously there's other parts of this bill that are highly concerning. How can you possibly say that that isn't weakening the gun laws in New South Wales when John Howard has come out against this, when Walter Milleck has come out against this? How is it that you can say that you don't believe that that is weakening gun laws when everybody else is saying that it does?
I respect everybody's views in relation to this. I don't accept that everybody else is saying that. The bill is before the Parliament. It's currently before a parliamentary committee. The Parliament will consider it. It got through most of a second read. The opposition supported it. If not all of it, it didn't pass the second read, I don't think, from a technical perspective for those watching the Parliament, but it is before the Parliament. It will be debated. From what I recall, when it was last before the Parliament, there were more than 100 amendments proposed. These issues, the Parliament will have a chance to consider these issues and will deal with those issues in the Parliament. The concept, the premise here of potentially allowing more land outside other than just state forests for hunting to occur on is not a weakening of gun laws.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, you might need to take this on notice, but when did Holter first ask your office for the meeting with you that then took place on the 7th of May with the CEO, Mr. Pickett, and Strategic Directions Brett Thomas attended?
I'm not sure. I will take that on notice. A little further context is that there was a function that evening with others who were involved in that area of policy that I was attending. I believe they were here for that, and it was an opportunity when people were in the building. But in terms of when they asked me to have the meeting, I'll take that on notice.
Right. There was a virtual fencing event in the Parliament.
No, it was they were going to be in the Parliament. People were going to be in the Parliament. That was the nature of the timing for the meeting. As you can, as we do during sitting days, it's good to coordinate.
But normally to get this meeting with you, as you say, on a busy Wednesday, weeks in advance they'd need to be asking for the meeting, wouldn't they, to schedule
No,
something?
not necessarily.
No?
I made an announcement. There was interest in the announcement. It was a pretty big story. There are a lot of stakeholders. Often when I make announcements, there are a lot of people who reach out wanting to have conversations about them.
Is that your recollection that they asked for the meeting after the announcement?
I don't know. I will have to, well, I would imagine they wouldn't have known I was making the announcement. But I will have to take the specific request on notice. What I'm saying in general terms is I made an announcement. There was a lot of interest in it, a lot of interest in having further conversations about it. That's not unusual.
Right, but it would have been your expectation from a probity point of view they wouldn't have had advance knowledge of the announcement on the 30th of April.
Well, I didn't engage with anyone before I made the announcement because I don't tend to foreshadow announcements because it takes away from the opportunity to make it a good story.
Yeah, sure, but you're not the only one in the government. And can you take on notice too that in requesting the meeting, it was a request that Brent Thomas would be attending?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure, that's what I'm expecting. And when you had the meeting, you said you were surprised to see Mr. Thomas there. Did you think to yourself, he's a close friend of the Premier, he wouldn't be here and wouldn't have got involved with Halter to sell an illegal product in New South Wales? That would be nonsensical. So did you think to yourself you needed to take some probity advice as to how Mr. Thomas was tipped into this industry unexpectedly?
I have no idea how he came to work in this industry. I gave no consideration to who his friends are. I don't know or factor in who the Premier's friends are or who this individual's friends are when I'm organising meetings about a policy announcement, a change to the law where I've engaged many stakeholders. The department has done a whole range of consultation on before we change it.
Right, but you wouldn't accept a proposition at common sense that a reasonable person would think, how's Mr. Thomas ended up in Halter in this virtual fencing enterprise, totally inconsistent with his previous work and career history, having been, according to his LinkedIn, out of work for 7 months, unless someone had told him it was a worthwhile thing to do, given that, of course, he wasn't there to be engaged in selling an illegal product in New South Wales.
I am not familiar with Mr. Thomas's career history. I haven't seen him for many years. I do not know how he came to work there or anywhere else.
But wouldn't you think a reasonable person would have that expectation that he's gone into this believing it'll end up a legal industry that from which he can profit?
No.
No?
I have no idea how he came to work in the business.
This thought,
The government
when you say
made
you
an
were surprised
announcement.
to see him in your office on the 7th of
that's not
May,
what I
this
said.
thought never crossed your mind as to what's he doing here?
What I've said, Mr. Latham, is that I made an announcement on behalf of the government to change the law to allow for some technology that farmers have been calling on us to allow them to use, be able to be used. As part of that announcement, I also announced that we'd be doing a piece of work and consultation on what the details of that change would look like. Subsequent to that or following that, I spoke to people about that announcement and about work that we'll be doing. The department's done a whole range of consultations since. I will now consider the feedback that's come from that. A regulation is being drafted. That's it.
Right, but you also said that the announcement on the 30th of April was on behalf of the government.
Well, I'm a minister in the government.
Yeah, sure. So others in the government have known this, and given he's a very close friend of the Premier, wouldn't you have a concern about a form of political insider trading here, that he was tipped into it?
I have no concern about that.
No concern at all?
It's not
Did you ever
something
seek
that's-
advice from that, from the department, or anyone else about the probity implications of this?
I had no idea who was working for any individual company anywhere when I made the announcement on a policy decision on allowing some technology to be able to be used legally in the state of New South Wales. After making that announcement, I have, as part of that announcement, I said we'd talk to people, we'd consider what would be allowed in relation to animal welfare and biosecurity protections. We'd undertake some consultation. I said this as part of the announcement. It caused some frustration because there are a number of people who would like for us to have changed the law immediately. When I announced it, I said we were going to do the work that we've done. We've done that work, and now we'll give consideration to what the regulation looks like. Where individual people work, how they got their jobs, who they're friends with, is not something that I felt any need to consider as part of this. So, no.
Okay, so that's your evidence, but didn't you say earlier on you're not sure whether or not Mr Thomas requested the meeting before or after the announcement?
I made the announcement. A number of people, a number of organisations, including New South Wales Farmers and others, had cause to have conversations with me about it. There's nothing special here.
No, but you've said earlier on you didn't know if it was before or after the announcement that Mr Thomas sought the meeting.
I've said that I'll take on notice when a request was made. I didn't talk to anyone about the announcement before I made it. Well, obviously,
talk to
other than
anyone.
inside
So
government.
you're saying the Premier and his office didn't know?
I didn't know. I just said, obviously.
Obviously they knew, didn't they?
Obviously, Mr Latham, as I said earlier, I don't wake up in the morning and drive to Orange and make random announcements. The announcement was made on behalf of the government.
And what involvement have Holter and Mr Thomas got in the consultation process now?
I'm sure they would have been, the company would have been consulted. I would have to take on notice, but a range of stakeholders were consulted, interested parties, New South Wales Farmers and the like. The department did. East Oz Milk, who I understand have representatives here today, were part of the consultation. Consideration has been given to national guidelines that the federal government has been working on in relation to the use of virtual fencing. Since we've made the announcement, other states are interested in the use of virtual fencing in their states. These national guidelines have been worked on by the federal government through national committees for some time. I don't know that they've been released, but they are now national guidelines into virtual fencing, which is yet another layer of consideration that people have been giving to allowing virtual fencing in New South Wales or in Australia. Regardless of who they might know or not know. Those terms have been, or those guidelines, have been provided to people as part of the consultation for what we might prepare as part of a draft reg.
And when your submission on this went to Cabinet, did the Premier declare an interest, given that his very best friend was now working for the major company in this industry, a position that was advertised in February?
I think you're drawing a pretty long bow here. I've indicated that I've gone through an announcement, worked with stakeholders.
No, that's not answering my question about the Premier declaring an interest, as logically you would, given your very best friend is working in this industry, he's invested in it.
Mr Latham, I'm here as the Minister for Agriculture outlining what I've done in relation to this particular announcement. If you have questions for others, you'll need to raise it there.
I've got questions for you, Minister. If the Premier didn't declare an interest, when I think a reasonable person would think it was essential, what concern did you raise at the Cabinet meeting or elsewhere about the impropriety of that?
There is no impropriety here, Mr Latham. I've indicated that the government has been looking at an issue. We announced that we were looking at an issue. We've literally been looking at that issue. We've been consulting with stakeholders in a transparent, open way. We'll now give consideration to what a draft regulation would look like. A number of stakeholders have been consulted as part of that process. I don't see any issues.
And is the government providing any research funds for the development of virtual fencing, such as under the Sustainable Farming Program that was announced in the budget?
There's no consideration for that at this point. We are simply looking at its legality or otherwise. The consultation on what we would make legal, what we would allow the technology to be used for example, is now complete. The regulation will be drafted. I would imagine we'll get to a point where we say that it's legal and people will be on their way as to whether they want to use the technology or not.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, of the 165 jobs that have been delimited, for want of a better euphemism, how many of them have worked on biosecurity responses in the last 2 years or disaster responses in the last 2 years?
As I've indicated, there is a change management program running across the department. There are various sections of the department and people who work in various sections of the department that may be impacted by that. No final decisions have been made. in answering your question, I don't know the individual names of the people. I don't know the details of who works in what section. I'm happy to get as much information for you to assist you and the committee through the secretary. But as you would appreciate, it's not a case of me knowing individual names and individual work that they might have done 2 years, 4 years ago. I don't know. I don't have that
You don't see that as information that might have assisted you in responding to this issue?
Well, assisted me in responding to this issue, no. The department is undergoing a change management program. This is a normal program for when these kinds of decisions and structural changes are being made. I don't know where individual people are impacted or not, or what their history is or not. That's not something that people would expect a minister to spend time going through. But I'm happy to try and get as much information as possible to assist through the secretary of the work that is being done in general terms. I can't speak to individuals. I can't speak to individuals' history. What I can say is that the department will be financially responsible, operate within its budgets, and continue to provide the services that it is required or in place to provide to people across regional New South Wales, including in biosecurity.
So, Minister, we're being told, and when I say that, people are coming up to me in supermarkets and telling me this. I can't believe you haven't asked the same sort of questions, but we're being told senior trainers, people that have worked in diagnostics, people that have responded to fire ants are all part of this delimiting. And you say it hasn't been finalised, but these people know who they are. Are you not concerned about the impact this is going to have on our response capabilities and the expertise that is going to be leaving the department? And on top of that, and perhaps most importantly, the damage this is going to do to the morale, already low morale, of your department?
Well, let me start with the last bit first. And I think that people who work in the department are incredible. They do incredibly important work. Everyone at this table does incredibly important work inside the department and for the people of New South Wales. They are responsible for teams that are doing really important work across New South Wales. The specific details for how that work is undertaken, which individual people with what skills do that work, is a matter for the secretary. Of course, I'm concerned and I get briefed on where things are up to, and I understand there'll be some impact on some individuals, and that's tough. But the department will be continuing its work supporting people in regional New South Wales post this process. At this stage, the process will continue. It is well underway, and once it's completed, then people will get on with doing the work that they're doing for our regional communities.
And this will have no impact on our fire ant response?
I don't see. I'm confident that there won't be an impact on the services that the department as a whole is delivering within the remit that it has. If there is where there is a need for operating within financial responsibilities, the old section of DPI was $230 million over budget at one point. Having these things operate within budget whilst delivering the services that need to be delivered is very important. Everybody who runs an organisation, everyone who runs a household knows that you've got to live within your means. We'll continue to provide the services that need to be provided, and I'm confident that that will continue to be the case.
Minister, on the 18th and 19th of July, the Premier and the Environment Minister were up on the North Coast meeting with different stakeholders in relation to the Great Koala National Park. Why weren't you there as part of that visit?
Because I was on leave. My one and only holiday that I've had since I've become a minister.
Sure. Were you invited to attend? Would you normally go to something like that?
Yes, and but I like I said, it was I've had scheduled leave before. It's been cancelled because of biosecurity issues. I take this job very seriously. On this occasion, I was comfortable that the trip could occur well across the issues. I understand the details of how it came about, but I was on leave.
Okay. Did you have any feedback from timber stakeholders after that visit? and any concerns from them in terms of what's being proposed by the government in relation to the Great Koala National Park?
Look, I engage with industry on a very regular basis, and I'm always listening to their views, or continue to listen to their views. The government has an election commitment to deliver the Great Koala National Park. We've been working through processes to create that park. Work is well advanced. We'll have more to say about it soon. As I've also indicated, we are working on a forestry industry action plan so that we can give people certainty, be clear about what an industry will look like into the future. I think that's the right thing to be doing. I appreciate and respect that the timber industry and industry have been a part of these processes. They do want some certainty about the future, and I absolutely respect that.
So just on that, Minister, you've now been in government for just over 2 years, 3 budgets. You've got the timber stakeholders very concerned about the fact that up to 40% of the hardwood resource on the North Coast could be wiped out by the Great Koala National Park. You say you're listening and you're working with people, but you can't announce anything today. When will you provide that certainty to the timber industry, particularly as you are the minister responsible for them?
Well, the government is delivering on its election commitment to create the Great Koala National Park.
But you can't even tell us how big it will be. You wouldn't answer those questions today.
I'm not in a position to announce the details of that. The government.
Well, when will you be?
Well, the government will make some announcements about the details of that soon.
Like this year?
I'm not in a position to give you the specifics of that.
But you can understand the frustration coming from stakeholders when you are supposed to be the champion for the timber industry sitting around that cabinet table, and yet you sit here today and can't provide any certainty or even a time frame. Do you think that's good enough?
Well, I do work closely with the industry, and I am an advocate for the jobs that it contains across regional New South Wales. We can also deliver good environmental outcomes whilst making sure that we've got good regional jobs in New South Wales. That work is underway. It's well advanced. I'm not in a position to make an announcement on behalf of the government about the specifics of it today, but the government will be providing information about it soon.
Okay. Minister, when will organisations and communities in the Central West be informed if they were successful in the Regional Economic Development and Community Investment Program?
Soon. I've been making a series of announcements in relation to the $50 million amount that we had allocated for organisations to apply for. Most of it has been done as I've been out and about over the last little while.
Yep. And what about this? If the application's closed in February, we're now in September, specifically for the Central West area. When would you anticipate that announcement being made?
Soon. I've been announcing details from this fund over the last couple of weeks. It's very recent.
Okay, so within the next couple of weeks, you would hope to have that done, just so that those people are aware. Thank you.
Yes, and there'll be some very good news. I'll be opening some more opportunities for people very soon too.
Okay, and then just one more issue before I hand to my colleague. Challenges around riparian repair, and I'm sure you would agree that obviously farmers are the best stewards of their land. We have had some specific examples though coming in from landholders, and I just want to call out one case. Jason, he's a farmer in the Macleay area. He has been quoted up to $20,000 to pay for some of the engineering reports to do some of that work. Do you think that's acceptable, or is that just red and green tape blocking a farmer trying to do a good job?
Look, there are processes that need to be undertaken in relation to this. I do think and always say, and will say again today, that farmers do understand very well how to manage land from an environmental perspective. I like to work closely with them on making sure that that's well understood.
Okay, so just in this specific example, if I could, Minister,
Sure.
This has been going for 18 months. At the moment, Jason has, as I said, up to $20,000 worth of engineers' reports, but there's no guarantee at the end of that the project will be approved. He's got $100,000 of his own earth-moving machinery to repair and restore riverbanks, but this has just been tied up in red and green tape. What will you be able to do about that, and would you commit to helping someone like Jason if we can provide those details to you?
Well, I just don't know the circumstances. I accept that you're raising this on behalf of somebody called Jason. I accept that. But without further particulars, it's difficult for me to be able to provide a response. I'm happy to receive more information if you want to put that to me or if he does. And if there are things that we can work through, I'm happy to take that on board.
Because this just adds to that endless frustration, I think, of farmers feeling like, with respect, the Labor government is standing in the way of them wanting to do work like this. It's yet another example of being bogged down. So if you could commit to looking at that, I'm sure that would be appreciated.
If
not
he
just
or
by
you
him,
want to
but by
provide
other landholders.
Look, sure. If he or you want to provide further details on that particular circumstance,
the member for Oxley, Michael Kemp, will come knocking on your door
I'm
next
sure-
week
I'm
because
sure he will.
he's a strong advocate for his community.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Happy to take specific cases on board.
Thank you.
Minister, the consultation on the land management codes, submissions for that were open from the 6th of June to the 1st of August, an extended period, I believe, thanks to some lobbying for the member for Cootamundra. When will you release these submissions?
Well, we extended the period because the government decided to extend the period. I wanted to get good feedback, genuine feedback from stakeholders. So we did provide an extension for people to provide feedback through that consultation process. It has closed. There have been quite a lot of submissions, which I appreciate. That is being worked through now. I believe it closed only a couple of weeks ago. And I'll work through all of the feedback that's come through as part of that.
Will you release the submissions?
Whether we release I'm happy to. I don't know the nature of individual people who've made it and what might be confidential or not if they've put things in about their individual land. I've got no problem providing in general terms the feedback that's come through. If people are comfortable with their submissions, I'm happy to work through that too. I want to be as transparent as possible about it. We extended that period in order to get feedback. The extension did allow, we hadn't received a lot of feedback, and the extension period did allow for a significant amount to come through. Happy to be as transparent as possible about the feedback that's come through.
What changed, do you think, Minister, that, like, if you wanted feedback on this, why wasn't the consultation period that long anyhow? And what changed halfway through that to all of a sudden lead to an increase of submissions?
Look, sometimes these things can be open and respectfully, people don't necessarily pay attention until it gets close to the deadline, and then they reach out and say we need more time to put in the detail of our particular situation, or if they're advocating, for example, like New South Wales farmers do on behalf of groups of people, when we get close to deadline and people get a little stressed that they want more time to put a proper proposal through, or some proper suggestions through. They reach out and say, hey, we need some more time. I had no problem providing that extension. It resulted in more feedback coming through. That's a good thing.
Minister, I understand on the 2nd of July there was an extension of the support offered to white spot affected farmers and families. Have these payments started yet?
They are, the existing payments are in place, I believe, until October, but I'm going to check the details for you and I'll come back. What we've announced recently was an extension of that support until the end of the year. I actually was up in that region and met with a number of the prawn farmers. I met with the industry in relation to their concerns, and it was good feedback from them about what they're thinking the government support can help them with to get through this period and set them up for the future. So we've got that financial support in place now until the end of the year. At the same time, I am also, and have been and will continue to lobby the federal government for further support here. We've tried to get some changes made in relation to biosecurity zones so that they can continue to operate as an industry. Part of the reason that the white spot is an issue is not so much because of the prawns in that particular part of the state, because they're still safe to eat, but trade abilities, which is something that impacts other states. So I have been pursuing this with the federal government.
But those grants aren't yet available yet, that second round of grant?
It's available, but it's a continuation of, so if there's any issue in timing, I'm happy to raise it, but it's a continuation towards to the end of the year.
Minister, just in relation to the International Flight Training Centre in Tamworth, they've applied for $5 million in funding for that facility. Are you aware of that application?
I am.
Okay. They were advised they'd be notified of the outcome of that application by the 26th of May, and it's now the 1st of September and they still haven't heard. Is that good enough?
There's been a number of conversations in relation to that particular opportunity. So it's not a question of people not knowing, it's a question of how we're working through to progress it, and I'll have more to say about it soon.
Have you got a brief on this? Have you been briefed on it? Is that sitting in your office at the moment on your desk?
I'm aware of the issue and I'll have more to say about it soon.
Minister, budget paper number 1, page B13, refers to funding to establish the Conservation Hunting Authority and support regulation of additional hunting activity. I asked specifically with a question on notice what this money was for, and you told me it was for an anticipated increase in hunting across additional identified areas of public land. Which of those areas of additional identified for additional hunting?
Well, this is government being very prepared and anticipating or potentially anticipating a bill that is before the Parliament. We've covered it today. It's a matter for the Parliament about whether those changes occur or not. We we'll consider that based on what the Parliament decides to do whenever it decides to do it.
Sorry, your answer to me, as I said, we asked specifically what this money was for, and you didn't mention the bill or the hunting authority. You said it was for an anticipated increase in hunting across additional identified areas of public land.
Correct.
Is that not contradictory to what you just said?
No.
So you have identified areas for additional hunting?
No, where people can hunt now is state forests, and many people do that. And there is a potential for expanding that.
Okay. Minister, last budget estimates we learnt there were 7 ministerial appointed vacancies on Local Land Services Board. I had a look at the website over the weekend. There's 6. How have you only managed to fill 1 board position in 6 months?
The rest have been progressed. So
6 months have been progressed.
They have, very recently.
My recollection was that when Local Land Service was formed, incorporating the LHPA, which were ratepayer-run organisations, they were to maintain some level of autonomy. Each board has done that, and so we had local elections, so we could have ratepayer representation on that. Under the structure as it stands, do local boards still have that autonomy, or do they operate at direction from the minister?
No, we did a review of this in the early period of government. We did a review of how these structures were working, and we have maintained the local decision making. The local boards continue to be in place. There is a state board that local boards are represented on, and that local decision making is still in place. How we coordinate these things, it's important to have local decision making with local perspectives. It's also important to make sure that that's coordinated from what we need across the state, particularly when it comes to pest management programs, and whether some things that these boards will look at will be localised issues, but some of them are issues that can impact across regions.
So local stakeholders would be identified by the local board?
Local stakeholders would be identified, I would assume so.
So then why, when a stakeholder is seeking a meeting for a briefing on cane toads, would they receive an email the day before to say, the quote is, apologies, cancelling this meeting as it needs to be requested through the Minister's office?
You'd need to give me some more information. You've said someone asked someone for a meeting about something. I can't respond to that.
If the local boards are in charge of who they meet with, it shouldn't matter who it came from. But I'll tell you, it came from the member for Clarence, requesting a meeting for an update on cane toads in that area.
Through the department?
Was told through Local Land Services, and was told at the last minute, apologies, cancelling this meeting as it needs to be requested through the Minister's office. Do Local Land Services not have, the local boards and the local divisions, not have the ability to meet with stakeholders without your approval?
Well, I don't know the specifics of what you're putting to me. You'll need to, if you've got a document or an email, I'm happy to consider it. What I can say in general terms is if members of the opposition want to meet with a government agency, then yes, they need to talk to the government.
So Local Land Services at a local level don't have the autonomy to decide who their key stakeholders are in that area?
Local Land Services is a government agency. So I'm not sure what the proposition is.
The intent of them being set up was to maintain some level of local autonomy, which you've just sort of explained is not the case.
But not the government agency part of it. That's a department. So where there are local boards that are representatives of the local community, they're elected and appointed by me for board members, but the department itself, if people want to get information from a government agency, if the opposition wants information, there are proper channels to go through.
Does that
Hold
count for all
on. Sorry,
non-government members?
Mr. Barrett.
Sorry, Ms Higginson got one follow-up question.
Now this is a second.
Do all local land does that
No,
rule
that
apply
was
to all non-government officers?
I'm not sure who I'm talking to.
No, I'm not going to allow a second one, Mr. Barrett. I was very generous in allowing Ms. Higginson one. Minister, try to go to the commercial fishing peat body. Why are taxpayers' money still going to a body that hasn't even held an AGM in the last 18 months?
So this is an interesting question. I have recently met with some people involved in this new entity who have raised concerns with me about processes and structures. If you can indulge me for 1 second to just give people the background who are watching this, and I know you'll appreciate this, it was an election commitment.
I know all that. I've only got 2 minutes. I don't need the background. I know it's an election commitment. You've given taxpayers money. The concern is that they're dysfunctional already. They haven't had an AGM within 18 months. I've got half of Wallace, or more than half of Wallace Lake fishers saying they're walking away. Same with Hawkesbury. How can we have a peak body funded by taxpayers who claim to represent fishers when half their members are walking away in frustration?
Yeah,
it's
so
dysfunctional.
I have concerns about it, so I'll continue to look at the structures that are in place. It is important, if I can just explain as I was trying before, the commitment from the government, the election commitment, was delivered by us providing financial assistance for it to be set up. That was a matter for industry about how it was to be set up.
Okay, so
they're now doing that. It's
stop.
not functioning the way that it needs to.
I'll stop you there. You've issued taxpayers' money for a project. There is a level of accountability that money is spent wisely and has an impact. Clearly, it's not having an impact. Had they been given the whole funding?
No, I don't know.
Will you hold that fund? Will you hold the remainder of the funding back then until you're satisfied that they are going to function?
Whether they're I wouldn't go so far as to say that they're not at this stage,
Well,
but I am taking this.
Away.
I have met with some of them, and I will be taking. There have been some things put to me recently. I am looking into those. That's as far as I would take my public comments at this point, but I am looking into the issues.
Have you cited any audited financial statements from them?
I haven't, but that doesn't mean that people aren't seeking that information. This is something that I'm actively looking at.
Do you know what the CEO is being paid for? Paid at?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Do you know what his role is, or what his role should be?
Remember, this is not a government agency.
No.
We provided support for it to be set up. The industry then needed to run it. If that is not working, then that is something that needs to be looked at.
Do you know they don't even have a public-facing website?
Well, that's a matter for the organisation, but I am looking into some of these issues.
Can you, on notice, report back if whether you are or not satisfied with their performance and whether you'll be continuing the funding?
I'm happy to come back on notice about what I'm currently looking at.
Thank you. Back to opposition for a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, in the last budget estimates, we learned that you've got a discretionary fund titled the Minister's Community Benefit Fund. How much was the original allocation for you to utilise through that fund?
Not much. Let me find the details for you, and I will come back to you.
Okay. Do you know has it been topped up since the original allocation that you were given?
I don't believe so, but let me take that on notice.
All right. Do you know? Can you tell me how much is currently in that fund?
Again, I'll take it on notice.
The website for the fund states that it's not open for application. So, what's the process for that funding to be distributed?
At the moment, it's not a thing that opens for applications in the same way that the Regional Development Trust or others or other funds would be open for. But it's an opportunity for some organisations to apply for funding. I'll get more details for you.
So just on that, it's not an open fund. So what is the process for the funding to be distributed? How does an organisation access that money? Let me take the details for you. Let me get the details for you on notice. But it can provide ad hoc grants for concepts from community organisations. So it's funded things like the Women's Magic Round and other good programs through ad hoc applications. I'll provide the details for you. That NRL Women's Round, is that the only funding allocation that's come out of that?
No.
So far?
There was a partnership between the PCYC for a program for youth empowerment. The John Fordham House, Ricky Stewart program, which you guys promised to deliver but failed to deliver. We are now delivering that project, which will provide disability housing in Queanbeyan. So it's projects like that, but I'll provide all the details.
Basically, Minister, people just write to you and say, we'd like this money, and you pick and choose where it goes. Is that the process in simple terms?
There's an opportunity for people to have support for good projects. For example, the Ricky Stewart House project, which, again, you guys failed to fund.
No, but I'm asking you about the process. You can't tell me, the only one that's on the website is actually the NRL round, but you can't tell me how it opens, you can't tell me how much money's in it, and you can't tell me what the process is.
It's an opportunity for ad hoc ideas.
Right. So any organisation or community group could write to you and say, Minister, we'd like to access some of this money, and it would be considered?
Organisations engage with government all the time. There's a number of mechanisms for them to apply.
And this fund specifically, an organisation could write to you and say, Minister, we'd like some funding?
There's a number of opportunities for people, community organisations, to apply for funds through the government. I would encourage them to do so. The Regional Development Trust is a great opportunity for people to apply for funding.
Your discretionary fund.
There are the Sustainable Communities Fund is one that I recently announced.
I'm asking about this particular
a number
one.
of opportunities for community organisations to apply to me, engage with me, all the government across the board in relation to great ideas that they may have.
How many you approve?
Order. Here's the point of order.
Point of order was just, we're in government time, Chair.
You got some questions from
Time for
Stephen
asking
Joseph.
questions.
Stephen Morris got some?
Use your time. Use your time wisely.
Point of order. I did hear the bell, but the Minister and Ms Mitchell were still finishing their exchange. That's why I did let it go, as I always have. But now I turn to you to be...
Got some zingers?
We'll
impressed.
reserve our position with respect to questions. So at this point, no, we don't have any.
Thank you.
Put them on notice.
Well, that concludes our time with the Minister. We'll now break and return at 2 o'clock after lunch. Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session. We will start with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst, are you ready? Or I can go to Mr Latham.
Could you go first?
Chair, I think there's some witnesses to be
Oh, sorry, yes.
There you go.
I'll have to do this. Yes, look, can we just invite the additional witnesses up that need to be sworn in, starting with Dr Adam Tyndall.
I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And just your title for Hansard?
Dr Adam Tyndall, Executive Director, Strategy, Media and Ministerial Services.
Thank you. Next, Dr Lisa Sabone.
Lisa Sabo, Executive Director, Biosecurity and Food Safety. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Day.
Peter Day, Executive Director of Strategy and Regulatory Policy with Agriculture and Biosecurity. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Begg.
Angus Begg, Chief Financial Officer for the Department. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms White.
Harriet White, the Executive Director of Regional Programs and Partnerships. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Ms Marr.
Thanks, Chair. Kate Marr, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Engagement Group in the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now we'll start with questions from the crossbench.
Great. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes, all right.
Thank you. I think these are best directed to Ms Connell, but please redirect me if that's not the case. Firstly, I want to ask about the right to release reforms. We know that they passed a few years ago now, and these reforms require researchers to make efforts to rehome dogs and cats after 3 years or at the conclusion of a research experiment, whichever is sooner. Section 54C4A allows for researchers to make an application to keep a dog or cat longer than 3 years in certain circumstances if the Animal Research Review Panel approves. Are you able to provide me with any advice on how many applications ARP has received to keep a cat or dog longer than 3 years?
So, Ms Hess, I don't have that information before me at the moment, but I might see if one of my colleagues, Dr Zabo or Mr Day, can come to the table with the information.
Thanks, Chair. In regard to that, we had one application from Blaney Pet Care, but they've since subsequently withdrawn that because of their intention to remove their animals completely from that facility.
Okay. So there was one application, but the outcome of that is that it's no longer progressing.
That's correct.
Thank you. I've also got some questions in regards to DPIRD's involvement with the New South Wales Pet Registry. Who is that best to go through you, Ms Connell?
That's correct, but I will note that the hearing for the local government portfolio.
Yes, and I'll have some more specific questions tomorrow with that. But I do know, obviously, that it relates specifically to the puppy farm legislation, and so I sort of wanted to ask it from that angle here. And then I've got some different questions for tomorrow. I'm just wondering what DPIRD's kind of role is right now in relation to working with the OLG at helping to get the pet registry functioning to match with the puppy farming legislation.
Yes, so we're working very closely with the Office of Local Government. We have worked quite closely with them since the legislation passed on a number of fronts, including implementation of the exemption scheme, and we provide advice to them on an as-needs basis. Our teams meet together regularly. But in relation to the progress on the registry, I would refer you to the Office of Local Government and the Minister for Local Government.
Has DPIRD contributed any funding to the Office of Local Government to build in that section of the Puppy Farming Act into their pet registry?
I would have to take that question on notice.
If you're able to also find out how much funding's been provided, and if no funding has been provided, whether there's plans to provide funding from DPIRD towards OLG for that work?
Yes, very happy to take that on notice.
My understanding is that the Office of Local Government has already conducted work in this space, and it's cost them so far $4 million, and that they have been trying to get money from DPIRD for that first part of that work for $4 million. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I can't speak to the costs that have been incurred by the Office of Local Government, and as I said before, I'll take on notice the issue of whether we've provided or are in the process of providing funding for other parts of implementation of the pet registry reforms. But I will note that the pet registry is the responsibility of the local government.
Yeah, sorry,
portfolio.
it's not so much the pet registry part of it, it's the part of the implementation of the puppy farming legislation, which was put forward by the Agriculture Minister. So that was her legislation. So one part of that legislation required the pet registry to have a particular function to oversee the breeders. And so my understanding is that the Office of Local Government has started that work on behalf of DPIRD. And so far, so that $4 million cost isn't for the puppy farm registrar. That $4 million was for the puppy farm bill and implementing the puppy farm bill, and that they haven't been able to get those costs recovered yet from DPIRD.
So as I said before, Ms Hurst, we're working very closely with the Office of Local Government on implementation of the reforms, and that also includes working with them in relation to how the funding for the reforms is being applied, but I'd need to take on notice the specifics of that funding.
Ms Hurst, there is an intention to provide funding. I think the discussion's about the amount.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Is this something that the Minister's been briefed on as well in regards to sort of how that sort of is worked out in regards to how much comes from DPIRD and how much the Office of Local Government contributes to that part of the puppy farm bill?
So we've obviously provide advice to the Minister on budget matters, but in relation to the specifics, as Mr Orr said, those are being worked out with the Office of Local Government at the moment, and the intention is to provide them with funding, working through costs and amounts, and yeah, the intention is for that funding to be provided to the Office of Local Government.
I want to ask some questions about where the government is up to in terms of legalising the use of shock collars. I understand the Minister's previously said she wants to introduce regulations by the end of the year. Is that still the intention?
Look, I refer you to the evidence that the Minister gave this morning. It's a matter for government, and I think the Minister gave quite clear statements about what's proposed in relation to the review and reform of POCTA. It's a matter for the government.
I mean, I've still got some quite sort of specific questions in regards to what the department's doing, sort of beyond what the Minister's able to say. And I guess, you know, at the moment we're trying to understand sort of what consultation has been going on, whether there is continued consultation, on those regulations? Is that consultation process still underway?
So I'll pass to Mr Day in a moment, but what I will say is we are undertaking consultation with a broad range of stakeholders across a number of animal welfare issues. We obviously did extensive consultation around draft regulation last year. We've done a consultation across a range of matters in years leading up to that, and we're working through, we've recently done consultation in relation to the proposed reforms to make sure to enable virtual fencing to be legalised in New South Wales, and we're continuing to consult with stakeholders in relation to the poultry standards and guidelines as well. But I'll pass to Mr Day.
Can I just ask, just quickly, when you said that you've been consulting on this in the years leading up to this, how long has this consultation been going on, given that this was only being proposed very recently?
I'm referring to consultation that we've been undertaking into a range of proposed reforms to the POCTA legislation, and I think you're aware there are various codes that we're also looking to reform, but in relation to the specific matter. I'll see if Mr Day's got anything further to add.
Yeah, just in terms of actual specific consultation with virtual fencing, we've done a number of meetings with relevant stakeholders, all of us relevant stakeholders were provided written information, and we also held meetings with stakeholders on the 14th of July and also the 31st of July this year. And feedback from that consultation, which was primarily on the national guideline that's been developed through the Animal Welfare Task Group, that closed on the 22nd of August, and the intention there is that we will consider that feedback in terms of going forward.
Thank you. And sorry, my question was: is consultation now concluded, or is it still ongoing?
Substantially, there may be requirement to go back to some parties around issues they've raised for clarification, but substantially that period has now completed to inform where we go with that national guideline.
And will there be any restrictions on the species of animals that the collars can be put on?
Yes, it will only apply to cattle only.
Mm-hmm. And will there be any restrictions on the level of electric shock that can be delivered to those animals? And if so, what would be that level?
I'd have to take the actual specific range on notice, but I'm aware that national guideline does prescribe that, yes.
Okay, and if you could take it on notice what that level is,
yes.
That would be great, thank you. How come there was no specific consultation process on this proposed change?
In terms of the actual, so it was fairly broad consultation in terms of both the ACOs in terms of RSPCA Animal Welfare League, the suppliers, Gallagher's, Halter, Fence, who's the third provider, New South Wales Farmers, Cattle Australia, Dairy Farmers, East Aus Milk, Meat Livestock Australia, Safe Meat, Australian Organic Limited, Dairy Australia, Dairy New South Wales. So it was fairly Sheep Producers Australia, Animal Welfare Advisory Council, Animal Care Australia, Animal Defenders Office were informed of the proposed reform shared. Wires, Four Paws Australia, so the Police Force as well as a POCTA agency, AVA, CSIRO, School of Veterinary Science for Sydney, and also local land services, DQ, DeFi and others were advised.
And I might also just note, Ms Hurst, that we're obviously virtual fencing technology has now been is now permitted in various other states and territories in Australia off the back of work that's being done federally, so which has undergone a process of developing a draft guide over a period of a couple of years, I understand as well. So there's been engagement on a number of levels, and as Mr Day said, we're drawing on that draft guide in terms of looking at what the regulatory framework should be in New South Wales.
Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To Ms Connell or Mr Day, when did the department first provide advice to the Minister about virtual fencing?
I'd have to take that on notice. As I said before, Mr Latham, the development of the draft national rules or standards has been in development since 2021, we'd have to take that one on notice, but I assume it was early.
After the election, the book you provide to new ministers, is what colour is it? Blue book? Is that what you do here?
Yes, but I wasn't in the department at that point in time, so I'd have to take that on notice in terms of when she was first advised.
The minister said it was a Labor Party election promise, so it would have been in the blue book after the election. Can you take that on notice as to whether or not that's right, and what generally was the advice that was provided? And was that advice any different to then the handling of the Donato Private Members Bill later in 2023?
Well, obviously, can't give you any advice on that front, given I don't have visibility of the advice that was provided in the first instance. But and I do understand that the incoming government briefs are generally subject to cabinet in confidence, but we can take that on notice and compare.
I'm just after dates for when these advices were provided.
And it's quite standard for a department to provide advice to the responsible minister when there are private members' bills in Parliament. So.
Right. And the advice you provide, does that then go through to the Cabinet Office for collating and then presentation to the Cabinet meeting?
So it's also standard practice for government to, for Cabinet to consider government positions on private members' bills.
Right. And did the Cabinet Office ever say the Premier can't be party to considering this because of the interest he has with his very best friend being involved with one of these companies?
I'm not privy to the way the matter was considered by Cabinet.
By Cabinet Office or by Cabinet. Okay. Did the department provide advice about market structure, that this is a duopoly effectively and there wouldn't be any New South Wales company or jobs provided?
Not to my knowledge, but I will point out, I understand we consulted with at least 3 commercial providers during our recent consultation.
Who's the third? Sorry, there's Halter, Gallagher and...
Vance,
Vance,
V-E-N-C.
like J.D. Vance. And what...
with an E, not an A.
Oh, 2 E's?
Yes.
Okay, Vance. And who are they and where are they from, please?
I'm not across where they're actually from, but I'll take that on notice for you.
V-E-N-C-E?
Yes.
Vance, okay.
And I will note that we are not the only state currently consulting on a proposal to make virtual fencing legal. So I
yeah, sure. It's
South
legal in
Australia,
Queensland
Victoria.
and Tasmania, and Victoria's doing a trial and South Australia's talking about it. So, yeah, sure, but that's not the thing that I'm questioning. So could I ask Kate Maher, if she could, from the Premier's Department, ask Kate Maher, have you been involved with virtual fencing in terms of delivery and engagement, please?
Mr Latham, no, I haven't.
Who in the Premier's Department has looked after it, or the Cabinet Office, as it's gone forward to this point in time?
I have to take that on notice.
Take that on notice?
Thanks.
And what happens at the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department if the Premier has to declare an interest because of a certain reason? What is then the process by which it's handled internally? Do they send it over to the Deputy Premier?
I'll take that on notice. Probably best for me to refer that to the Cabinet Office.
Right, okay. So you've not had any experience with this issue as it's gone forward to Cabinet?
None at all.
You can take that on notice and perhaps give me a chronology of how it's handled. And does the Premier obviously gets a blue book as well after the election. From the Premier's Department point of view, could you take that on notice as well, that the Minister said it was a Labor election promise? So was it addressed in the blue book following March 2023?
Happy to take it on notice.
Okay. I think that does me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I might pick up the last 5 minutes then. Can I, through you, Mr. Orr, can I just direct my questions to fisheries? That might be Ms. Blatch initially. How much money has gone to the Surf Life Saving Association for their rock fishing safety program so far?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you this afternoon.
Okay. Are you aware that the first round there was concerns expressed not only by me but very experienced rock fishermen about the use of images where we got Timmy Two Thongs, Wally wearing his waders, Gazza with his gumboots, all not good examples of rock fishing safety being put forward as visual literacy cues for culturally and linguistically diverse fishermen. You aware of those concerns?
I am, yes. And the department raised those concerns with Surf Lifesaving New South Wales.
And Surf Lifesaving New South Wales has ignored that and continued to use those images in their round 2 program, just as recently at Avoca a few weeks back. Are you aware of that?
Yes, although I wouldn't say that they've ignored the concerns that were raised. I think what has occurred recently was just a human error and an unfortunate mistake. And since that time, we've again discussed that with Surf Lifesaving New South Wales and had an undertaking that those cartoon images won't be used again. I think important to say Surf Lifesaving New South Wales do a very important job protecting beachgoers and rock fishermen, and it's part of their core business to, beach safety. So they do put out a lot of...
It's really traditionally hasn't been their core business to do rock fishing safety because they're not the experts in it. And once again, they've shown to be not the experts again. And with all due respect, I don't accept that we've done another whoopsie as a credible explanation. They were spoken to about it the first time. They've been caught doing it again. This money comes from recreational fishing fees from the trust fund. It's important that money is expended wisely and to the benefit, and sending the message that to culturally and linguistically diverse fishers that you can get around in thongs and waders and you'll be safe is, the wrong message.
No, understand the concern. I've personally spoken to the CEO and been given an assurance that that cartoon image won't be used again.
Well, the CEO went on live radio and lied last time and said they were old images, when they clearly weren't. They were live images. So I'm not too sure of the CEO's assertions that everything will be right. Hold on, I've got 2 minutes. So what's going to happen if those images reappear again? Will funding be withdrawn, or is there going to be an official evaluation of this program?
I'm confident that those images won't reappear again from Surf Lifesaving. They have been used by Randwick Council as well, so some social media of the original image was used, and Surf Lifesaving has spoken to Randwick Council as well and asked them to stop using those old images, so I'm confident that it won't happen again.
Have you checked your publications to make sure none of your websites show these images as well?
I haven't personally, but happy to do that and make sure that they don't appear on any New South Wales Government or Surf Lifesaving channels.
Is there going to be a review of this program overall in terms of its effectiveness?
I think the Surf Lifesaving program is very effective.
What metrics are you using to make that assessment?
We've had Surf Lifesaving have had very good attendance and engagement at their events, and they put out very important messages to rock fishers.
And how has that led to a decrease in rock fishing deaths? Because that's the ultimate metric.
I'd have to take that on notice, but yes, agree, that's the ultimate metric.
Thank you. I might throw to the opposition.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll start with you, if I can, Mr. Orr. Just in relation to the restructure happening within the department, how was it first communicated to you that this was needed, and when?
From whom, Ms Mitchell?
Was it from the minister? When did the discussion start about the change management, I think was the term the minister used, within the department? When was that first communicated to you, and by whom?
Well, it came from within the department, Ms Mitchell. So it's up to the department to operate within its resources. There are a number of factors which led us to making the decision which we need to implement a change management plan. And I can run through what those factors actually are. But in terms of my responsibility, it's my responsibility to ensure that the department's operating within the fiscal resources which we have. And we believe that we need to make the changes which are currently out for comment and draft at this point in order for us to run in a fiscally responsible way.
Okay, so this was all instigated by you as the Secretary when you first took on the role, or what was the timing of that?
So I took on the role at the end of April last year. Since that time, obviously there was the formation of DPIRD on 1 July. When we did that, there was a number of structural changes, which we've talked about in this place previously. So a number of structural changes were implemented. Not long after that, we went into the budget cycle. And I think, through that process, it became apparent that there was some, ongoing financial tensions in certain parts of the department. And that's what sort of led to the discussion about the need for change management plans.
Okay, and did you take that to the Minister to say that this is something that you believe you needed to do?
It was discussed with the Minister, that's right.
Okay.
But it didn't come from the Minister.
No, but you had that discussion
Correct.
with her. Okay. Do you know when you first would have raised it with the Minister? I'm happy if you need to take that on notice, but...
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And then in terms of the process to determine which positions will go and what should be sort of recreated, what should stay, how are you determining that?
So it might be useful just to run through a little bit of history if I could, and that might be helpful in terms of answering that question. So if you look at the initial formation of the Department of Regional New South Wales back in 2020, the head count of the department back then, Ms Mitchell, was about 4,400. Between then and June 2023, it had increased by about 1,200 people to 5,600. And there were some good reasons in terms of why those increases occurred, and they predominantly related to some of the challenges which the government was dealing of the day, and they, COVID, bushfires, floods, and the like. Those, things have come and gone to a degree, but the head count hasn't dropped to sort of go back to some of those original numbers. So currently we're at 4,900. The budget sort of returned to, those sort of 2021, 22 type levels. So the number of people within the organisation in relation to the budget is certainly a challenge. Since then, we dropped away in terms of senior executives. Since June 23, senior executives have dropped by 21%. Casuals have dropped by 26%. Temporary employees nearly 30%. Contingent labour 29%. But ongoing employees have only dropped by about 2.4%. So our ongoing head count, while it had increased quite substantially in that earlier period, hadn't fallen away enough, and that's what was one of the primary drivers which led us to believe we need to implement the change plans, which were about ongoing employees, the 165, which you'd be familiar with. As well as that, within certain parts of the department, there were some fiscal challenges. The old DPI had historic challenges in terms of landing their budget, and they were embedded. So we had structural deficits built into budgets, which were quite challenging. The implication of that was that others had to cover the overruns, if you like. That could be done a number of years ago when money was a little bit of a different currency, but as things have tightened up, that's certainly not an option. And then perhaps the third factor is we've also had a number of reviews done. You'd be familiar with the R&D review, which Professor Mary O'Kane did, and that sort of led to questions about, what are you doing, department, where are you focusing your effort and your energy, and you need to make some changes. So R&D, the NRC also did a review in terms of biosecurity, and that was another factor. So we had, historical issues in terms of the structure of the department, in terms of its staff and the way in which the staff were structured. We had some issues in terms of the way in which there were embedded overspends in certain parts of the department, and then we had strategically, people saying we needed to go in a new direction in certain areas. So those were the factors, which led to us making decisions. We needed to reduce headcount, and then each one of the groups went through a process of working through what they needed to do in order to reduce headcount to the level which would ensure that we are in a more financially sustainable position.
Okay, so just in terms of the sort of headcount figures, I think you just said is it currently 4,900, is that
correct?
Full-time equivalent. And then, and I appreciate what you've said about the process still being underway in terms of that restructure, but what is the predicted full-time equivalent headcount once that's finalised?
So in terms of, if you just look at ongoing, and it's not full-time equivalent, I'm just using a headcount number, which is different to an FTE number.
Sure.
So if you look at just our ongoing headcount, currently at 3402, so that's the number of ongoing staff, that would reduce by 165 as proposed in the change management plans.
Okay. And then are you able to, and you might need to take this on notice, but you provide a breakdown of sort of exactly how many staff are employed in each role and where you would expect those to then be found from, those 165? Is that easier if I do that on notice for you, because it's quite specific?
It's detailed generally in the change management plans themselves, Ms Mitchell, so yeah, we should be able to do that.
All right, well, I might put that on notice just in terms of the specifics, because I'm interested in around sort of admin, research and development, who's in compliance, etc. But if we do that on notice...
By and large, I should just say, and as a general comment, we're very minded of not impacting on service delivery in terms of service delivery, and equally the department has close to 200 locations across New South Wales, and we didn't want any of those locations to close. So there were a couple of driving factors to assist with the decision making.
Okay, I'll just hand over to my
Mr. Orr, when was that decision made? You talked about a number of factors that led that decision about needing to reduce headcount. When was that decision made?
When we were in discussions generally, we were aware of the need to do something, but in terms of actually formally signing off on change management plans in a draft sense, that didn't occur until it would be in July.
Was there before? Obviously, the conversation started before July, though.
Yeah, conversations started before July, so there was certainly a number of conversations which occurred before July. But to be clear, the draft change management plans weren't signed off until July.
You mentioned when you were talking about the number of reviews that led to that decision. You mentioned the NRC review into biosecurity. Did anyone mention that less resources were needed for biosecurity?
No, I don't think. So the NRC review, I think, broadly talked about a couple of key themes. So one related to, we need to be better at taking a risk-based approach. The other related to the need in terms of compliance. And the other was we need to improve some of our governance arrangements, and you mentioned this morning about the Weeds Committee. So, and the government will shortly respond to those things. So that's, what the focus was. And, this is balance which we need to walk about, shifting and changing where we put resources versus where we've currently got resources. So, hence the need to do some of the changes which we're making in biosecurity to pivot to some of the new direction which is talked about within the NRC report.
Specifically, and I'm not sure who, this might come to you, Ms Connell, the southern multi-breed herd, the research going on into that?
Yes.
Can someone update me as to where that's up to?
So the Southern Multi-Breed Research Program was a joint program between the department and the Meat and Livestock Australia. They're the research and development corporation that's responsible for the livestock industry, obviously. And I understand UNE was also a partner in some of that work. So that was a 5-year funded program. So MLA was obviously providing a significant amount of funding to that program of research. So which came to an end. I'd have to take on notice the exact date it came to an end. I think it was June this year.
Was it always to end then?
Yeah, my understanding is that the parties had committed to a program of work, and we entered into discussions with MLA about, as you do, I think one of the things that the department's done exceptionally well over the years is stay in front of the key areas of research for our key industries, and Southern Multi-Breed certainly was a significant contributor to that. So as the program was coming to nearing its end date, we entered into discussions with MLA about what future research might look like, and the parties agreed to transition to a low methane beef program, and there's quite a bit of information on our website about that program, so that's going to be a critical focus for us going forward.
Was there a desire for any parties to continue the program as it was?
So one of the things we looked at was where we needed to take research around beef genetics going forward, what the critical issues were for industry. And obviously one of the things we need to bring to the table is what the critical issues are for New South Wales. So it's obviously a program that has national implications, but one of the key things that I think you'd be aware the government has subscribed to is net zero targets. So that was certainly a priority for the department going forward. And I'd just refer you to the O'Kane review, which the Secretary spoke about earlier. That looked quite closely at the areas of research that the department was undertaking. And one of the things that the O'Kane review, and I'm happy to get you the page reference, focused on was, or called out, was the fact that we really needed to swing into key risks and threats for the industry in New South Wales going forward, and I believe that's what the low methane beef program will do.
So that climate change section of the research of I think it's in your stream, is that right?
So climate's obviously a key focus across various areas in our portfolios of research. So it's a lens in biosecurity research. We've now have the benefit of a specific climate division, and there are staff in the agriculture division as well who are focused on research in relation to climate and climate risks.
So that climate division you mentioned, is that because of this change management plan, or was that in place before?
The climate and natural resource division was created earlier this year, so it's something we talked to staff about last year, the need to kind of have senior leadership at the table at driving that area of research going forward. So that division, I think from memory, came into existence on the 20th of January.
So are any people in that division delimited?
There is a draft change plan which proposes to impact some roles across the climate and natural resource parts of that division. But I will, as the Secretary said earlier, it's a draft change plan at this point, and it's really important that we take on board the feedback that we've received.
So this area that was identified in the O'Kane report as sort of the most critical part of the research moving forward is affected by this change management plan?
I think there's the proposal to delimit one role and create another role with a slightly different emphasis in climate research. And as you'd appreciate, like all areas of research in primary industries, you've got to evolve as the research evolves, as the issues that impact industry change, and it's really important that we get in front of that to ensure that we can do the best by primary producers in terms of, what are likely to be quite challenging conditions that we're going to confront in the future.
Ms Connell, has there been a change in the criteria we use to assess the benefits of partnerships and programs like the Southern Multi-Breed Herd?
Mr Barrett, I would actually refer you to the O'Kane review. It looked really quite closely at the importance of strategic partnerships going forward. So I think there were some really quite explicit findings around partnerships and the need for the senior executive in the department to engage with our major partners on a more regular basis, and there were some quite explicit recommendations in terms of us engaging at a strategic level, at least annually, if not more often, with our key partners, and also so recommendation 6 recommended the department should implement a framework for engagement with research partners based on various principles, and recommendation 10 also provided a bit of reinforcement for that. Obviously, those they're really quite significant recommendations, and they are providing guidance for the way we approach our research going forward.
So some of those changes led to the Southern Multi-Bird program not going forward? You couldn't make an agreement with MLA on that one?
So, as I said before, we had an engagement with MLA about the future of the research that we were undertaking around the herds, and the decision was reached to reflect New South Wales government priorities in particular to move in terms of the next phase. And you might be aware that genetic beef research has been something the department's been involved in, over the last 3, 4, 5 decades, and it's had to evolve over time. And the decision was made that that evolution should support low methane beef. It's one of the critical factors that our beef industries in New South Wales and Australia are confronting in terms of the national and the state government having signed up to targets that are quite ambitious.
So there's a bit of a mutual breakup.
Well, we're still partners. We're still meeting with Meat and Livestock Australia. We still have a number of projects with them across a number of areas, including in biosecurity.
What's the strength of the team currently at the Glen Innes station, and what is the future for that station under the delimiting program?
In terms of the staff numbers that we have at Glen Innes, we've got quite a few sites. I think we've got a couple of staff based up there, and in terms of the impacts of the change plans, as we've said before, they're draft change plans at this point. We're undertaking a consultation, and we've obviously had quite a lot of feedback, and it's really important that we take that feedback into account.
Would you be able to take on notice what...
Sorry,
Oh, you go, Mr. Orr.
Yeah, there's 23. There's one impacted role at Glen Innes.
Sorry, Mr.
There's
Orr.
23. I've got 23 at Glen Innes, and there's one impacted role.
What about Cowra, Mr. Orr?
Cowra. There's 31, and there's 6.
And finally Trangie?
25 and 7.
7 affected.
So, and I trust you understand the distinction between impacted and delimited. So, when you go through a change process, you've got a structure which may have 20 people in it, and you want to reduce that to, say, 15. 20 people are impacted, 5 roles are delimited. So, the numbers I'm just giving you here are people who are impacted in terms of they would need to go through a job process once the change management plans are finalised.
Okay. Do you want to go into?
Yeah. Just the issue about the primary producer grants flood approvals that I asked the Minister about this morning, or a few of us did. In the Premier's estimates hearing, Mr Draper was able to tell me that I think for that specific primary producer grants, there'd been 1,036 applications, and I think it was 239 approvals. I think the Minister said that's now up to 1,500 applications. Do you have that data, Mr Orr?
Yeah, so this is for the $75,000 grant?
Yeah.
So that's 1,510, and this is the data as of last night.
Yep.
1,510 applications have been received.
Mm-hmm.
58% of those have been determined, and
Mm-hmm.
determined means either approved, withdrawn or declined.
Mm-hmm.
So 58%. In terms of approved, I don't have a percentage, but it's 549 have been approved.
Yep.
And the initial, I think it's $5,000 has been paid to those people.
Okay.
290 have been withdrawn
Mhm.
and 32 have been declined. One of the reasons the withdrawn number is so high is that we had both a Category C and a Category D event.
Yep.
So the Category C event started at the beginning of June, and we had people applying for the Category C event. Then the Category D was declared about a
Mhm.
month later,
Mhm.
and we went through the process of switching those from a Category C into a Category D. So the
Okay.
withdrawns are really a reflection of the Category C applications being withdrawn.
Sure. And just of the 549 approved, sorry, Chair, have they received the 5,000, or how many of those have received the full 75,000?
Well, the 549 is they receive the 5,000.
Yeah.
And then the balance, assuming they've applied for the lot, would be payable on production of receipts.
Okay. Do you know how many have got the full 75,000 yet, though? Do you
No,
have
I
that
don't.
data?
I don't have that
Okay.
number,
Sorry.
Ms. Mitchell. I can take that on
Thank you.
notice if it's helpful. But you know, the total value of the applications which have been approved to date is 38,900,000.
Mhm.
And the total, if you want, what's been paid actually to people
Mhm.
is 2,745,000.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
That's right, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. And sorry, I might need Mr Day back up. Thank you. Sorry, so my question before I got cut off by the bell was what was the decision in regards to the legalisation of shock collars, why there was no public consultation? So I have seen the list of organisations that were consulted, but I just wanted to get a bit of a background understanding as to why no public consultation process was undertaken.
In terms of the actual consultation process, I think because it was basically being done on the national guideline that was being finalised through AWTG, so it was very much a targeted consultation basically on the technical aspects of that guideline. So hence the need to engage with those relevant stakeholders who were intimately involved with that guideline itself.
And so, sorry, just explain to me why the national guideline sort of prohibits a public consultation?
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
Can you just explain to me how a national guideline would impede a public consultation?
So there still would be consultation if it was going to be made into a regulation later on as well, but for the purposes of the guideline itself, it was around just trying to get some technical input from the relevant stakeholders around the operation of that guideline going forward.
But our understanding is the Minister said that she is introducing regulations to allow for shock collars.
That's correct.
Yes, so my question was, why was there no public consultation on any proposed regulations?
Well, I think Mr Day's answered the question. We took the nationally developed draft guidelines and undertook consultation on the specifics of those guidelines with a range of key stakeholders across various parts
I
of
understand the
spectrum.
process. I'm just trying to understand why there was no public consultation process within that. I understand that there's a national guideline. I understand that there was targeted consultation with particular groups. I was just trying to get an understanding of why there was a decision made to not have any public consultation on the proposed regulations.
So we take it on notice in terms of any government decision, but it's not unusual for us to do targeted consultation in terms of technical specificities of regulations and standards.
The lower house inquiry into the shock collars recommended the development of code of practice to specify animal welfare requirements. Is it still the intention to develop a code to go along with the regulations?
For virtual fencing?
Yeah, for the shock collars.
So the actual, it'll be actually the guideline there's an Australian Animal Welfare Guide to Virtual Fencing, which is being developed nationally through the Animal Welfare Task Group, and that would be the guideline that would be used to advise both farmers and also industry of the requirements of that.
So we now will only have a guideline rather than a code?
The guideline's quite concise and quite broad in terms of its aspects. It's outcome-based,
but there's no requirement to obviously comply with a guideline compared to, you can often have a code where there's a requirement to actually comply with the code, whereas a guideline is, as it's self-described, as a guideline.
The guideline can be used as evidence around compliance.
Yes, but I know, like I've obviously been involved in this space for a very long time, and I know how difficult it is once there's a court case to use a guideline as evidence of animal cruelty. So just to clarify, there won't be any code introduced with these regulations.
That's correct. It'll be a national guide.
Okay. I've got some questions about the Veterinary Practitioners Act review. At the previous estimates, I've asked questions about the review of the veterinary practitioners' regulatory framework, which the Minister committed to undertake following the vet shortage inquiry. Can I get some advice on where this work is up to, please?
Yes, so the government agreed to support in principle 33 or 30, I think 33 of the 34 recommendations. So it's obviously been a key focus for the department, and one of the things we've been looking at is doing the policy work around reforms to the Veterinary Practice Act, including consulting with the Veterinary Practitioners Board on how those, on options for amendments to the legislation. And the next step is for us to brief the Minister in terms of options and possible ways of improving the legislation in light of the recommendations of the inquiry. And I would also add the inquiry has also informed work at the national level, so agricultural ministers and senior officers are also oversighting a body of work at the national level which reflects some of the recommendations of the state inquiry.
One of the key issues is the current lack of protection for vet nurses and vet technicians who, as you know, are entirely unregulated at the moment. And there's obviously a great opportunity for those skilled professionals to obviously take on more work and actually assist with this shortage that we're dealing with. But they need to obviously be properly regulated and supported to be able to do that. Has the department been doing any work specifically in that space to help sort of fix some of that gap around the vet shortage?
So we've been doing quite a bit of work in relation to the vet shortage, so it has become a focus for our welcome. I think I'll get Tara to remind me the welcome experience. So we've incorporated some measures to support workers and attract workers into New South Wales, and that's obviously in response to the inquiry. And we are also doing some work with local land services in terms of them becoming an employer of choice for vets and undertaking education and awareness. And we're also working quite closely with some NGOs that operate in the space.
And that work has anything to do with the title protection for vet nurses and vet technicians?
And protection for vet nurses is part of, my understanding, is part of some of the work that we're doing in terms of regulatory options, but I'd have to take on notice the specific aspects of that work.
Sorry, Chair, I can answer that. So, Ms. Hurst, just on behalf of Ms. Connell, so that's been some of the work we are currently doing in that space. I think some of the inquiry realised before that the reg framework around those areas hadn't kept pace with modern arrangements, and so that is certainly one of the things we're looking at.
Great, thank you. Is it anticipated that the review into the veterinary practitioners regulatory framework will be completed in this term of government?
I think that's a matter for the Minister of the Government.
You haven't been given a time frame, essentially. You're just sort of working on it without a time frame from the Minister?
It's a priority. the direction has been this term of government, but in terms of which part of this term of government, it's obviously up to the government.
Thank you. I've previously asked the Minister and Dr Filmer about the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, who seem to be meeting very infrequently. Can I get some advice on how many times that committee has met since the last budget estimates in February 2025? Happy for that to be taken on notice if it's not
Ms.
easy.
Hurst, the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee have met twice on the 19th of March, where they were briefed on the Puppy Farming Amendment Act, the stage repeal of POCTA and ethical breeding of dogs and cats, and 18th of August, where also they were briefed on upcoming reviews of codes and standards.
Okay, great. And is that the main work that AWOC has been doing, or have they been working on other areas of animal welfare to advise the Minister?
To date, but they were also they were also one of the groups we consulted with in terms of the virtual fencing as well.
Okay, thank you. I also have some questions. I asked the Minister this morning about Cowra Meats and the ongoing investigation into alleged animal cruelty at that facility. Could I get an update on that investigation?
So that matter is still under investigation, and so we can't provide much detail around that. We were last at the plant in July for an audit, and there's also an increased audit frequency at that plant by our compliance officers as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Or I might go back to Ms. Black and maybe Dr. Saunders. Can I talk to you about the Mulloway Harvest strategy, please? Why did your department hide a more positive stock assessment from the working group that was advising on the harvest strategy?
Thanks, Mr. Benasiak, Chair. So I don't agree with the premise of that question.
Withhold then, is that a better term?
I don't agree that it was withheld. So the draft stock assessment was shared with the working group while it was being peer reviewed by FRDC, and then it was published on the FRDC website over 12 months ago.
But you were asking the harvest strategy working group to make decisions on the harvest strategy without seeing that document, isn't that correct?
So the science was still in draft form at that point. It was discussed with the working group, but that's the appropriate process that we follow, that our scientific assessments do go through that peer review process.
Okay, so why would you ask them to make a decision or finalise their views on the harvest strategy working group on the 18th and 19th of March 2024 when you were still going through a review, a proper check and balance on the harvest strategy? Would you want them to have the best information available to them before making that decision?
Absolutely, Chair. And on the on the November 2023 meeting, the stock assessment was presented. The draft stock assessment was presented to the harvest strategy working group, and some of the uncertainties were teased out a bit and worked through, but it was recognised that for them to be overcome, it was going to be requiring a much longer process than what we could do conceivably in a couple of months. So we do have an FRDC project that's underway to address some of those uncertainties, but the draft stock assessment at that stage had only just been peer reviewed internally, and the Harvest Strategy Working Group got an opportunity to have a look at it and comment on it in that working group meeting.
So you talked about the FRDC project. That's essentially the data refresh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking at a range of things, like obviously a key component would be bringing the stock assessment up into sort of a more modernised framework. At the moment, it's what's called a weight of evidence approach. We did introduce a more numerical stock assessment into this one. That's why it took a fair while for the peer review process to occur, but we've already improved that since we published it in 2024. So
why release a draft strategy for public comment when you haven't gone through and done that FRDC? You haven't finished that FRDC?
Because it's going to take 5 years.
Right. Can you tell us what
that stock assessment said about the Motherway stocks in terms of, estimated spawning biomass? Have you got that? And how it compared to the previous study in 21, 22?
So Motherway's been classified as depleted since 2004, 2005. The most recent stock assessment before the one that was just published still had it as depleted. The new stock assessment, there was sufficient information to suggest that while the biomass was still hovering around maybe just above that 20% of unfished levels, it was still down around that level, but the management that had been put in place and some of the signals in catch rate and size of the fish were positive enough for us to say that it's actually looking like it's recovering, which still means the biomass is at a depleted state.
So if it's recovering, why would the draft harvest strategy go for such a rigid framework rather than look at other options?
There was a range of options looked at with what's in the draft harvest strategy. The model was used to test whether that was going to effectively recover Motherway to the level that was desired under the harvest strategy, which is up to 30%. And this was the level that was determined by that model with some uncertainty around it to recover it within the appropriate time frame.
Are you able to table the options that were presented to the working group and any data around what came with those options?
It was under the TF committee, so it was it's on public record, but I can provide that.
Thank you. Let's see how we go with that. I might come back to that. What engagement, Ms. Black, have you had on the commercial fishing peat body, or you, Mr. Saunders?
So I attended a meeting with the Minister a few weeks ago with the Wild Caught Harvest Coalition.
Have you had any meetings with the commercial fishing peat body as it's been established?
I haven't. I've only been acting in this role for 3 weeks, but I have spoken on the phone to the chair.
Okay. What about you, Dr. Saunders? Have you had any engagement?
I've only met the CEO a couple of times. I haven't had any official sort of engagements, attended any of their meetings or anything like that.
So you haven't discussed anything in terms of their work or what policy or anything that
just in broad sense.
In broad sense, okay. Are any of you aware of how many members they actually have currently compared to when they first established?
I think we'd have to take that on notice.
If you take that on notice, how it compares to when they were first funded by the government, that would be great. Is your agency doing any assessment on how they're spending this money?
So I think the Minister's intention is to meet with the peak body representatives sometime soon. So she's obviously met with a group of stakeholders and not yet sort of discussed the claims that they've made with that group. So that's something that's still going on. We do have a funding deed in place with the peak body that requires them to provide us with different information to support its establishment. I would just say the...
Is there an acquittal? Is there some sort of acquittal process that they need to show what they're spending the money on?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so. I'll double check that, but I believe so.
Are you able to provide that to us so we can understand what they're spending the money on? Thank you. As part of that funding deed, are there specific deliverables or outcomes that are attached?
Yes. So some of the milestones include providing a project plan to us. So bearing in mind this is very new and the government is trying to support the peak body to establish itself. We also require an activity progress report or a series of those. And I think there's been some discussion this morning about the AGM, so that's not one of the milestones. But I would just say,
no, but it's a basic function of any association or entity that you have a AGM. If you can't hold an AGM, you don't exist as an association.
That's right, but it has taken some time for the board to be established. So the board was only elected at the end of March, and my understanding is the AGM will occur in October.
Well, there was from my understanding, there was actually
There was an interim board.
there was an interim board led to see members, and from what's been reported to me is that there's been an attempt by the CEO and some of the former members of the Professional Fishing Association to exclude some of those legacy members from the Wild Caught Coalition. So it seems like they're trying to create a rebadged version of the Professional Fishing Association. Is that what was represented to you and the Minister at the...
Yeah, there were a range of governance concerns raised, and that's what I understand the Minister would like to discuss with the peak body when she meets with them.
Okay, thank you. Leave that there. Mr. Orr, can I just go to you about the aerial culling questions we asked on notice, or my colleague asked on notice a little while ago. I'll pass them up to you to refresh your memory. Just so we can get a bit of a baseline, how do you make sure that the numbers are that are reported by aerial shooters are accurate?
I think it's a question for Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Nazek. I've obviously read those, but in terms of accuracy of aerial culling, when we do aerial shoot programs, the cull or the animal is confirmed killed by two sources, the pilot and the navigator.
And when they do a flyover, do they actually check to see that that animal is down?
They do. So they check. So they once the animal has been shot, they do a fly back over. Requires minimum 2 shots, and then more shots until confirmed kill.
Okay, so they actually cite the animal being down.
Yes.
And deceased.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Mr. Orr, does the RAA sit directly under you? Well,
yes. Well, sorry, not in a correct way. The RAA sits under Ms Myers, who's the Deputy Secretary or Chief Operating Officer for the department.
Okay, so when the Minister said last week we're putting additional resources in today, was that the first you'd heard of that?
When?
Last week when she made the announcement to double the resources into the RAA.
No, I discussed the matter with the Minister and we agreed we needed additional resources in. When that was, I'd need to take that on notice.
So the talk of doubling the number of staff, was that to get to 50?
No, so just in terms of clarity, doubling the number of staff refers to assessment staff. So this time last week there were 12 assessment staff, now there's 24.
So where did those additional 12 come from?
I'd need to take that on notice, Mr Barrett.
Sorry, there's 24 now. The Country Hour Friday, the Minister talked to 50 staff.
Yep.
So we are going to get to 50 staff?
There's a range of different roles within the RAA when they assess applications. So there are people in call centres, there's people who do the financial processing. The main area of tension or where there's issues about the numbers of people is in the area of assessments. So we doubled the number of people who are doing assessments from 12 to 24. The total number of people working on the program at the moment is 51.
Okay, and so those additional 12 then, are they external people or have they moved from across?
I'll come back to you, Mr Barrett.
Okay, if you come from it. So then, how long have you been working on this then, this increase?
Sorry.
When did you first discuss this with the Minister?
It was the week previous to last week.
Okay, so when she says things like she instructed the department to act and told the department to put more resources into, and that's what they're doing. My experience with the RAA would be that they were doing everything they possibly could with the resources that they had at hand. Do you think it's true to imply that this sort of stuff only happened because the Minister intervened, as she mentioned earlier?
The Minister was pretty clear in terms of, particularly with me and some of the other staff who are involved in assessing it, about we need to increase the efficiency by which we're actually processing applications. As you can imagine, Mr Barrett, there are a number of factors sort of going into the management and oversight of this particular program. The Minister touched on some of those previously. We had a Cat C and then we went to a Cat D. there was a significant administrative load just to move people from one to the other. We didn't want people having to go through an additional application process simply because it became a Cat D. There were additional information requirements, and then we had to, get staff trained and developed so they could actually run the program. So that took some time. The efficiency is now what we're looking at to ensure that the program and the assessment process is as efficient as possible, and certainly the Minister's been clear with me and others within the department about the need to put on additional resources to get information back to people in terms of where their application actually sits.
So if we're able to double the resources in essentially a week, coincidentally since this was put on the Premier's radar in budget estimates, how come it's taken 8 weeks to get to that point that we need to 3 months to get to that point that we need to increase the resources into dealing with these applications?
Yeah, well, the Cat D became available in early July, so that's when the Cat D, the Cat C was obviously in place about a month beforehand. I think it's a reasonable question in terms of how quickly we responded to the event. As I said, there was a number of factors which we had to deal with early on, which slowed the process down. And as with all of these things, Mr. Barrett, we have a look back through to ensure that we learn from the experience, and certainly those learnings will be applied when we deal with this next time around.
So you will have to, I presume you'll have to take this on notice given your answer to the earlier question, but how many of those staff that are on there are higher grade staff working on this?
I'd need to take that.
Do we have an idea of what this... I appreciate that the efforts that were put in over the weekend to catch up on this.
Yep.
Do we have any understanding of what this would have cost in overtime?
No, I couldn't. Again, I'll take that on notice, Mr. Barrett. There are funding arrangements between the state and the Commonwealth in terms of the way in which these events are funded. So that factors into it. The sort of staff which we can actually use in relation to those funding arrangements is also another factor. But in terms of the amount of money which was spent over the weekend with respect to overtime, I'd need to take that on notice.
Some of the language that we're hearing about applications being picked up, you're familiar with that term? I just wonder if you could explain more what that actually meant. When do we classify an application as being picked up?
Oh, I think it's just simply the assessor grabbing the application and starting the assessment process. I think.
Yeah, okay. Then what would be the time frame then from that to it actually being assessed?
So the approval, the time is 20 at the moment is now 24 days, 24.3 days. That's the time as of last night.
And earlier on I touched on that generic email that went out on Friday.
Yep.
And I saw your assistant minister with that. So every applicant has received a personally specific response to their application?
So this deals with the applications as of last Tuesday. So anyone who hadn't had an answer back in terms of where their application was, we reached out. The vast majority of that was through phone. Where we couldn't reach out through phone, it was either text or email. And then at the end of the week, particularly to cover those people who had applied in that 4-day period, we also sent out an email to everyone, again, who was still waiting for a decision.
And they would now have a better understanding of when they can expect to hear back on their application?
They should have.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I just want to go now, Mr. Orr, to some questions about the Dubbo Sports Hub project, and I do have some for Mr. Begg as well if you want to come up to the table when you get a second, but I'll start with the Secretary. Just that particular project, so obviously there were a number of documents that came back through and a call for papers, as you'd be aware. I just wondered if you could sort of talk me through, I guess, the process from your perspective, because we do have briefs that were created back in October last year recommending that you approve and sign a new funding agreement which altered the name, the location, the scope, etc. for the Sports Hub. Is that your recollection as well?
There's been a number of documents in relation to this, but Mr. Bolton's probably been closest to it. If you don't mind, I'll
that's fine.
Mr. Bolton.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Steve. The key briefing note that I was involved in was around November 2024, which was around consideration of the grant at the time. It provided advice on a variety of things, including the funding deed, which the Office of Sport was essentially responsible for, and we were a funding contributor to that. Mm-hmm. The brief, as I'm sure you're aware, included the timeline and expected project costs and some of the issues that were experienced in the
Okay.
project.
So just back to October briefs though, if I can, sorry Mr Bolton, but just to go back to Mr Orr for a minute. So there was a brief where the Office of Sport had confirmed through reassessment and probity actions that the project remained aligned with the guidelines, and it said that the Grants Management Office has reviewed the changes and recommended the changes be approved in the agreement signed by the Secretary as the financial delegate. Do you recall that brief, Mr Orr? That was October last year.
I know there was a brief. I don't think that brief ever came to me.
Okay. So you don't recall ever signing off on it? I'm happy if you need to take that on notice.
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And then in terms of the sort of discussions with the Minister's Office around that particular project, there were some documents that sort of indicated that sign-off should happen towards the end of October, but then the Minister's Office requested another brief to get more history of the project. Is that your understanding? Did they come to you wanting more information, or through you, Mr Bolton?
Might be better if Mr Bolton
Yeah.
answers that, if that's okay.
Sorry, Ms Mitchell, could you just repeat the question?
So just in relation to, I guess, requests from the Minister's Office, wanting to understand the background of the project and the history of it, my understanding is that there was a request from them that came at the end of October wanting more information about the project. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I can provide some clarity on sort of the prompt for the brief that went up that I referenced before.
Yep.
So a key driver for that was, the prompting for that brief was a request from the Office of Sport in around October 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're referring to? Which was for us as the department DPER to consider entering into a new proposal with PCYC.
Yeah, so what I have is that there was a request from the Minister's Office towards the end of October wanting a briefing by the following morning, a complete timeline of the project. So separate to the Office of Sport, but the Minister's Office coming to you and wanting more information on the history of the project. Do you recall that?
I can recall some of that, but once the project and consideration of it, essentially a few things happened at the time, which was the programs and this responsibility moving into my portfolio.
Yeah.
Which, like I said before, the key consideration that I was a part of was the brief that went up around the end of November.
Okay.
So I can take on notice some of the questions around that previous brief that you referenced.
That would be good, yeah. And then what's your recollection in terms of the brief that went up in November?
The brief, as just described, considered a lot of things, like the issues around the project and the lack of delivery and the timing that had occurred previously. It also had some recommendations around how to proceed moving forward.
Okay. And who came up with those recommendations? Was that through you or?
Yes, that's through me.
Okay. Was there ever a discussion with the Minister's Office about not funding that agreement prior to that brief? Not funding that project, sorry, prior to that brief?
I'll have to take that on notice. The key decision point is obviously the brief that goes up. There may have been discussions between the Minister and myself at the time, but it's my responsibility to provide a brief.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate that, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is there are documents that we have and have obtained through the call for papers that seem to indicate that it was possible for the project to continue, and then the decision was made not to, and I respect that that's the decision of the government of the day, but I'm just trying to understand, was there a direction given to you by the Minister or her staff not to go ahead with that project at some point?
Not that I can recall, but one item that's really critical in this is it's a different project. So the first project was for the site on the CSU.
Yep.
The consideration and the request from the Office of Sport was to consider a completely new project and a new funding deed essentially, which was for the Sports World site.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a fundamental piece of the briefing position that we put to the Minister.
Right, so because it was on a different site, your advice to the Minister was not to continue with the project?
That was part of the consideration from memory.
Okay, and then in terms of the funding for that had been allocated, because there was, my understanding, sort of more than $30 million that was there for that original project, where has that money gone to?
The money's been returned to the department.
Okay, so what will it be allocated to then?
To a certain degree, there has been a commitment to the Regional Development Trust, an additional $33 million put towards the trust.
Okay, so the minister this morning said that, you know, they're looking through options, or she's looking at options, but effectively, and again, I appreciate you have a role to play as a public servant, but the $30-odd million that was allocated for that Dubbo project is now effectively back in the generic trust and could be dispersed anywhere across the state, theoretically.
In theory, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Begg, and there was, again, through the documents, some urgency around returning that funding to, I guess, the sort of general funds for the Office of Sport to return their funding, and documents indicate that you had a conversation with the Minister about that. Do you recall that?
I've never had a conversation with the Minister about this.
Okay. So someone did put in an email that you did have a phone call with her, but are you saying that that's incorrect?
I'm not here to comment on the commentary of others. I'm happy to answer questions of fact.
Okay. All right. Look, and as I said, I appreciate it's sensitive. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, but the email that was received said that the minister yelled at you and was, you know, on the phone about that. But I'm just wondering, do you want to clarify that?
Refer to my previous comment.
Okay.
And Ms Mitchell, I've spoken to Mr Begg about that, and what he said is correct.
Okay. As I said, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what actually has gone on in relation to that particular project. I might just throw back over to my colleague for a bit, and we might come back to this, but thank you.
Absolutely. Submissions on the land codes. Is that you, Mr. Kelly?
Yep, it is.
Can you tell me how many submissions were received?
I can, if you hold on 2 secs. We have received 1,471 submissions.
And have you got them dated? Any chance you could tell me what was submitted after the 4th of July?
I will have to take that on notice. I don't have the information at hand.
Thank you very much. Is there any reason in your mind that these submissions should not be released?
Again, refer to the Minister's testimony this morning. We'd have to go through and see the sensitive nature, or if there is any sensitive nature, whether there's been permission granted for the person submitting it, that they want their details. So having said all that, if there are no reasons as to why they couldn't be, then we can consider that.
Through you, Mr. Orr, and possibly to Ms. Connell, I'm not sure, but has anyone got assurances about the impact of the proposed waste incinerator at Parks, and what impact that might have on agricultural production, in particular when it comes to LPA accreditations?
Yeah. Mr Barrett, maybe Mr Bolton might answer that question.
So obviously the energy from waste facility proposed in Parks is the point of the question. To a certain degree, our role is essentially providing a lease to the proponent. The development is not approved yet, so the proponent has to go through a series of approvals with DeFi and essentially the EPA and through that process they'll assess all the things that are quite a concern to the community. Human health is the key one. So all that work and information is to come through the application process.
I understand that. I just wonder from an ag perspective, has anyone sought advice on what impact it might have there, particularly when it comes to the LPA? So
has the proponent sought advice from us?
No, has the department at all sought advice on what impact it might have on agriculture, being the Department of Agriculture?
So I'll take that on notice in terms of any advice we've provided into the process.
Sure, thank you. The Biosecurity Commissioner, can I just say, let's use the reports that have been lodged from the previous Commissioner. Do either of these reviews include assessments of arrangements in relation to Varroamite, FMD, fire ants?
So the previous Independent Biosecurity Commissioner, Dr. Marion Healy, undertook a number of reviews. So the information on those reviews is available on the Commissioner's website. I will take on notice whether they dealt specifically with the matters you raise. I will specify that they were focused on invasive species, and one of the reviews focused around governance in relation to invasive species, and the other one looked at compliance in relation to invasive species management.
So I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom of the remit of the Biosecurity Commissioner more broadly when it comes to emergency incursions, and whether they have a role in that space.
So the Biosecurity Commissioner under the Biosecurity Act has a statutory role to provide advice on a broad range of matters in relation to biosecurity. But in terms of the work plan that the previous Commissioner focused on, the elements of that work plan you can find on the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner's website. And the key focus areas were compliance and governance in relation to invasive species management. And I think there was some work in relation to communications and working with Aboriginal people as well. So that was kind of the focus of the first period of time.
Mr. Kelly, possibly Good Neighbours program? Yep. When do we see the next round of that announced?
The next round for those, so there's a current round that is closed and has been assessed. That is going through the final stages of approval and expect it to be announced in the next few weeks.
And that'll take us up to how much of that program?
In total, I haven't got the exact number, but it's roughly around $6 million out of...
It'll be 6 of 10.
6 of 10.
Yeah, I've gone out the door. How are these projects, how do they come to LLS? Like, there's not an application process for this, is there?
There is an application process. It's not sort of open to the general public, obviously, because it's a project that's aimed about public land managers and their neighbours. So there are open rounds for public land managers to provide applications for the funding.
So the government applies for this government money to spend on their land?
Plus other public, they're public land managers, yes.
Feels very much like a press release to announce business as usual, doesn't it?
Well, it's not business as usual because the public land managers that have applied, they also work with the neighbouring landholders and other community groups as well. So because it is a Good Neighbours program, and primarily the program was set up around building that relationship between the public land manager and their neighbours, so that obviously a lot of the issues that were raised were around that interaction and where there was perceptions or otherwise that there was lack of coordinated pest control or more was needed to be done in that space. So it's a work that involves both public land managers and owners.
You could have got one in, Scott.
I could have got that in.
You did, Miss Innocent.
Mr. Chowdhury, can I please ask you, are we likely to see a similar result in terms of the financial position of the hardwood sector for this financial year? I know the annual report is due soon, but if you could give just an indication, because I'm sure the work's mostly completed.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Higginson. I think you mentioned before that the half-year results for hardwood was about 14.9 million. It's important for the committee to understand Forestry Corporation is more than just hardwood. We've got other divisions as well, and those other divisions are positively contributing to the result.
Going very well. Yes.
Hardwood has got a number of issues, and it will be in a negative position by the end of the financial year. We have to obviously wait for those results to be released. But there's a couple of reasons why it is the case, and one of the key things you might recall, last year we had a couple of changes to the environmental rules, and when that happened we had to stop work on the North Coast. Now that had a widespread impact on wood supply and of course on the financials of hardwood.
And can I just ask, just in the short remaining period, so we're looking at losses, continued losses. Is it likely to be of a similar quantum to the first part of the financial year?
The results are not out yet, Miss. I won't speculate on that because it has to pass the audit clearance.
All right, thank you. And then just the final thing, in terms of the imminent announcement of the Great Koala National Park, are your operations at the moment that are taking place in the GKMP assessment area, are they all coming to an end now?
we are continuing to operate in all areas of North Coast Forest.
So in those koala assessment areas and where that park is going to be determined, will you just stop on the day the announcement's made? Is that your plan?
I think that's yet to be seen when the decision actually comes out, Mr. Ginson.
I think it's really a matter for government in terms of how all that's going to work.
Someone has to say stop to the machines. I'm just curious about whether that's the CEO.
I will now
Thank
say
you.
stop.
I was going to say thank you. Stop.
We will now break for 15 minutes for afternoon, so we'll be back at 3:45.
Okay, welcome back. We'll start with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst, are you ready to go? Or?
Yeah,
Sure.
Thank you. I've got some questions in regards to mulesing. So I asked some questions on notice about what assessments have been made on potential export market losses if mulesing is not phased out, and the response I got was that the New South Wales Government continues to monitor the changes to traditional and technical barriers to trade in the primary industry sector over time. Can I ask you to elaborate what technical barriers have been identified specifically relating to mulesing?
Mr Day?
Sorry, I'm responding to my notes here. Sorry, so in terms of the question was, sorry, Ms Hurst, around technical barriers to stopping mulesing, is that correct?
Yes.
So I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the actual, in terms of that response that was given to you previously. So just to clarify, so I can find out what the background of that one.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of mulesing itself, currently our advice for a ministry is that we're up to about a 97% rate of mulesing in the land market at the moment.
So, sorry, 97%
Yes.
rate. What do you mean by that, sorry?
In terms of 97% are using pain relief at mulesing.
Right, pain relief.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And yeah, if you could take it on notice in regards to elaborate what technical barriers have been identified. I also, in my question on notice, I got the response back that ongoing research and work into breeding naturally resistant sheep by industry has resulted in a 190% increase in the last 8 years in the number of flocks that no longer require mulesing. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what the source of that information is, and if this is a New South Wales statistic or Australia-wide.
What I've got here is that Australian Wool Innovation have invested more than $48 million between 2001 and June 2024 on fly strike RD&E, including on breeding more fly strike resistant sheep, blowfly control, mapping the Lucilia caprina genome, which is the blowfly itself, use of pain relief, parasite control and husbandry.
Sorry, so my question was quite specific.
Yep.
It was about the question that I put on notice, and it said there'd been a 190% increase over the past 8 years in the number of flocks that no longer require mulesing. I'm just and happy for you to take it on notice if you don't have it in front of you, but my question was the source of that information specifically, and whether that statistics is New South Wales specific or Australia-wide.
I'll take that on notice, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Has DPIRD assessed the cost effectiveness and welfare benefits of transitioning from non-mule sheep at all?
I would have to take that on notice in terms of actual the cost benefit analysis. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, and if there has been a cost benefit analysis, are you also able to take on notice for me, please? Could you also provide details of that cost benefit analysis if there has been one done? And how is DPIRD ensuring all wool growers are taking steps to breed fly strike resistant sheep to ensure the industry is moving towards that phase out?
There's no requirement there's no actual mandation to breed fly resistant those sheep. However, what we are working upon is that there's not a growing uptake from industry in terms of using actual pain relief itself in terms of where mulesing has to occur, but there's no requirement to use.
So the emphasis for DPIRD is helping farmers move towards pain relief rather than moving away from the practice of mulesing.
Well, they're questions for industry themselves. What we can provide is the
Sorry,
advice.
my question was what is DPIRD doing to support farmers? And so I'm asking you, is DPIRD's emphasis on supporting farmers moving towards pain relief, or is DPIRD working to help farmers phase out and to actually breed fly strike resistant sheep instead?
In terms of the research, they would have to refer to Ms Connell around research programs themselves. Yes.
So I'm not aware that we've got any specific program supporting primary producers in that regard, but as Mr Day said, the national RDC is focused on that as a program of work.
Okay, is there a reason why DPIRD's not supporting farmers in this space?
Well, the national body is is funded through growers, but also funded through the Commonwealth. And obviously, it's a national issue. So, in terms of our limited resources, the national body is driving the work at the moment.
I mean, obviously, if there was legislation, our animal welfare laws are state-based. So I guess my question then would be, whether DPIRD has any kind of responsibility or oversight into the welfare of sheep in these industries?
Obviously, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animal legislative framework applies, and there's a significant work stream that takes place nationally in relation to animal welfare matters. But in this case, I think it's a positive thing that the industry is obviously investing quite significantly in changes and supporting those changes across the sector, and not just in New South Wales but nationally.
In regards to Coffs Coast Wildlife Sanctuary, I've sent some documentation to the Minister and the Department regarding some concerns that we continue to have, including evidence, again, that there appears to be closing the gate between the two dolphin pools and containing the dolphins to the smaller non-compliant pool for the purposes of performance or interactions with the public. Has the Department looked into those concerns from the further evidence that was sent through in June this year?
Our last inspection was at Coffs Coast, was on the 26th of March this year.
So has anything been done since my letter in June indicating that there was evidence that that the non-compliant pool was still being used as the primary pool at certain instances for the dolphins?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of actually a follow-up to that correspondence, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. And I've got some follow-up questions as well. Again, you may need to take this on notice. I just wanted to get the number of times the dolphins have been confined to the non-compliant pool in the last 12 months, including how long the dolphins were confined to the non-compliant pool on each occasion, the justification for the confinement on each occasion, and whether any veterinary advice was sought to support the confinement on each occasion. Could I ask you to take that one on notice, Mr. Day? Thank you. I also wanted to find out if there was any animal welfare assessment that's been undertaken or advice that was obtained in respect to the 2024 decision to grant them a special condition to allow them to even use a non-compliant pool.
I mean, that approval for the pools, my understanding was that that has been given since prior to the end of 2014.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not privy to the information that went into that informed that decision, but it would have been based on the technical information at the time. But I can take that on notice in terms of what was actually considered as part of that.
Thank you. And if there's been any advice since then as well, particularly given the experts in the space are raising major concerns. Yeah. If you're able to take that one on notice. Thank you. I also have some questions I just wanted to ask Ms Black as well. In regards to the 7.9 million that's been allocated to the hunting bill, it's been allocated to be spent over 2 years. Do you anticipate there'll be further budget allocations needed to support the operation of the bill into the future?
So the funding is to support, if the Parliament passes the bill, then the funding is to support its operation for 2 years. After that time, we evaluate how that's going, what funding's required, and the government would need to make a further decision about funding.
Thank you. What's the current annual cost that the department spends on supporting recreational hunting in New South Wales, including licences? Do you have a breakdown of how much that's costing?
We receive roughly $1.9 million a year in licensing fees, which goes into the trust
how much
fund.
does the government spend?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could take that one on notice, thank you. Is it anticipated that any of the 7.9 million will be spent on public safety measures in light of the increased risks associated with the bill, increasing hunting activities?
So the funding is partly to support additional compliance and enforcement effort. So the bill itself lists additional Crown land that will be available for hunting, and then a process for other parcels of public land to be considered. So part of the funding is, to support safety and compliance with existing Game and Feral Animal Control Act requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, I might just go back to you on those questions I was asking on the aerial shooting operations. Yep. If I take you to the answer provided, number 2, program 4, Northwest Willow Tree, the question being for each locality operation, what were the specific dates, times each day the helicopter shooting operations were conducted?
So which one was it, sorry?
So answer to number 2.
Yep.
Program number 4, Northwest Willow Tree.
Program number 4, yep.
Can you just confirm as to why there's no flight data for the 9th of October listed?
For the 9th of October?
Yes.
I'll have to take that on notice as to why.
Okay.
There's a number of reasons why we don't fly on certain days. Could be weather, could be a whole range of things.
Okay. Can you also take on notice then if there was no flight date or flight operations happening, how did they shoot 196 animals on a day that they didn't fly?
Yep, I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, because if you turn to the corresponding data regarding animals shot, it's listed as the 9th of October that they shot 196.
And that's
Thank you.
Yep.
Who was conducting the operations on at Willow Tree during that time period? Was it contractors or was it LLS staff?
Just hold on 2 secs, I will be able to find that. I actually don't have that level down to that detail. We can provide that.
Yeah, if you did provide that on notice, whether it was
sure.
Contractors and who those contractors were, if they were contractors. All right, so full disclosure, I was actually at the Willow Tree area on a private property on the 10th of October when operations were being conducted along with the land manager and some of my staff. We traversed an area that was then later shot, probably no less than 30 minutes after we were out of that area. The wind was going up into the tree line, so we walked in that direction and did a big loop. So if you know anything about animals, we just centred up that whole area, so there would have been no animals. We saw no signs of deer, pigs, foxes of any kind. And then no less than 30 minutes after I left, but my staff remained, the helicopter was witnessed shooting blindly into that tree line. Does that comply with FAST protocols?
Look, I'll have to take that on notice to get the details of that. I don't doubt your recollection, but obviously I don't have that detail at hand of the logs for the
I've
day.
got people that are prepared to sign affidavits to that effect, if need be. We were also told by the land manager that there was over, the week prior to our visit, there was over 300 shots fired on this one property. Have you, in your time, ever smelt a dead animal, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, quite a few.
You know what they smell like?
I do.
You know how far the smell will travel?
Yes, I do.
So you'd be surprised then that when that property manager walked the area that the 300 shots were fired into, not only could he not smell anything, there was only one carcass of one red deer hind that was known as a satellite deer in that whole area. Now, if you had fired 300 shots, you would expect to be a lot of dead animals on the ground, wouldn't you, Mr. Kelly? And the smell would be pretty pretty high?
Again, I'll take the notes, but yes, if there were a lot of dead animals on the ground, the smell would be quite high, yes.
But you would expect there to be a fair amount of carcasses on the ground if they fired 300 shots across the property.
Yes, you would expect so, yes.
So can you come up with any explanation as to why there wouldn't be a huge number of animals on the ground rotting?
As I've said, I'll take that on notice. We've got the data around the tracking details of that, so I can take that on notice and can provide that data.
Okay. Can you also take on notice when you're looking at the tracking data, on the day that we were there, that same chopper was seen in full view firing shots into an empty gully?
We'll take all of those on notice.
And while they were actually banking, as they were banking, they're firing the shots. Can you on notice take on notice as to whether that fits in with the FAST protocols, please? Thank you. I might leave that there for the... Well, actually, yeah, I'll leave that there for the moment. Thank you. Mr. Saunders, just going back to the Mulloway issue, the Harvest Strategy Working Group in December 2024 supported mandatory event level reporting for commercial Mulloway to improve assessments. When is that going to be implemented?
That's obviously something that needs to be worked through because, excuse me, mandatory reporting is obviously something that needs a fair bit of consultation and discussion.
Would you not consider this a bit of a foundational sort of step in terms of data verification and...
Absolutely, and that's why the Harvest Strategy Working Group suggested it.
So why are we pushing ahead on the harvest strategy when we haven't done that foundational step?
Like I said, it's just something that would take a bit. Any time you mandate something, it takes a while, and you can imagine it's not going to be immediate 100% uptake either.
No, sure. Can I just go to forestry, Ms. Black? Under Section 5B of the Forestry Act, it's only the Minister for Forestry and the Minister for Environment that can amend or change a IFOA. Why did DPIRD give the lead to EPA in the amendment to the work on the Western IFOA rather than do it themselves?
So my understanding is that the ministers are able to amend the IFOA itself,
yes,
but the protocols can be amended by the EPA.
Right. And those protocols can be amended without a ministerial direction to do so?
I'll have to take that on notice. My understanding is that in at least the protocol amendments that I've looked into recently, they were at the direction of the Minister for the Environment. So she gave a direction to the EPA to do that.
Okay.
We'll just confirm that.
Yeah, if you could, because a dipper that's come into my possession, I can, and a letter attached to it from your department, and give you the reference, RSN 000246, says there was no searches needed because the authorising document does not exist. So if there was no document that authorised EPA to take the lead in the IFOA, I'm wondering...
Was that a GIPA of our department?
Yes.
Yeah, so we wouldn't hold, if that is the case, if there was authorising documentation provided to the EPA, we wouldn't hold that, but we can certainly check that and that specific correspondence you've mentioned.
Okay.
And Mr. Benasiak, the responsibility for amending the protocol sits with the EPA.
Even though they're the compliance, not the policy agency. What's your understanding of their ability to amend it? I note that the Greater Glider amendments were characterised as minor, therefore they skipped any process of consultation with the industry. How is minor defined? I can't find a definition within any of the acts regarding what is considered a minor amendment to an IFOA versus what's considered a more significant one.
Yeah, I think it's probably a question for the EPA.
Is DPIRD comfortable in abdicating control of the IFOAs to EPA, given their statements on Friday in estimates where they were actually quite denigrating towards forestry and showed probably a bias against forestry?
Yeah, I understand, the issues surrounding forestry at the moment. There are significant issues. However, the legal framework...
But the regulator shouldn't show a bias one way or the other.
Yeah, again, there matters for the EPA, Mr. Panazio.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to come briefly back to the Dubbo Sports Hub, just in relation to, I guess, the timing of who had oversight from what point. Just so, Mr. Bolton, you said from November last year was when you were more involved in that project. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'll take that on notice for specific dates when
Okay.
I was made aware of it, but
Okay.
roughly around that time frame.
All right, because there's some briefs from October that did go to you as well, Mr. Orr, so I'm just trying to work out exactly who would have been responsible for it. But if you could take that on notice, that would be great. Obviously also the decision was made, I guess, partway through this term of government for that project not to proceed. Are you able to tell me how much since the 2023 election had been spent in that time on design, tendering and other costs? And again, if you need to take it on notice, that's...
On notice,
okay.
we can.
Sure. There was also an email that I'm told the PCYC received in August 2024 telling them to look for an alternative site for the Sports Hub, I think from your agency. Does anybody recall that email or that request that they look for a different site?
Do you have any more detail on the email?
That's what I have, that it was in August 24, looking that they should look for an alternative site.
No.
Could you take that on notice, perhaps, what contact was made with the PCYC in August 2024? That would be great. And then just in relation to the project overall, is there any reason why the PCYC now couldn't apply for that $30-odd million from the Regional Trust Fund? Will there be an opportunity for them to do that?
There's a couple of avenues that PCYC can take, and we have been engaging with PCYC on a few different programs, but there are options for them to be considered.
Is one under the Regional Trust Fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have some questions now for Ms White and also for Dr Tyndall, but I'm happy, sorry, I should have probably foreshadowed. Ms White, would you like to come up first? Thank you. It's only a few, so I might put Dr Tyndall on notice that he can play musical chairs with you as well. I just wanted to ask in terms of your role, so you're Executive Director of Regional Programs and Partnerships?
Yes, that's right.
And so which programs fall under your direction as an ED? What are you responsible for?
So at the moment, I've got responsibility for the Regional Development Trust, the Sustainable Communities Program, the Ports Funds, the Minister's Community Benefit Fund, as well as our contracting and grants management function.
Okay. Are you able to tell me, and again, feel free to take it on notice, the total dollar value of grants that have been rolled out through these programs since you began in this role?
I can take that on notice, and obviously, as you'd be aware with the grant programs, the dates that you're wanting to know would be helpful as well. I've got responsibility for the contracting and payments, but some of those grants were awarded some time ago that we're now seeing through to delivery.
Yeah, okay. So maybe just any, I guess, that have been awarded since you took on the ED role. Could you do that on notice?
Yeah, I've been in this ED role for a year, so since July last year.
Okay, if we do the last 12 months, that'll be a good starting off point. And then just in relation to, I guess, the staff within your team, and I appreciate the Secretary's spoken about some of the changes and the draft changes that are being worked on. How many roles do you currently have, and how many do you believe you'll have after the restructure?
Yeah, I can take it on notice to get you the specifics at a specific date for the number of roles. As I think the Secretary's outlined, the draft change management plan is just a draft, so we're seeking consultation to land on the final numbers. We have proposed a number of role reductions in my space, of 30 roles being reduced in my space.
Okay.
That's 30 ongoing roles.
Sure. And then how many ongoing roles do you have at the moment?
It'd be about 130. I've just recently taken responsibility of that contracting and payments function.
Yep.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. One area I just wanted to ask about the recovery and resilience officers. Is that that's within your
Yeah,
review as well?
I've got a team called the Recovery and Resilience Programs team.
Okay. And are there, will that continue, I guess, after the changes? There seem to be some documents that indicate there's a number of roles there that are slated or being consulted on no longer existing. What will that look, what's the plan with that?
That's correct. I think as the Secretary outlined this morning, there's been a number of reviews into a number of different functional areas. One of those reviews that you'd be familiar with was the review into the disaster recovery funding arrangements, which advocated for a centralisation of those recovery functions within the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. So we are proposing to shift the responsibility for the grant programs that fall under disaster recovery into the Reconstruction Authority.
Okay, and will some of those personnel go with those roles, or is that a matter for the authority? Like, I guess I'm just trying to work out, are people currently working for you going to then move to the Reconstruction Authority, or is that up to sort of the changes within government, I suppose?
Yeah, we're just focused on the consultation on the draft and then considering the feedback before making final decisions.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you.
Can I just
Sorry, no, that's
So, Ms.
not all
White,
we have for you.
While you're there, the Sustainable Communities Program, that's the water buybacks money?
It is, yes.
You picked up one at $16 million, I think, went to the department for the administration of that?
Yes, that's correct.
Did any positions get created out of that funding?
We have funded positions from that money.
Directly attached to that program, or are they used in other areas as well?
We've got positions that are directly funded exclusively on that program.
When does money start rolling out for that program?
The Minister made some announcements about that sort of last week, about the first tranche of successful projects.
Right. Thank you.
Dr. Tindall, I just have a couple for you as well. Okay, thank you, Ms. White. Thank you. Sorry, and of a similar vein, just in terms of how many FTE roles are currently in your, I guess, area of the agency, strategy, media and ministerial services is my
Yeah, I can take the exact figure on notice, Ms Mitchell, but the headcount's about 70 odd, so
Okay.
about 73.
And do you have a rough breakdown, and again, if it's on notice, that's fine, of how many within those 70 roles are media, comms, what the breakdown is?
Yeah, I can take that on notice, Ms Mitchell, happy to do that.
Okay. Is there a plan with the draft change management plan to reduce any of the departmental media advisor roles at this point?
Not at this point, Ms Mitchell, no.
Okay. So how many media advisors do you have currently? Do you know?
Oh, I can take that on notice,
Okay.
Ms Mitchell.
Okay. So in terms of the positions that may be, or that are up for discussion in terms of being reduced, so they're communications roles versus media roles, is that what the current situation is?
There's a range of roles impacted by that. Probably just emphasise at this point, understand that the impact this is having on our staff as well, but
Yeah.
A range of roles within my group. So we have a ministerial services function, so it impacts on that component of my group, but also our comms function, and we have sort of digital and design roles within that as well.
Okay, so it's a combination of those positions.
That's right.
Yeah. And as I said, I appreciate that it's a tough time for people and that it's all still being looked at. So I'm not trying to make that more difficult. And just a last one to you, if I can, Dr. Tindall, is just in terms of where most of your staff are located. Are they statewide? Or do you have?
They're statewide, but in my instance, the majority of the positions that are impacted, and probably make the distinction between impacted and net loss, would be in the Sydney area.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, no. I'll move on to something else, but the musical chairs can continue. My next lot of questions are directed towards you, Mr. Chowdhury. I'm just looking to the Forestry Corp. These are quite specific, but if you need to take any on notice, that's fine. Just in relation to the existing softwood plantation estate, how much of that is currently producing timber that will meet Australia's MGP 10 plus standard, and how does that compare to projected demand for housing over the next decade or so?
Yeah, probably best to take that on notice.
Okay.
I mean, we do produce roughly about 3 million tonnes of timber, and most of our softwood timber goes into housing frame. And generally, I think we produce timber that would build about 40,000 homes a year.
Okay.
But I can take specifics of that on notice, Ms Mitchell.
That would be great. Do you know how much or what proportion of the estate is at or near maturity?
Well, in the Black Summer fires, we lost about a quarter of our softwood estate. That was significant. That's about $100 million of revenue per annum that has been impacted. And so a lot of our forest is in that early stages. We've replanted about 50 million trees over the past 5 years. And so particularly in the Snowy Valley area, we've got young age plantations. But specifically, if you want me to give you a profile of age classes, we can do that.
Yeah, on notice is fine,
Yeah,
if you're able to do
absolutely.
that. That'd be great. And then in terms of research and development, can you just outline, I guess, for the committee, what sort of investment you're making in seedling quality and some of the seed stock research and any work in that space?
Yeah, sure. So we have some work we do with the tree. We've got a tree breeding or tree improvement program within the organisation as well, and we do. We're also part of the Radiata Pine Breeding Organisation in New Zealand. So we do some research with them, and we've got research and development that we do with the department as well. Again, if you want some specifics on that, I can probably get you that.
Yeah, that would be good. And did you say there's a specific program to do with the genetics for pine? Is that what you just said?
For genetics,
New Zealand, or?
Yeah. So yeah. We procure most of our seeds from New Zealand, given the biosecurity and all that sort of reason. Sure. And a lot of genetics goes into it. I'm not the expert in that area, but I can get some information for you on that.
On notice.
Yeah,
that would be great. And then how many qualified foresters does Forestry Corporation currently employ to manage the softwood estate?
Again, I can take that on notice, but we have a lot of foresters, qualified foresters in our business, in various levels. So on the frontline staff, as well as supervisors and forest technicians in the organisation. So again, I can take that on notice to get you an exact number if you want.
That would be great. Yeah, and even if you've got sort of those numbers, maybe over the last sort of 3 years, to see whether they're increasing or declining, that would be good. If you and again, happy for you to take it on notice. What work is done to support contractors having access to a skilled workforce as well? How do you manage that?
Contractors having access to
the skilled workforce that they need as well. Do you have any role to play in that, or not really?
We do partner with the peak body, Australian Forest Products Association, a bit on that sort of thing. Forestry particularly used to be a degree offered as an undergraduate study. We haven't had that for some years, but we've partnered with AFBA and some other organisations like Forestry Australia. There's some grad certificates we are offering our staff. We've actually put a whole range of that through our forestry staff and contractors, not quite contractors, but the AFBA is looking at all of that, and they have access to that sort of qualification as well.
Okay. And then I just have a few more, sorry.
Sure.
Getting towards the end, then I'll hand back over to my colleague. How much profit from Forestry Corporation's softwood operations is reinvested back into expanding or improving the estate?
So it's a sustainable business, which means that we harvest and replant roughly the same number every year. As I mentioned earlier, we're playing a bit of a catch-up because of the Black Summer fires. So we haven't got to our fully stocked, what we call fully stocked estate. We've been replanting at an accelerated rate, and hopefully by the end of this decade we would have done that. So a lot of yes, we do invest. We put a lot of money back into the business on replanting, on roading work. It's been a bit difficult with floods and fires, so we're playing a bit of catch up there. Plus, we've obviously we've got a dividend policy where we, as a state-owned corporation, we pay dividends to the state as well.
Okay, and then just lastly, an issue that's been raised with me quite a bit, mainly by sort of neighbouring landholders, to be honest, is the issues related to wind turbines within existing plantation estates. Some of the concern goes around the fact that this requires clearing mature trees that would otherwise be able to contribute to sort of timber supply. What kind of a cost analysis has been done on, I guess, the opportunity cost of removing plantation land for these wind turbines?
So, Ms. Mitchell, when the opportunity was first considered, government at that time had a requirement to change. We had to change our Forestry Act, and one of the requirements was to replace the land, any land that we would lose, on a 2-for-1 basis, which means every hectare of land that would be occupied by wind farm or roads would be replaced on a 2-for-1 basis. And so that ensures that our softwood plantation would expand over time, and that any wood supply impact would be mitigated as such.
Okay. And then in terms of, I guess, some of these projects that are being discussed to be, wind turbines effectively erected in these estates, a lot of concern from local neighbours around fire risk and what happens in the event of something like that occurring. What work is being done, I guess, by Forestry Corporation in relation to those risks, and how can you allay the concerns of landholders about that?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I'd say that we haven't made any decisions, any approvals rather, about the wind farm, because it has to go through a proper planning approvals process. So there's some proponents that are interested in it, and they're undertaking all the work to do their feasibility work, and then they'll go through a planning process and planning approvals. With respect to fire, again, the proponents will take on that, do their own studies and understand how to mitigate the risk. But we are also working with the RFS. We've had a number of conversations with them to understand how that will play out in the landscape. And we're doing some additional studies on that as well at the moment, Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Szabo, do you want to talk to me about cattle tick, and if so, come forward, and as you're on your way up, Mr. Kelly, could you just give me an update of what programs are underway to address the spread of cane toads and what dollars might be attached to that?
Yep. Could you just bear with me for a sec? Cane toads. Okay, so in terms of, I guess, LLS's responsibility in relation to cane toads, so we obviously work with our colleagues at Ag and Bio. There's a cane toad biosecurity zone in place, that the boundaries of those are moving. So we've been working with some land care groups, national parks, as well as Ag and Bio, to do, our role is more sort of supporting landholders to do monitoring, to try and establish the spread of where cane toads are moving to, so we can get a better handle on where the actual control zone should be. That's sort of a new piece of work because we know they're spreading further sort of north and sort of south and in the space. So we're in a process of looking at monitoring to identify the new zone. We have provided funding this year to some land care groups to help do the monitoring and where we can do some control activities.
And is that funded out of LLS budget, or is that coming out of the special pest management rate?
Yeah, it comes out of the special pest purpose rate, which is part of LLS's budget. That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Szabo, cattle tick, would we say that the prevalence of cattle tick in New South Wales at the moment is increasing or decreasing on general trends?
On general trends, if you looked at over the past financial years in terms of where we're getting some new infested properties coming across, there's a slight increase. With that, you can also get the cattle fever becoming present as well. And again, there's been a slight increase in that. Now, part of that, of course, is due to the climatic conditions that we have at present, particularly over the last 2 financial years, which really favour cattle tick reproduction.
And is that an increase of prevalence as well as the footprint?
The footprint, not necessarily so much, but more the prevalence.
Okay. What's the feedback, the producer feedback, been on the sort of shift towards the owner treatment scheme?
Mixed. There are we deal with some of the producers quite directly. We have got in place a cattle tick consultative committee. That committee has been broadly supportive of that, although we do need to improve our communications of that particular program out to landholders. I mean, at present, we have about 312 infested properties in New South Wales. 217 of those are under the department-led treatment program and 95 are owner-led.
Is there any advocacy at the moment, either within or external of the department, towards moving towards zones like we see in Queensland?
As you heard the Minister give testimony this morning, the Catalytic program has been referred to the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner for advice. So we would await and see what advice comes from the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner, but from the department itself, no.
Are there KPIs around how quickly department needs to respond to Catalytic declarations?
We don't have those KPIs, but I am aware that at New South Wales Farmers Conference that was something that was raised with us.
You look at places like Benalbo, and this is probably open for the table as well. Benalbo, as a result of Catalytic, in the last little while have had to cancel their show, the camp draft, and more recently their dog trials and cutting event. Is there any compensation for communities or organisations that are negatively affected from biosecurity issues such as Catalytic?
So there's no compensation available in relation to Catalytic, but I will say the Benalbo show made that decision as a precaution. I understand that our staff were prepared to work with them in terms of the event going ahead, but it's obviously an issue we take seriously, and there's been an increased effort in the compliance space. So over the weekend we worked with police and Transport Department in relation to another Operation Victor and stopped 30 vehicles for review, and a number of those vehicles were found to be in breach of the Biosecurity Act. So I guess one of the key things that we're working with local land services as well is making sure people are aware of their biosecurity duty, and especially people that are coming in from Queensland and the requirements that they have for treatment as well. So it's certainly a focus for us, and something we're taking quite seriously.
Thank you.
Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Who can I direct questions to in relation to the draft Network Marine Management Plan?
That's me.
Ms. Black, where is it?
My understanding is that it will be released soon.
Okay, because I was told by one of the Minister's officers, I think it was late last year, that it would be released very soon. Then, in fact, I received correspondence from the Minister, Minister Moriarty, in December last year, stating that the network plan had been released, and that was actually sent in error. So is there any reason why it's been so delayed, considering that plan's 2021 to 2031, right? It's 2025.
Yeah, I think that's a question you'd have to put to the ministers.
Right, so last time you saw it in terms of the department, it's been sitting with the ministers for a long time, or has the department started to make changes since December last year again?
As I said, I think my expectation is that it will be released soon.
Okay. Is there an intention to merge fisheries officers, to get rid of marine parks officers to become fisheries officers, basically to merge those roles so that marine park officer roles are general duty fisheries roles? Dr. Saunders, do you know anything about that?
Effectively, that's sort of happening at the moment anyway. So those officers still are in places that reflect locations where specific marine parks are. So positions haven't been changed around to do that. But you can appreciate that we're managing the full marine estate. So just because they're located in one area would necessitate that they'd be able to do multiple functions.
So essentially what's happening is marine parks officers' roles are becoming vacant and not filled. Would that be a correct summary?
No, I didn't say that. Actually, the opposite. I believe none of those positions have been changed when they become vacant.
Okay, so I understand that. So let's use an example, Port Stephens, Great Lakes Marine Park. Do you know how many marine parks officers are employed within that park?
I believe the regional fisheries officer position, which we're just looking to fill at the moment, is one of those. I'd have to take on notice about the other officers that are specifically orientated around marine parks, but we do have other officers that are there that would assist in doing marine park compliance work.
So are you filling the position of senior marine park officer or not?
Yes, we are.
With that title?
I think the title is the regional fisheries officer. I'd have to take that on notice.
Is there a difference? Is there a reason why the department seems to be changing the title, which I assume is more than just changing the title, from marine parks to fisheries in terms of what those officers need to do? I mean, for a start, that means they're looking at the entire marine state, doesn't it? And there's not people specific to policing and ensuring that fishers and water users are being compliant with those marine park boundaries, particularly sanctuary zones and other things. Isn't that what that means?
Not necessarily, because we'd have officers that aren't titled marine parks officers that would be assisting with those operations as well. So it's more about looking at the operation in its totality and where we can get the best operational benefit.
And so are you cutting fisheries roles, fisheries compliance roles?
No, we're not.
You're just changing the title and where those fisheries officers are required to kind of enforce?
Where that aligns with operational needs, absolutely.
What do you mean by operational needs?
So if it's identified by discussions with compliance officers about whether a position needs to remain in one area or not and would be better off in a higher priority area, that's always looked at whenever vacancies come up.
Okay, and how is that undertaken? For example, I've been told that Port Stephens traditionally has high levels of illegal fishing activity, especially in the commercial fishing sector, with some commercial operators working within the marine park. The major offending sectors are the estuary general mesh net and mud crab trapping fishery, as well as the ocean trap and line sector. And there is because of the continued failure to fill that Port Stephens Great Lakes Marine Park Senior Marine Park Officer role that's dedicated to look at that some of that activity is increasingly being ignored.
I would have to take on notice what the illegal fishing estimates are amongst different regions and whether the Port Stephens Marine Park is higher than any other region.
So can I check, a New South Wales Fisheries Office empowered to deal with, for example, illegal activity associated with protected fauna such as turtles, certain sea turtles, or not?
Sea turtles aren't under the Fisheries Act. They're under the Biodiversity Act, which is administered by the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water. So there would definitely be detailed information taken, but I would have to check whether they would report it to their colleagues in Parks and Wildlife. But we don't have the powers to.
So officers from the DQ are boarding the commercial fishing boats to see whether turtles, for example, might be caught in fishing operations. Is that what you're saying?
No, the turtles are under the Biodiversity Act, so those officers are the ones that have the powers for being able to prosecute. Obviously, our compliance officers work in partnership with them, so if they were to board a vessel and someone had turtles, for instance, they would be reporting that on. We're taking detailed information.
Has that ever happened?
not, to my understanding, it hasn't.
It doesn't sound like it's possible, really.
No, no.
Because of the
no,
legislation.
Actually, what I don't know has happened is whether there's actually been turtles on board and kept by a commercial fisher. I don't believe that's happened.
So New South Wales Fisheries are usually the only agency out on the water monitoring the activities of commercial and recreational fishers and marine park users, but you're not empowered to do anything in relation to those protected species. Because it's not New South Wales Fisheries remit.
I would say that the officers would take very detailed information and report it to the DICU officers, but as far as I understand, it hasn't happened before.
Well, if that's the case, in fact, I don't think there's been any reports of bycatch of protected fauna, such as sea turtles, but and I've got here the estuary general meshing fishery, the estuary general mud crab or fish trap fisheries, or the estuary prawn trawl, or the offshore trawl fisheries in the last 5 years. Does that seem feasible?
Yeah, it's something that we've got observer programs looking at to see what that underreporting level is, because you're right, there would be some interaction. My understanding is from previous observer surveys it's pretty low, like very low. So we've got programs in all of those fisheries to have a look to see what that looks like, and obviously off the back of that is a program of education about ensuring that fishers start reporting and continue to report interactions with threatened species.
So for example, okay, so that's interesting. So has New South Wales Fisheries released any media stories, done any social media posts, for example, in the last few years that you can think of regarding detections of illegal activity in the commercial fishing sector?
In terms of interactions, we've posted reports in the offshore trawl fishery. We were unable to in some fisheries because of confidentiality, too few operators. We've got programs going on in place, and my expectation is the results of that will be put on our website.
Do you have a policy about not publicly advertising offending in the commercial fishing sector?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you. As far as a few, Mr. Chowdhury, just going to the questions from the opposition regarding the wind farms in state forests. If there's need for road upgrades to obviously get this infrastructure into forests, and undoubtedly there will be, having been in a lot of those forests, and I know the road condition, who is responsible for paying for those road upgrades? Has that been worked out?
In any particular area you're talking about, Mr.
Just
Vanessa?
in general, is there an agreement that the proponent will pay for the road upgrades, or is it left to forestry to pay
for the wind
road?
farm, sorry, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, so obviously that all needs to be worked out once planning approval is granted. But generally the cost of if there's any road upgrade or all of any road upgrade or road repair would be the cost for the proponents.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Black, just coming back to the I4A question, I just wanted to clarify. When I initially asked you the question, I wasn't talking about protocols in the coastal I4A, I was talking about EPA taking the lead in the review of the Western IFOA. I believe Jackie Miles from EPA has taken the process lead in reviewing that for the last 5 years, and all that's seemingly been achieved is to rewrite the terms. Nothing seems to be processing, so I'm wondering who gave the process lead to essentially review the whole Western IFOA. So not a protocol change, the whole review.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is the case. I'd have to double check that and come back to you, but my understanding would be that our department would work with the EPA on that review, given it's the two ministers that would sign off on the IFOA.
Okay, can you come back and explain to us why it's taken 5 years to review the Western IFOA then, if you are working with EPA? And who actually is the lead agency in this?
I don't think Mr. Benazir is actually aware of a review process happening at the moment.
There isn't a review process?
Not a formal one that we're aware of.
Okay, can you just come back on notice as to what is actually happening with the Western IFOA? It's my understanding that Ms Miles from EPA has been doing some sort of review of it. Why was EPA the instructing agency on the 2018 Forestry Legislation Amendment Act rather than DPIRD? As part of a dipper, I asked, there was no records found within your department around that piece of legislation had to do with private native forestry. I'm just wondering why EPA would take the lead in drafting legislation for a forestry bill.
We might have to take that on
I'm
notice.
happy for you to take that
I
on.
suspect, I mean, not that too many of us were around back then,
No.
Mr. Benaziac, but there was a shift of PNF away from, being administered, through the EPA into local land services. So it came into, I think it's Part 5B.
Part 5B,
Yep, of the Local Land Services Act. So
if you can take on notice whether that was just part of that trend,
yeah,
it might
I'd
have been
imagine
before
it
the
would
transition.
be because the ledge changed around about that time, but we can take it on notice.
Yep, sure. Mr. Saunders, try to start to you around grey nurse sharks. Are you aware of any updated data on grey nurse shark numbers in terms of their population and their status?
Yep. I've been privy to draft reports. So the National Environment Science Program, which we contribute a lot of the genetic samples for grey nurse sharks, black cod, a few other species.
Yeah.
That's about to release a report on Threatened Species Day. And I believe Mr. Sloan and others have reported that the data showing that the rate of recovery is approximately 5% per year, which is sort of around
5%. Sorry,
per year.
Per year,
which is about the maximum percentage increase of a species with that biology.
Okay, so that's positive news.
I would say so. Yes.
Yes. Will that data be factored into any decisions around the draft marine state and management plan, given that grey nurse sharks will put up as a reason, or their decline was put up as a reason for marine parks? Now that they're recovering, will that be factored into, I guess, rules around sanctuary zones and available activities going forward?
There's a fair bit of water that needs to go under the bridge, but I would have thought that with a lot of other data would be put under consideration when those discussions are had.
So you're saying it would be or it wouldn't be?
Absolutely, it would be, with a lot of other information.
Yep, thank you. Ms. Black, can you give us an update on what's happening with the abalone industry and their call for a buyout? The last time I spoke to the Minister, it was still sort of unresolved.
Yeah, so the Minister wrote to the Abalone Association last week to advise that we will be starting a review of the abalone fishery, so including consideration of a rezoning and share reallocation process. Thor and I met with the chair last week. I think that news has been pretty well received by the board of the Abalone Association. The Minister's also written to NTS Corp, who are the legal representative of the South Coast people, to also advise NTS Corp of the review, given they're a stakeholder in this space. So our intention is to kick off the review through an industry advisory committee in October. But the department has started doing quite a bit of work and thinking about how the review should kind of proceed.
Do you have a terms of reference for that review at all?
Not yet, but that's something that will go to the first meeting of the industry advisory group.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of thoughts. What's the current status of the solitary ranger? I think last time I asked Mr. Sloan, it was up on blocks. Have we... Off the blocks? It's off the blocks?
Yes, berthed at Coffs Marina, and there are plans for, I think in the next couple of weeks, the boat will be heading north to do some joint compliance and research activities. And we've got some other activities booked in for the remainder of this year and working through plans around those as well.
Okay. And will that be its first operation back, or how long has it been operational?
It just passed its 5-year survey in July.
Yeah, but there was a period, I think there was a significant period last year where it was not being utilised. So and there was work needing to be done on it.
Yeah.
How long
I
has it
think
been?
Thor can give you some details.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the Solitary Ranger conducted 2 separate voyages. One was to look at some benthic habitat sampling in conjunction with some compliance operations in the north coast, off the north coast of New South Wales. And plus they've got a multi-agency function with Parks Australia where they look at Pimpernel rocks and cod grounds, which are grey nose shark aggregations, and they did all that work sort of around June, July this year.
Yeah, okay. Where are we at with the dispute with the fisheries officers? Has that been resolved?
Not resolved yet. We're back with the Industrial Relations Commission later this week. So both parties still working to try and resolve those negotiations.
Okay, thank you. Has any further consideration been given by the department in terms of compliance officers' calls for greater, ability in terms of PPE, etc.?
So you might be aware an independent review has been undertaken into fisheries officers' powers. So that work has been completed and shortly will be shared with our staff.
Okay. And has it been shared with the Minister yet at all?
Yes.
Okay, will that review be public after it's shared with staff, or how will everyone else who's been following this story along find out about it?
I'll have to just double check, but I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be made public.
Sure, thank you. Perhaps just on notice regarding the Recreational Fishing Trust, are you able to come back with the breakdown between saltwater and freshwater expenditure in the last financial year? What's been spent on what, and also how much has been spent on staffing within DPI versus actual physical improvements in terms of fishing resources? Thank you. Opposition?
Thanks, Chair.
That sounds wonderful.
Sure.
Can we also have how much has come into the fishing trust over those same periods?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, all good. I only have one, and it's about the Opal Museum project out at Lightning Ridge. So maybe through you, Mr. Bolton, is that right? Yep. We've just had some concerns, and I think I know that the member for Dubbo has written to the Minister about it, about some subcontractors not being paid, particularly concrete suppliers. And I understand it's not a government project, but there's a significant amount of state government funding that's gone to it. What sort of checks and balances do you put in place with that funding to ensure that suppliers and subcontractors are paid?
With that specific project, and any other contract, we have contract managers regularly engaging with the proponent around their delivery, and milestone payments and so on are granted once the milestones met. And so through that sort of audit process, we check for things like that. Okay. For that specific project, I'll take on notice what checks we'll put in place.
And if you could just advise, so it was concrete industry suppliers in Tamworth, and my understanding is they were left about $200,000 out of pocket for money for materials that they had supplied, I think back last year. And as I said, I appreciate when there's various subcontractors involved, it can get a little bit challenging, but it would just be good to know where that's up to. And then in terms of the project overall, work has paused on it and it's about 80% complete. Has there been more government money that was invested in that project in this year's budget? Do you know?
There was a commitment for an additional $1 million in this year's budget.
Okay, and what was the process for those proponents to apply for that additional funding?
I'll have to take that one on notice. Our role was more around the administration of the funding agreement. So we essentially, once the government decision was made to increase it by $1 million, we've implemented that.
Okay, so it was effectively a decision of the government, the
Correct.
minister, to provide that time?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know whether there were any, or again, happy if you need to take it on notice, but any sort of requirements that additional funding would then lead to the completion of that construction so that the project would be finished?
I'll have to take on notice the consideration for that.
Okay, if you could provide whatever you can on notice, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm just going to try and rattle through a few things in the time remaining. The welcome experience, is that you, Mr. Bolt?
Mr. Bolt.
Yes, it is.
I understand there's a report, there's an evaluation that's due out. Has that been released as yet?
I might throw to... No, Harry, you'll know... No, actually, it's in Ian Smith's patch, but...
Miss Black, who used to look after the program, will be able to help you.
My understanding is the evaluation isn't finalised yet.
Okay, is there a particular hold-up? Or?
I'm not sure of those details.
Currently, my latest stat said it's in 55 LGAs. Is that
Correct.
still the case?
Correct.
Are we looking to expand that as far as... I understand it's been expanded as some of the people that can access it, but what about the number of LGAs?
Yeah, through this review process that's still underway, we're considering options for its future, so how it can be expanded potentially into other LGAs.
Okay.
And we'll work with the Minister and through that decision process, but we're in the thick of that at the moment.
The evaluation report, is that something that the department will release, or does that have to go through the Minister's office before it gets released?
That's a good question. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly, what percentage of TSRs are currently leased?
Percentage, I will see if we've got that. I might be able to give you the number, but I still...
Ballpark to be fine.
Yep, righto. Just hold on a sec, I'll get to that for you. TSRs.
Probably not critical I have that number just yet, to be honest.
Yep, I can get it for you.
The process of leasing a TSR for stock raising purposes, from what I'm told and what I've experienced, can be a little clunky at best. And in some reports, it's actually prohibitively expensive. Wouldn't we be better off making this more accessible, meaning more TSRs are leased and therefore managed rather than left unmanaged because of the difficulties to book that land?
So I guess the process for the process changed this year for leasing long-term lease. So we're talking about the long-term leases here, Mr. Barrett, so the 5-year long-term permits. I'll just make the distinction between lease and permit. They are a long-term permit. A lease would be exclusive access, where a permit still allows genuine travelling stock to go through. So our legislation only allows long-term permits, which has all the caveats around it. So we've changed the process here to be, I guess, fairer, more transparent and more equitable. So as opposed to 11 regions running their own tender process to apply for a long-term permit, we went to a standardised process that was assessed by an independent panel. So there was a range of criteria that were established around eligibility for those TSRs, which also included the requirements of the successful tenderer or permit holder of their obligations as well. Yes, it meant that there were some people that had them in the past that didn't anymore, but that's the nature of a transparent process where people are able to put in tenders on a competitive basis and do that. Your question around would we be better off doing it differently so more of them were let out, I don't know whether that would have changed the process or not. The majority of TSRs, but not all, that were up for it. I think they're around, from memory, there were around 1,500 TSRs bid over that were eligible for that long-term permit process. I'll find the number that had how many were leased out. It wasn't all of them, but there were a significant portion that were leased out. Those that weren't leased out, some simply just didn't get an application for whatever reason. We'll go to a different process to either run the 5-year again, or we'll go to rolling 12-month permits to at least to permit them out.
Sure. While I've got you, Mr. Kelly, the Illawarra Feral Deer Management Program. My understanding is that there was a contract in place, a panel of contractors in place up until 2023. That contract then expired. And recently, I believe a new panel has been established. Would it be true that the qualifications expected of that panel have decreased since 2023?
Decreased.
Decreased?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have the comparison between the 2023 and now.
has there been anything in place since 2023 in this new contract?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice for that program. I know they've had panel providers, but I'll have to take it on notice specifically for that program.
Would you be able to also take on notice how many deer have been removed out of the system since the end of that contract in 2023?
Under the Illawarra Deer program,
Yes.
specifically for that program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In relation to the $10 million of the Weeds Action Plan money, is that you again, Mr. Kelly, or is that?
I know that's me.
So what is expected to be delivered with that money to councils? Is this for on the ground actual removal of weeds or more facilitation?
So the program has a number of elements in relation to identifying weeds, providing directions for weed removal, and at the moment we're and I'll pass to Dr. Szabo in a moment to provide more detail. At the moment, we are focused on that program moving to a 4-year arrangement. So one of the things we're looking at is the best way to structure the program to ensure that we're dealing with the key critical risks, which will obviously evolve over the period of the 4-year time, but it's got a detection, eradication and surveillance component to it.
And it's targeted specifically at those high risk, is that the right word, weeds?
So it has a variety of focus areas.
So the New South Wales Weed Action Program is designed to prepare for the early detection and response to those high priority weed areas. So it isn't directed towards weeds that have been established in New South Wales for many, many years. So all of those sort of grants that are provided to the local control authorities are made available and transparent on our website.
And they are for councils to make an application to deal with a specific incursion?
Yes, no, it's for councils to look at what are the priority weeds in the general area and to put in place an application around how they're going to look at the surveillance of those weeds. I think one of the important things to note with the Weeds Action Program is that for every dollar that goes to a local control authority, that local control authority contributes another 2 towards weeds management.
Can we get a breakdown of which councils that went to?
It's all available on the website.
Okay, and how are the applications assessed?
The applications are assessed internally. They're assessed against the local weed management plans and then awarded going through the Minister.
And that they're obviously done under the New South Wales Grant Administration Guideline Framework.
Under the, sorry?
So the grants are issued under the New South Wales Grants Administration Guideline.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I think, Mr. Barrett, probably the other thing is we've been in an annual cycle, so it's every year. We want to shift away from that and go, as Ms. Connell referred, to a 4-year cycle.
And so the latest round of that was for 12 months?
So the 24-25 grant round was for 12 months. So the intention is to move towards a 4-year cycle consistent with the recommendation of the NRC's Review of Invasive Species Management. And
will that make it a $40 million fund then? Is it still going to be $10 million each year?
Oh, that's correct.
That's right.
Okay. So when do we expect to see the announcement made for the 4-year?
So we're currently working through the design of the new grant arrangements, and as you can appreciate, there are some kind of additional checks and balances you need to work through when you're moving from 12 months to 4 years. And one of the things we want to make sure is that, that as you'd appreciate, what's classified as a high risk weed in 1 year might change the next year. So we just want to make sure there's the flexibility and agility in the framework to ensure we're delivering on the program outcomes.
And will it be still specific to councils, or can it go to those, like Macquarie County Council group, the Macquarie Weeds Action Group?
So it will continue in the way that the previous Weeds Action Program has in terms of going to LCAs.
So county councils are part of there can be an LCA.
Okay, great, yes. Thank you. Mr. Kelly, the LLS Future Fund, can you tell me how much is in that at the moment?
check on that. If I don't have it at hand, I will take it on notice.
That's not critical yet. If you can, my recollection was it started with $35 million, and that interest was to then be given $1.5 million per board each year. Is that correct?
I'm not sure it's per board. There was, I'll get the exact numbers for you.
Do you know where I can find out how that money is to be, what that money is for? Because that was initially, of course, ratepayers' money that was put into the government agency and ring-fenced for ratepayers' use. So I just wonder if I can see somewhere what the rules are around that money.
Around how it's spent?
Yeah.
And how it's allocated?
Yeah.
I'll take it on notice, but I'll give you a general overview. So the Future Fund primarily goes to refurbishing LLS offices, and so it's capital. It goes to capital projects, primarily to refurbish either the LLS offices, build bait sheds, those sort of activities.
And that was the intent that was
the intent, yeah. So you would understand the original, when LLS was first formed, there was still money left over from the previous organisations that came into it, and then from the sale of the former LHPA offices. Once they were sold, that money went into the Future Fund with the primary aim of refurbishing either existing offices to get them up to standard or build new bait sheds and things like that.
And was that to be spent at the direction of the local boards as the representatives of the landholders?
There is input into that, into capital programs, but primarily we have a list that goes through an assessment process to identify those, particularly in relation to offices or bait sheds, those where the highest need is to refurbish or rebuild those.
So that money is porous, in that money from one area could end up into another area?
It wasn't allocated as particular areas. There was just a set amount, and then it's based on priority. So there's not an allocation per LLS region.
Okay.
It's a prioritisation on what is the highest need to give the best service level to customers.
Okay. And this might be for you or to Mr. Shelby, I'm not sure, but how many aerial shoots have taken place over state forests in the past 2 years?
I can't give the past 2 years, I can give the last 12 months. I have that data at hand. I can give you 2 years over there. So for LLS organised and controlled aerial shoots, noting that there can be private contractors that do it or outside of LLS, there were 8 undertaken.
How many were applied for?
That I'd have to take on notice. If we're looking at a combined, whether it was an aerial shoot or other biosecurity activities like, say, aerial baiting and things like that, there were over 50 state forests.
And were any of those not participated by Forest Corp?
There were, I don't have the exact number, I know there were a few, and there were very sound reasons for those. Some were already open for recreational hunting, there were others closed for harvesting, a whole range of things.
So with that information you provide me, are you able to provide why those?
I'll take that on notice. I'm not sure we'll have all of the details of those, but I'll take it on notice for those that we have here.
Okay, thank you. Where probably again, Mr. Kelly, how are we situated for locusts this year? Is there an extra concern, extra threat for locust plagues, local locust numbers this year?
There's no. It's an interesting question. There's no increased information that there's going to be a significant locust outbreak. There's obviously monitoring that's undertaken all the time. There have been some, in the last sort of month or so, some sightings and hatchings. There have been reports of hatchings in Queensland. But in terms of the advice that we've received from the Australian Plague Locust Commission and the monitoring, there's not a warning that there's going to be a significant locust outbreak. It's continued to monitor.
And the Special Purpose Management Fund, sorry.
Special Purpose Management, yep, Levy.
It was originally the locust fund. Is there money within that ring fence for locusts?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Absolutely there is. So if there was a locust outbreak, we would be able to respond. And even if there's low-level locust sightings, we have in the past issued chemical for the control of those as well. So there is money available for that.
Does LLS have chemical on hand?
We do have chemical on hand.
How close is it getting to use by date?
It's assessed each year for its use by date, and if it's past its use by date, we dispose of it correctly and legally, and then we replenish the stock.
Okay. Couple of carp. Can someone give me an update of where we're up to with carp? Last we heard there was an enclosed water in Victoria where they were seeking an application for a trial, possibly.
We're happy to, from a biosecurity perspective, provide an update. So obviously it's an issue that's managed by the Commonwealth in terms of the regulatory controls and approvals, but we are expecting to have a role in terms of the next iteration of testing of the virus.
So there is a known biocontrol agent for carp.
Yes.
There's been a couple of attempts at getting the necessary research behind it to have confidence that it's not going to have crossover effects into species that it shouldn't. We're currently in the process of negotiating with one of our partners around a research project to deliver certainty around that aspect.
Now, this is a virus, I understand, this is the carp herpes virus.
Yes.
What is the risk that that gets imported? Does this exist naturally in other countries?
I'd have to take that one on notice, actually.
Because I wonder what the risk is of that coming in illegally into the country as we're not prepared for it and it's being released that way.
Dr. Saunders might be able to help you.
It does occur naturally in other countries, particularly in Europe. So and also obviously evolves as well. So the version of the virus that we've got is probably about 4 or 5 years old now. So there's a fair bit of work that needs to be done both on its potential crossover to other species, but also its effectiveness. So that's the sort of stuff that's being discussed at the moment from a scientific forum.
And would it need to be, like, is the vector of that another live infected fish? Or is there other ways that that virus could be transported?
There's not many vectors. So, yeah, it's basically carp to carp, so it's pretty specific. And the vectors of transference are anything that can carry an effective carcass from one place to another.
Fantastic. In the talk of the new Animal Welfare, Office of Animal Welfare, I don't think we have a time frame for that, but is that another restructure coming down the line?
I think, Mr. Barrett, I'd imagine government will make an announcement on that shortly.
So that's something that we might find out about quite soon, you're implying? Okay.
I would expect so. But again, it's a matter for the Minister.
Right. I'll just come with, one quick question for you, Ms. White, that I didn't touch on before about the sustainable communities, the jobs that came with that money. They are not caught up in this delimitation. They are ring-fenced as part of that program.
Yeah, that's correct. Where we've got funding for a specific program, those roles will continue to deliver those programs.
Thank you.
Yeah, I might just ask a few questions. I might bring us up to 5:15. Mr. Kelly, just going back to the aerial shooting operations, if I take you to the number of animals shot on program number 3, Central West LLS, and you go down to the 30th of September and 1st of October looking at feral pigs.
That's the Trundle-Tullamore?
Yes, Trundle-Tullamore, yeah. You see these figures probably more often than I would. Would it be unusual to have the same number of pigs shot on 2 consecutive days? Exactly the same number of pigs? Or the same number of any animal shot on the same, across 2 days?
I don't know whether I can comment it's unusual or not. The numbers are the numbers.
Yeah, well, I'm just questioning. To be frank, I'm questioning the numbers. Like, it seems strange that they're exactly the same across 2 separate days. And to be fair, I'm questioning them based on what I saw on the 10th of October, where choppers were shooting into empty gullies. I guess when you go back and you investigate what happened on around the 9th of October and the 10th of October, what would be the process if you find fraudulent activity in terms of falsifying how many animals were shot?
It's a hypothetical question in terms of what the findings would be.
Yeah, but I guess I imagine you would have some sort of process. You talked about a process of verifying and checking these numbers. One would hope you would have some sort of process in place if you found that contractors were falsifying these numbers. These are taxpayers. This is taxpayers' money. We know that pigs are a huge problem. People are screaming for more support up north, particularly in the Tamworth area, and potentially you had an aerial operation essentially just wasting bullets and money shooting into empty gullies when they could have been maybe redeployed up north. So what would be the process if you found fraudulent activity?
So the process, without us specifically referring to this program, because we haven't yet looked at the data in that, the process, like any sort of issue in relation to disciplinary matters, goes through the standard process through HR, and we do an investigation, and depending on the findings of that, we will act appropriately.
Would it differ if they were contractors versus employed LLS staff?
There's still an investigation. The
Yeah.
pathways for what you do to manage that will differ, but there's still an investigation.
Sure, but would the consequences would obviously differ, wouldn't they? In terms of if you had to issue a consequence for if you found wrongdoing?
The consequence will be, it will be different, because there's obviously different avenues to take, whether they're a staff member or whether they're a contractor.
Sure. Just quickly, Mr. Saunders, just going back to Mulloway, just in terms of stocking, are you able to provide, perhaps I'll notice how many fingerlings were released in 2024, 2025, and whether there's a breakdown per river system?
I could have done it right now, but my computer just died, so I can definitely take that on notice.
Yeah, sure. What's the process of monitoring, I guess, the survival and recruitment of stock Mulloway?
Because it's a relatively new stocking program, where we've got a what I would call a good research program going on, and that's led to us stocking larger size Mulloway to try to increase the survival. That's obviously going to be, over the next sort of 3 years, an ongoing project to work out what the sweet spot is for size versus your cost and benefit. So that's something that will have probably a better size that we'd be looking at to put in the different sort of estuaries.
So is there a forward plan to sort of expand into different estuaries?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of work going on in the marine estate management strategy where I think we can really get some great benefit from stocking, particularly in things like icols where they don't get marine larvae coming in. So I would say we'd be constantly looking to adapt to get the best bang for our buck, and just got the figures in front of me. We stocked 120,000 Mulloway fingerlings, but I'd have to look at the breakdown for you.
Yeah, sure. You just mentioned icols. I remember when I was talking to Mr. Sloan and Peter Turnell in a previous estimates, we spoke about a bit of research being done into icols and just around how maybe best to manage them in terms of fish stocks. Has that been concluded at all, or
it's been progressed? It's like something that going through the marine estate management strategy sort of funding. We've got some initial funding to secure work towards looking at the relative productivity of various icols in, I guess, relation to their opening, the amount of time that they're open for. Yeah. As you can appreciate, if you artificially open an icol, you might be actually limiting its productivity, given you got all the algal growth and everything like that. So once we have that information, we'll have a pretty good idea of what's an appropriate opening regime and where would you actually stock marine.
So you're seeking funding to do that, so have you actually started the research yet?
Yeah, we've started it, yep.
Okay. And you don't have a timeline in terms of when you might?
I'm thinking this is probably going to be around a 3 to 5 year project, Chair.
Thank you. All right, that probably takes us...
I have a quick one.
Yeah, sure.
Just in relation to the welcome experience, just through you, Mr. Bolton, do you have any data on how many people who have used that program have asked questions about maternity and birthing services that are available in the different LGAs where you offer the program?
I'm not aware of that, Miss Mitchell, but I can clarify on notice.
Yeah, if you could, that would be great. That's all I have.
Well, that pretty much takes us to 5:15, so I'll look to the government to see whether they have any questions.
No, we don't.
I would just invite any of you, like I always traditionally do, if anyone has any homework that they want to hand in early.
Yep.
Mr. Kelly?
We'll just start with
And
Mr.
then-
Day, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry,
Day.
Chair. I just want to make a correction for a response I gave to Ms Hurst this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. The number of facilities that had applied for an extension of the research rehoming is 3. One came in last week. There's 3 currently before ARP. One's the premise I spoke about today. Another one came in last week. So there's 3 currently before ARP. That's due to meet in September for consideration.
And sorry, which one? What are the 3?
There's I don't know.
There was
3,
one that you
but
mentioned.
one was Blaney. Is still there before ARP, but they're processing through that now. And then 2 others that have come in as well.
And we
So
don't
3
know
all
where
up
those
with
are
ARP.
from?
No.
No.
And then the other point was just around the virtual fencing national guideline. It's an outcome-based guideline that clarifies that the technical review was done on the collars up to a 0.33 joule level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to respond to some of the questions on the code submissions, Mr. Barrett, there were, in relation to the split between pre and post the extension, so prior to the 4th of July, there were 307 received. From the 5th of July to the 1st of August, when it closed, there were 1,164 submissions received in that space. The TSR numbers, there were 685 TSRs advertised for the long-term grazing permit. 1,651 tender submissions were received. Difference is because some tenderers put in multiple TSRs. Of those submissions received, 1,108 were recommended and 577 of the 1,685 were received no tenders for.
Thank you. Any others?
So in relation to the Southern Multi-Breed Research Project between the Department, University of New England and Meat and Livestock Australia, I just wanted to clarify data collection on the herd was completed in June 2025 and the final project report is due in April 2026.
Chair, you asked earlier about how much funding from the Recreational Fishing Trust is provided to Surf Lifesaving New South Wales for the rock fishing safety and skills program. So the first phase was $204,030 and the second phase, which we're in now, is $298,590.
Thank you.
And Mr. Barrett, you asked how much money went into the Rec Fishing Trust. It was $16.1 million last financial year.
No others? No? All right. Well, that concludes our time with you. So you have taken some other questions I noticed, so the Secretariat will be in touch and around timeframes to get them back to us. But thank you very much for your time this afternoon and for the rest of you the whole day, if you're here the whole day. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.